Okay, let's see. How are things doing today? I should have my microphone in just about the right position, but as always, let me just mess with it a smidge. Last thing I want to do is start streaming and not have it on for the third time. That's one of those things you can only do so many times and it starts to leave an impression on you. Okay, I think everything sounds well enough. Right about there, I think. Okay, so jumping right into where we left off last time. Let's see. Oh, and let me mute the stream. There we go. So let's see. I was parked down here by biochemistry science. We were working on all of this hydroxide last time. As you can see, it's going a little bit better than it was before, just a little. Though, at the same time, doesn't look as full as it was. Chlorine is backing up. Yeah, don't really know why this pump is not keeping this tank full. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I can only assume that's to do with the way that Factorio handles fluids somehow. Like, we're nowhere near the upper limit of what this pump can handle. It's just not able to pump into this tank for some reason. But, okay. Sure thing, Factorio. I think all the same, the problem is I just have too much chlorine. We are using that chlorine pretty much as quickly as possible. We're making hydrochloric acid. We're also making ECH, though we are lacking propene pretty severely. Maybe propene would be a good one to look into, though I think a better short-term solution is just avoiding this big old tank of chlorine for right now. That's gonna, of course, give me the low chlorine alert. But look how fast it's already filling up. That giant tank already almost, what, 20%? Yeah, we'll be 20% full very quickly. And we're still just pumping out of the machines. Oh, but we did hit max pump speed on this pump, so let's bump it up. Hey there, how you doing? Cheese-eating cave goblin. That is a wonderful name. Well, let's see. Okay, we did at least manage to pump the backlog out of the first few machines. And yes, okay, all the way back here. We do have hydrogen starting to build up now, actually. I guess that's fair. Doing good. What about you? I'm doing great. We got a whole day of Nullius ahead of us. I think, yeah, looks like we aren't quite consuming that hydrogen enough anymore, so I know that we do produce a little bit more hydrogen than what I can successfully void with oxygen, and so far that's been spent on other things in here, specifically hydrogen chloride. But I guess if we're just filling the tank with chlorine, then that's not gonna do much. Not gonna do much. Yeah, let me think about that. Of course, the way that I void my chlorine up in this area. Let's see. Here we are. The way that I've been voiding chlorine up in this area is I make calcium chloride with lime and water, and then you can just dump calcium chloride solution. And I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe I want to bring some of that up. Problem is that that would take just a ridiculous amount of lime. For every 50 chlorine I want to void, that would be 3 lime coming in. So even a red belt of lime would only get me 500 chlorine a second. And I just don't think I can do that. I know there's another recipe for getting rid of chlorine coming up. How long have I been playing Factorio? Well, this map specifically, nearly 150 hours, but all time together, I'd in the thousands easily. Like I'm trying to give a realistic number in my head. I'm trying to think it through, and probably just north of 2,000, 2,500, somewhere in there. Which, hey, you know, you can find people who have way more than that, granted, but at the same time, I don't think that's all too bad. Yeah, I think my best bet is just making more propane. There is this chlorine sink like I was talking about, and that's pretty far ahead. I'm not going to be able to make that for a little while, though we do have tier 3 bots pretty soon. Like, I mean, there's a good few researches along the way, but they're not that crazy far ahead of where I am. Hmm. Yeah, just thinking, like, that is 3,200 science. These things before it are also thousands of science. I might want to increase my science pack production area and then slowly start producing more metals to sustain it, because I do know that we're going to need more, like green science especially, if we're going to try and keep up with the biochem science. I wonder why landfill 5 gives me... Oh, well, I guess this isn't specifically to get rid of chlorine. That's just one of the recipes. So yeah, fair enough, okay. Okay. And also make plastic with chlorine and ethylene, like the original, like, OG plastic recipe. And that might honestly not be a bad idea. I think I have too much ethylene and I have too much chlorine, so maybe I will try and set up just a little bit of plastic production just for the purposes of avoiding some of this chlorine. I do have a little bit of room right below me. I could also try and snake it in, like, right here, though that doesn't seem like a great idea. Granted, I don't think I need much room. Yeah, like if I just grab a chemical plant. I don't think there's any liquid byproducts of this. I think it just makes plastic. What are you? You're quite expensive and you only make 5 boxes. Yeah, you're quite expensive, and you take all these barrels and you produce all these barrels of waste product? That's really annoying, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure why you would want to do that. I guess it is 25 times better. I can only assume it's a better recipe. Let's do one thing at a time. So let's find plastic. Let's see. I can also make you from hydrogen chloride, and okay, that is a bunch of extra stuff though. The whole point is let's get rid of chlorine. So let's just get rid of chlorine. You do produce hydrogen chloride as a byproduct. You do that, huh? Well, maybe you're not as great as I was thinking then. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do have all these plants that make hydrogen chloride. And I do take from this area pretty often, so I guess I could try and work something out there. I just have to find a place to throw a tank down. Don't think that's the most unreasonable thing in the world. Okay, so Let's just go medium tank 3. Pop you down. Make sure I don't connect to the chlorine connection there. So just right there. Oop, nope. 1, 2. Because I want to have a pump separating you. In fact, let's go ahead and make you a pump here too. That way I can make you a top-up. Is it top-up? Yes? Yes, it is. Okay. Then just connect all these machines to the tank and make sure they don't run unless we are below a certain amount in the tank. So let's see. Hydrogen chloride, let's make sure you only run if that's less than, I believe the tank is 60k. I'll say 30k for now, and I'll just have to double check that is correct. 60k, yes, okay. There we go. And I actually just want you to be a regular pump, and then I want a pump facing this way that I want to be a pop-up. And yeah, once you get placed, you will be a top-up to 50%. There we go. And of course, again, the whole reason I'm doing that is that if we're going to be producing plastic up here, then I want to make sure that we have somewhere for our waste product to go. Yeah. I'm hoping this is actually a better ratio. Like, let's see, this is 25 to 15. In other words, that's a 5 to 3 ratio. And this is a 3 to 2. I already forgot what I said. This is 5 to 3. You are 1 to 2. 1 to 2. And 5 to 3. Okay, so I do believe that is what we want, because that takes more chlorine to make less hydrogen. I just had to redo that. I guess we're off to a great start. My brain's a little fried right now. But yeah, there we go. So that is what I would like to prefer. Go ahead and move you up to about here. Let's see. Actually, we want to start about there if we want you to be at the same height as everyone else. So let's put you about there. Then we're going to output. That way the chlorine continues through the straight line, and then we just need to bring in ethylene on the top. I believe ethylene is the very first one. Yes, it is. So let's just bring you down. You can come down this way. And give me a pipe. Okay, so that should be ethylene taken care of. We do still need chlorine. Fortunately, chlorine is right here. Might go ahead and upgrade some of these pipes. And some of these pipes. Let's see, then there's a pump there, okay. So once that upgrade's done, chlorine, yes, 672. So we shouldn't have to worry about pipe extents pretty much ever. Just pop you in right there. We'll have to add some dedicated hydrogen voiding very soon, just because I've mostly been sinking my hydrogen into this stuff, and if I'm going to be using ethylene from now on, that's not quite as good. I also do want to make sure this isn't like my primary way of getting rid of chlorine, so let me throw a pump in the middle here. Let's see, that is still going to be running though. I do need to run the pipes out. Let's go ahead and get that connection made. Wonder how many of these I can fit in here. So I can't do the next tile. let me go ahead and do that as a spacer, then I can put you there. There we are, just to keep everything consistent. We'll have to connect down the middle, of course. And let's get a belt in there. Should probably be alternating these inserters, just in case. Not that it really does much of anything, but, you know, I'd like to have them alternated. And let's get you just somewhere up in here. Not a construction bot. Oop, and not that small. Okay, and then you guys can just feed in. This is a little overkill for now. Let's go up and up. Down and down, but, you know, maybe we'll wind up needing that much capacity, who can say? The buffer chest that I installed somewhere over here for building materials already paying massive dividends. That made building that so much nicer than it was just, you know, last time we were doing stuff up in this area. Why are you not producing? No ethylene. You have no connection. There you are. We don't really need you to be undergrounds, actually. You can just connect. Okay, so that should start eating a little more plastic for me. And this is one of those rare cases where I do not want a productivity module, because the entire purpose of this is to just eat chlorine and make it go away. For that purpose, I'm actually going to bump this priority so that we eat this plastic first, if possible. Let's see, your priority should also be a bit higher. I had you set lower initially, because we also make hydrogen chloride over in the original chlorine area, but now we send most of our excess chlorine up into here, so that wouldn't really make any sense. Same through here. Let's go ahead and set you to like 80%. And of course I can't copy that through, so I guess I have to individually set each of you to a higher priority. Would be funny if I just kept one of you at like 50, but let's try and make all of you the same. I'm not setting it all the way to 100 just in case something does truly make you as a byproduct. Like, technically I do make this on purpose here, even if it is from byproducts, but there are things that truly produce you as a byproduct. So those I want to prioritize over this, but this one I want to have priority over the other area. Okay, so these are producing. I think I might go ahead and throw speed modules in you, just to try and be a little space efficient. Not that space is really a concern in this area, I guess, so maybe that doesn't make any sense. Might even go ahead and just make a couple more, since it does seem like they're not even remotely struggling. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Each one of you does 16. Power's looking not the best. And I guess before I forget, I should come up here and do some hydrogen voiding, because this area won't be able to handle all of the hydrogen by itself. I think I'll... I'd like to put it in here somewhere. Maybe in this little area. I know that's not going to be enough hydrogen just for forever, but I suppose I can continue adding more as I go down. But for now, let's fill in this little area. And speaking of filling it in, let's grab some landfill and make sure we clear in all these little gaps right there. I just don't really want to have to be dealing with those anymore. They make building in here a lot more difficult than if I could just fill them in, so let's just fill them in. Now, chimney 2s. Put you at the same level as the substation, I think, though that doesn't leave enough room for a vertical pump. So let's go at least here, because then that's a pump and a pipe worth. So I'll do that. Make sure you all get a connection. Bring you this way. And let's get a overflow pump this way. Might as well upgrade you. And how much is this? This is 2,000 worth. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that much more in, so maybe the tier 1 pump is fine. Because, like, even if I really wanted, I could get 2 more on this side, and that's about it, and that would give me 3,000 worth. Of course, the whole point of this was to make sure the sodium hydroxide was flowing, and whatever I've done, it does look like the sodium hydroxide is flowing better now. Though that might only be temporary as we fill up this supply depot with plastic. It does look better though. And you are full again, so maybe that's all I really care about. Oh yeah, you should probably actually get hooked up. I have all these pipes on the front, but they never actually went anywhere, so let's get you piped in. And there we go. I should put a pump on you just to separate my pipe extents. Adding a tank on the line drastically reduces the maximum pipe extent, so let's make sure we keep that separate. And maybe one more thing of machines just to fill out the row. Never mind, I really can't. Like, let me just make sure about that. Yeah, even though you fit, I couldn't get the pipe in for the machine, let alone the underground for the next row. So that's just kind of it. Yeah, okay. That's pretty much as tight as I can make it. And I'm fine with that. It's not like I need more. Okay. Next thing I should worry about is this lack of propene. So let's go see what I can do about that. Propene. I really should have propene marked somewhere. Problem is, I don't make propene in just one place. Like these, ethylene pyrolysis machines. They produce propene, but kind of as just one of their products. Go ahead and get the modules replaced in you guys. I think my primary source of propene is probably this alkene synthesis, but you're missing compressed carbon monoxide. Because you're full on water. Interesting, interesting. We're not full on water down this way. Have I? That is a backwards pump, it looks like. Oh, well, we do have a fluid dump down here. You're just... yeah, you're just over capacity, okay. Fair enough. Also, why does the pump go this way? Why are we pumping into this line? I mean, I guess it's been working so far, I just... yeah. I just need more water dumping, okay. I guess if I don't need the water this way, then I can just dump all of the water that we produce up here, and that's not a problem. So let's just grab another outfall and shove you, like, before this pump, maybe? Well, if we are pumping this way, I guess I would want to have all of the fluid dumps as close to this side as possible. So I can put you there. Let's just continue you down right there. Maybe even one more over here. Just since that's a great place for them, actually. Shouldn't take too long to get those placed. Yeah, there's the construction bots coming in. Also, science is completely dead, so I will have to look at that in just a second as well. Okay. Well, at least they're able to run now. Are we keeping up? Pipe's staying pretty full, but it does look like the level might be dropping. Let me see if all the machines are running. It does look like they're staying at full uptime, and it does look like the amount of water is falling. You are still full. That is true. How's the pump? Pump is nowhere near its maximum limit. So what if I just continued adding a few more down this way? And that's surely enough, but maybe I'll do just like... Yeah, that's that stretch of water pretty much taken up entirely, so let's just say that's surely going to be enough. I'll allow the bots to build this, just to make certain, but I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. Okay. Now, surely that is enough. It might take a second for everything to catch up as we have to empty buffers and all. But yes, your buffer is going down pretty quickly, and as you empty, then the next row of machines should be able to kick on, and so on, all the way down the line. Okay, okay. Dropping. And as that empties, do you guys kick on? Yes, you do. Okay, so we do have plenty. We do have plenty. I mean, there's plenty more spots along the way to void more if I do need to void more. Now we're full on methane. The longest time, methane was what we were actually trying to produce. So the fact that we're full on methane is a little crazy to me. We needed lots and lots of methane because we were trying to make an incredible amount of methanol. We also, yeah, you can see there, methanol for nucleotides and things. I think originally you were for solvent. Yeah. Is there anything I can do with all this, not methanol, but this excess methane? Like, is there anything I can do other than burn you? I can make graphite and hydrogen out of you. I don't think I really need more graphite, though. Yeah, I pretty much... I guess I could make more ethylene. Like, that is a thing I could do. Of course, I can just vent you, but that seems wasteful. Is there anything I can do with compressed methane, specifically? No, just... more ethylene with more oxygen. Yeah, that's the recipe I'm already running, I think. No, maybe not. How am I making carbon monoxide? Because I think I'm just taking carbon dioxide and mixing you with hydrogen. Get carbon monoxide. So I can take carbon dioxide and mix you with methane as well, and that gives me a little bit of extra compressed hydrogen. Okay. I don't know, I think I'll just take the ethylene recipe. So that's surely going to be in another one of these guys. Which I've built to the side of boron, which I certainly don't think I'll be expanding anytime soon. We've also got hard glass, which I don't anticipate needing that much more of. And if I do, I can always just upgrade the speed modules on you. So let's see if I can't get another row right below you. Copy those pipes. Just makes setup a little easier. And then, let's see. I want the one that takes in... methane. I do have the one that takes in methane, don't I? Is it maybe not in a distillery? I guess I should have checked. Alright, let's check methane. Okay, you're in a chemical plant. Oh, I know what this recipe is. This is going to be very similar to the one that I have for propene up here. Yeah, like this guy. Oh, you are already the one that takes in methane. What? You have oxygen in you somehow. I wonder how long you've been broken. Let's see. Products finished. Yeah, like 400. I bet you've been broken pretty much forever. I bet you've pretty much never worked correctly. So let's wait for someone to come in, pick that up, and then replace it. And I might even throw a couple speed modules in you just to make sure you can keep up with all of the methane that I'm producing. All of these guys can have some yield modules. Just might as well. That is quite a few modules though, but apparently we can do it. Okay, so you're running again. So if we have excess methane, this guy will take care of it and turn it into more ethylene. How much are you able to handle? Okay, so you can take around 200 a second, which should be a pretty good amount. You're still backed up. Like it's a falling number, but I don't think it's quite enough. Let me see how many of these machines I have, and do they all run the same recipe? Yes, you're all ethylene pyrolysis. That's 32 machines. And the methane is the simplest looking one, so even just tin would be 250, then times 3. That would be 750. You only do 200, even with the speed mods. So let's see if I can find somewhere else to shove you. I can fit another one right in here, actually. So, what is this? This is benzene, unfortunately. Okay. Well, I can fit you right here. Just have to figure out where your water can go. Because you have the ability to just shunt your water right out that way. This guy will need to pipe upwards, it looks like. But I'm not that worried about it. If anything, I'm more worried about this guy right in front of me. Like, I can't go all the way this way, because then the oxygen pipe connects to the benzene pipe. Closest I could go is right there. Even then, though, that's not exactly ideal. So, like, if I did put you there, what are you? You are a water. A water outfall. If I just flip the next water pump around, you, I don't think it matters. I think I can just get rid of you. We have so many extra outfalls this way, I think we will be fine. Oh, that is the wrong way. Trying to look for water pumps. Like you. Let's flip you around. And then all these guys are fine, they pump towards the outfalls. I just want to make sure all the pumps on the left side of you pump towards the outfalls as well. It does seem like you do. This water pipe is actually empty, which really isn't very cool. Maybe I will flip you that way since you're in overflow. And maybe I'll just turn you into a regular pump. Yeah, try and get what water I can out of there. Maybe flip you around and make you an overflow? Or a top-up, actually. Let's make you a top-up. Yeah, we can't make the next one a top-up, because then water just backs up in here and has nowhere to go. But this one does have the outfalls involved, and actually all the other water should be pumping in here as well, so a top-up this way is perfectly fine, I would think. Also have you be a top-up. That way I don't accidentally overstuff these pipes, not that I really think that's possible, but, you know, might as well be a little considerate. Is there actually any way I can stop voiding water if I need that water? Like, that's a little tricky. That's a little tricky. I guess I don't care that much. Water is not the hardest thing in the world to produce. It's just that we are out of it, so I do feel a little silly about voiding it also. I could move you back one. And that would allow for enough room to put a pump on you. I could also just void the water somewhere else. Like, the problem is that we do need water for a lot of the stuff down this way. Maybe not specifically this stuff, but there are things that need water. And water being empty is not very cool. Where do I even get water from? So water is supposed to be in this pipe. Okay, so at least we have water up there, which is good, because that's where power production and stuff is. I was getting a little worried. I guess power is fine up to this point. Okay, so what do I do then? Yeah, without really drastically overcomplicating things, I could have another water pipe along the top here. Yeah, so first things first, let's just move all of these down one. I could also do it up here. There is more room up there if it needs to be, but I think the pumps are so cheap at this point, I really don't care. So I can just set you to overflow. Just the whole way down. Oh, there's more over this way, so let me just grab all of that. And bring you down. Do you there, but that's fine. So let's see. Water is pumping that way. That is what I want to see. I'm trying to find... Yeah, okay, so we have a top-up going this way. Top-up going that way. And you just pump out. Okay, so everything to the left of these outfalls is what I want to be cautious of. So you're connected. So starting here, that is a top-up. But as soon as you can't output anymore, then we're still fine. But this one over here will back up. So let's move you to the left. You have to move this way. Then we need another pump down this way. So overflow will go and get voided properly. And if there is another water pump, like right here, then I'll do the same there. And then you're connected over here and you should be fine. Okay. Yeah, we are just waiting on bots to place the last of these pipes over here. For some reason, it's taking a second, but there they are. Okay, so everything should be connected together now, and I should have a little more water coming in. Yeah, okay, so that does seem to be better on the waterfront. We do have the overflow this way that can take it back away. So these machines shouldn't ever back up. And yeah, there we go. So we are able to make use of the water that we're producing now. Now we just need more compressed carbon dioxide, which also doesn't make sense because I should be making that in wild abundance. Looks like we also need a little more hydrogen. Which again, I thought I was making in wild abundance. And yes, we are backed up on compressed hydrogen. So, let me see. Okay, so you're the machines that actually take compressed hydrogen, so you're fine, but I'm pretty sure somewhere down the way, like if I follow this pipe, we do decompress the compressed hydrogen, don't we? We do need more compressed carbon monoxide, so... Or is that carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide. Do I not compress, or rather decompress, the hydrogen anywhere? Like, let me just zoom out. Let's see, that's hydrogen voiding. That's fine. A hydrogen vent over here. That's crazy. Wonder how long that's been there. There we are. So, okay, this hydrogen is full. So how is this hydrogen not the same as the other hydrogen? How does that make sense? We do have a top up here, but then that's just mainline hydrogen. So, hold on, where are those machines that weren't running? Like, what? Okay, now I feel crazy. Where did they go? All I can find now are the ones missing compressed carbon dioxide. And, like, hydrogen is completely full. Okay, well, you know... fine, I guess. Sure. Let's look into the compressed carbon dioxide then. That's supplied from up this way. That's pumping out. But that is carbon monoxide. That's why here's carbon dioxide. Okay, so we do have all of you guys running. That is correct. How many of you do I have? 33. So with 33 of you, that's going to be 1,000, pretty much on the dot. And where do the compressed recipes start? Right here. Okay, so 128 of you. Each one requiring 40. Well, that would be why you're not running then. Because with that many of you... yeah, that's like 5,000 easy. Which is 5 times what I'm currently producing. Granted, compressed carbon dioxide over here is full for some reason. You're being decompressed into regular carbon dioxide. And I am prioritizing that line for some reason. And I can't really expand you much further. There's this thing with the hydrogen, yes, but then more than anything there's power. I could move you pretty easily. In fact, I might as well. Let me look at your pipe extents. So I will probably want to upgrade these pipes here first. Just go ahead and do that, I guess. All these hydrogen pipes along the way. And then down to this pump. And might as well upgrade some of these hydrogen pipes as well. I will eventually upgrade probably all of this stuff in here to the next tier of pipe. I just don't want to commit to doing all of it right this moment. But you know what? I might as well go ahead and kind of get a head start in here. And just start incrementally making my way through some of this stuff. So that I can kind of do it bit by bit. Like, yeah, we're already way out of pipe. So it's gonna take them a minute. Anyway, I was trying to move you out of the way. So even though you did just upgrade this, unfortunately, I was just about to move you. Let's shove you over there. Then this goes away. And then the hydrogen connection. Let's see. You can't continue this way because methane's there, but I can just move you one up. Put you right there, it looks like. Yeah, okay. It's not the best connection I've ever made, but it'll have to do. So you're connected there, you're connected there, let's connect you there, and get rid of that pipe. You can just come down that way. There we go. Just make everything that much neater. Same over this way. Probably just get rid of you. And then... Let me make sure. So, I do have you as a black pipe. The best you can do is right there, really. Okay. Fair enough. But then you can make that jump. Okay. Okay. Again, that'll take shape eventually. And then all this stuff, let's see what I can do up here. I can't give you nearly enough extra, which is unfortunate. But I can do a couple. I have to grab from somewhere else so I don't get the pump involved in anything. You are the output first. So let's get one that... Yeah, we want output first to start the tile. So, like, you right there. And then just grab a few. Really should have grabbed some that actually tiled, but oh well. I see that pipe on the top, and there's an oxygen pipe over there. So let's deal with those first. You are actually already a max length black pipe. Top and bottom. You're not though, so you're a little easier to work with. Let's just grab you and see how far I can get you out of the way. You can go all the way down here. Works for me. And then you will just bring down there somewhere. And then right up there. Not too bad, not too bad. Can't quite do that. I can do that. And maybe one more? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so naturally that is going to take more compressed air. I don't exactly know how many more I just added. I think it was from here because the other one's the one that has the pump on it. So that's 9 more. Each one of you takes 100 input, so that's another 900 input. You output 519, really. Okay, so I only really need like 2 of you. Interesting. I'm actually not able to fully utilize you guys because you are too slow. Just realized that. Let's upgrade all of you. And then I can't put more into you. Okay. Maybe then I just take the speed mods out. See, that drops you to 400. I see, we're doing some experimentation here. So with 4 of you, I can do 500 max. I'm sure I already did this before, I'm just curious to see. Let's do that. Okay, so 1 tier 2 gives me 480. What does 2 tier 1s give me? I think it was like 519. Which is, you know, maybe okay. Yeah, okay, better than 480, so I guess I can put everything back to 2 tier 1 speed modules. And unfortunately, it won't let me quick replace like that, so I'll have to do it this way. Okay. And if I want another, it was around 1,000. Each one of you can do 2,000. This is a little overkill, but better a little over than a little under. And how are the pipes coming? We're missing a few undergrounds, and mostly we just need like 400 of the straight pipe. That's fine. Not that big of a deal. We'll get there soon enough. Everything will be just a little broken up until then, though. So what can I do? What else can I do? Could, of course, add speed modules into these guys, but I don't really know Well, I mean, I guess with two of them, that is a 40% bonus. Can't fit two in there. So let me see. If I add 40 times 42. Well, 4 times 40 would be 160, so that's 1.6 thousand. I mean, that is a good bit extra. Just in terms of input, of course. I think that might actually be more than the excess that I was producing before, so I will need, actually, another line. And yeah, the pipes are coming in, even if it is a smidge slow. We are getting there. And so, let's see. Now each of you does 40. I think that makes you pretty much one-to-one with the consumers. I have 42 of you. And each one of you also takes 40. Okay, but the problem is I have like 128 of you. I think it was somewhere right in here. Yes, I have exactly 128 of you. So I do still need 3 times more. Right. I suppose there's no reason I couldn't just jump to the other side of the regular carbon dioxide production. You are also going to be producing more compressed residual gas and compressed nitrogen now. Do I have sufficient voiding for those? Let's see, compressed nitrogen does come up this way. We are overflowing, so you come in here. And if I overflow, then you'll come into the exhaust, then that should be fine. How am I overflowing on compressed carbon dioxide? Isn't that what I was just trying to make more of? Yes, I was just trying to make more compressed carbon dioxide. So how am I overflowing on you? How does that make sense? Oh, maybe it's because some of the pipes are broken and stuff? I'm not really sure. Not really sure. Let's make you a top-up, since we do use the compressed further on down that way. And then change you to like 50% or something. Just because you are mostly used to be decompressed and turned into regular carbon dioxide. Yeah, okay. So the whole point of this was to make more carbon monoxide so I could run more alkene synthesis. Here's a distinct lack of compressed hydrogen, somehow. Even though we're full up here. Are you just broken? I have a feeling you might just be broken somehow. Yep. Okay, so compressed hydrogen's full there. We're just waiting on a pipe. Singular pipe. I mean, yeah, we're making our way through it. Maybe not super quickly, but it is coming in. Okay. Well, it'll be there before too long, and I'm pretty sure that area is better than it was at the very least. Ethylene pyrolysis. Let's see. So, excess methane becomes ethylene. Yes, that is what I want to happen. You were never piped up correctly, so let's go ahead and get you in here. There we go. Oxygen has to come from down here somewhere. That is a rough connection, because it wants to connect into whatever you are. Methane. Could I, in theory, move you and flip you? Wouldn't really help much, I don't think. Let me try that. So if I grabbed you, flipped you, and put you here, at least oxygen would make a cleaner connection down this way. You could go in here, and then just connect into there again. And I guess that works. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, okay, and then you can just connect into here. And then water. Water can escape out the top somehow. Not overly concerned with water. Even if it is a little inconvenient. Even if it is quite inconvenient. Okay, well, clearly you just have to snake in like that. Let's see, we're down to 215, even though I just added some, so that number might be higher than the last time I looked at it, but, you know, making progress. Yeah, all the pipe machines are running, we're just waiting on them to actually finish. So let's say oil's at least better than where I found it an hour ago, and let's go work on something else. Ideally, let's figure out why science hasn't moved at all the entire time we've been working. So we're missing blue science of all things. So climatology is missing chelating agent. Or chelating. I still don't know which one it is. How much do you consume? So less than like 1 a second, so very little. That's because I only really make that stuff up this way somewhere. So chelating agent makes like almost 8 a second, even with my highest tier productivity in you. You're missing silica, because we're missing silica. Okay. Silica's right here with allow logistics on. You just need request from buffers. That's a pretty simple fix. And you're running again. Okay. Well, at least you're going well. And okay. Well, there we are then. As soon as we build up a full stack, a truck will come to pick some up and blue science will restart. In fact, if you produce like 8 a second, you probably need better output than just a purple. Don't even know if a blue will handle you, but let's see what I can do. I can at least upgrade you a little bit. Yeah, now we're keeping up with that. Though you also need like over 3 items a second input, so let's get an upgrade in here too. Especially since it is 2 different items. So we can't take full advantage of arm stack size. But yeah, there we go. Much better, okay. And yes, we do have a truck dispatched to go and get that. Very good, very good. Okay, so that's gonna give me blue science back on. Blue science is actually one of the science that I do need in higher quantities very soon, so that's definitely one I'll be thinking about expanding for too terribly long. I do have a new recipe for red science that I should probably start thinking about, though I just realized these guys can be upgraded and then take more modules. So even though I'm adding another module, which will slow you down by another 15%, I believe we go pretty substantially faster. Yeah, we are twice as fast when we upgrade. So the small amount of slowdown we get from adding another module doesn't even compete with the extra speed that we get. There we go. And do I have Chemplant 3s? I do have Chemplant 3s. I wonder if I actually make them. It does look like I do, okay. I don't remember making those, but I will happily take the upgrade. Let's see, where are you? Probably in the tab that has the chemical plant on it. So you go from 2 to 4. Okay, so that is the same doubling of speed as everything else. Just wanted to double check. Just make everything a little bit faster. Just makes it a little easier to upgrade when the time comes if everything's already at its highest tier, and I can just copy and paste it without having to worry about also upgrading it down the line somewhere. Looks like blue pipe is struggling to keep up as well. Are all the black pipes running though? It does look like they are. Hola, how's it going? Let's see, these are all highest tier productivity? Yes, they are. Just wanted to double check. Okay. Alright, how has this area come across? We're still waiting on that pipe, though it does look like it's now being placed. And since it is being placed, I think I will take a sip of coffee. Playing some Minecraft, nice. I haven't played nearly enough Minecraft recently. Really do need to make more time for it. Gotta love Minecraft, it's always a good time. Okay, so while we're no longer missing pipe, we are still waiting for them to come in and place the rest. Like, there's quite a lot missing throughout here. Okay, one more right there, right there. You're going off to play something. Is anyone coming up to place these? Like, I can see on the mini-map just all the spots where we're still missing pipe. The reason I want to wait until all the pipe has been placed is so I can make sure everything's actually working correctly. Like this. That doesn't seem very useful. Okay, guys, come on. Come on, that's not fair. Don't leave, like, one pipe over here. Whatever, you're not even necessary. I can actually just break you. Okay, so this has all been replaced. You're all cool. Compressed hydrogen is looking a little low, but I think that's just because we're working through buffers. Filling everyone up. Maybe, maybe not, though. Yeah, you're missing compressed hydrogen. Maybe I just need a little more compressed hydrogen, then. Also gonna play Minecraft, but a horror mod with a friend. The horror mods in Minecraft are one of those things that I never really got into, but they do seem entertaining as long as you're going into them with the right mindset, you know? Like, here's a little bit of goofy fun, kind of. Oh, I don't know what you were, but you're empty now. I'll check on you in just a minute. Okay, so why is all of this compressed hydrogen completely full? Okay, you are maxed out. Let's get you upgraded. And I guess any other pumps along the way. Guess I might as well do both of those guys. And, you know, let's just do those guys too. Might as well make all of these down the line tier 2s. There we go, okay. Might as well start upgrading the water pumps as well. Like if we need to upgrade the output, we might need to upgrade the input, though you're already tier 2. As are you. Okay. Well, I guess that's fine. This, I believe, was a small patch of phosphorus. Let's see. Yeah, I can see you on the belt. You were phosphorus, so... hopefully, I wasn't counting on that too much. Go ahead and pick that up. Wonderland.jar is the mod. I know everything about it, but the friend does not. That's always the most fun way to go about it. Go ahead and mark that for demolition, now that I don't need it anymore, I guess. Now that it's completely pointless, I guess I'll go ahead and do it. But yeah, that's always a good time. I had a good time with the Backrooms mod, if you've ever seen that one. Trying to remember who it was that made it. I think the name was something potato. I don't remember very well, it's been a while, but yeah, I had a good time with that one. He's usually the horror mod guy, but this time I know everything and he doesn't. They gotta flip the script. Have your revenge. Okay. So, is the gas area finally a little bit better. So, you are full on compressed carbon dioxide. That's great, because that's what I was trying to make more of. That would be because you're missing a pipe. That would certainly do it. Hopefully someone's coming out to build that. I'm hoping it's one of those guys. Nope, they're done. They're gone. Oh, it's gotta be you then. Okay. So once those machines go down, hopefully my compressed carbon dioxide is a little better. I'm still missing like more than 50%, but it's what I can do for right now. There we go. Okay. So all those guys kick on. Compressed residual gas. It's pumped this way. Up, down. Residual gas gets made into steam, trace gas, and argon. And argon I do vent. So I only vent it at half speed. You're only 250 a second for some reason, so I might go ahead and add another one there. Just because I know I'm going to need more of these guys now to do a little more residual separation. Let's see, you went with steam. So let's get one that starts with steam, like right there. And then of course I will have to add a few more pipes along the top. What are you? Trace gas and steam. Okay. Just making sure I don't break anything, but it does look okay. Argon is going to be a problem because of the turbine. Could I move the turbine? Yes, I could. Okay, so let's do that. Get rid of that steam connection. Get rid of that pipe, because otherwise it has steam in it, which would not be very cool. Trace gas. Trace gas is still fine. Let's go ahead and break that. And then these guys, like I was saying, do have to come down. 1, 2... maybe just that far? I think that far is fine. Okay, so connect there, and just do that the whole way down. That'll give me a trace gas connection. And then, of course, argon needs to be the 3 tall. And connect you together. Okay, very nice. Everyone should be connected. Should be. The tables were turned. Yes, they were. And you know, you gotta have fun with it. If you're not having fun with it, what are you doing? So, you know, sometimes you do gotta shake it up. Sometimes you do gotta be the one to bring the horror mods yourself, you know? And I think I can finally go ahead and fix the little kink in the pipe there. Go ahead and get that done. Okay, so that will be a little extra residual gas, though that might still wind up backing up, so it is mostly the carbon dioxide I'm after, the residual gas. Well, don't I have a whole carbon dioxide area aside from this? I do make the compressed gas, but don't I also make carbon dioxide up here? Yes, I do. So you're also carbon dioxide. And let's see. You're full. You're full. You're mostly full. Okay, so carbon dioxide does look like it's mostly staying full. See, you are alternatively maxing out. Okay, so you're staying on a top-up of 35%. Okay, then why am I sending compressed carbon dioxide down to you? Let's see, we overflowed that way. I should also probably be overflowing this way. So let's pull that back. And then throw you on there, make you an overflow. Then we'll make this overflow like 85, and then the other one can stay at 80, that's fine. Just have a little bit of room between the two. Playing a different mod pack right now, and I don't even got food in the middle of a mine shaft, trying to smelt some iron to make an iron pickaxe. The quintessential Minecraft experience. Like, especially early game, I am literally dying right now, but you know, we're making it work. There is, just as far as Minecraft packs that I want to play go, I would really like to play, Liminal Industries at some point. I've seen that one a number of times and always thought that one looked pretty fun, but I've never gotten around to it. So the next time I go to play Minecraft, that's probably the one I'm going to be picking up. It just looks like a good time. Go ahead and keep up with some of the upgrading that I had going on. Okay, so now that I've messed around with that for like 2 hours, do I have more? I don't have any more compressed carbon dioxide than I did a little while ago. Like, maybe it's a little better. I still definitely need more. Though, again, compressed carbon monoxide is actually full. So I guess I don't need to worry about it too much. We're full on methane. Let's see, methane, okay. So if possible, I do need another one of these guys. So let's just put you like right there. We have more oxygen down this way, so I guess we'll be connecting in the same way that I did before. Actually, let's go ahead and horizontally flip you if possible. And then oxygen does fit better here. Okay, and then you can just connect straight up into there, and then water. Let's see. Water can connect straight up into there. Okay, you love to see it. Love to see it, okay. I crashed Minecraft trying to get glow berries from a minecart chest. That is also kind of the quintessential experience, unless you're playing a pretty well-established mod pack. That's... yeah. Just all part of the fun, you know? Minecraft does seem a lot more stable in modern times, fortunately. I've been playing Minecraft since, well, let's just say long since before 1.0 ever came out, and I have had my fair share of pretty catastrophic crashes that were not very fun. But fortunately, it seems a lot more stable these days. I rarely have issues with crashing, things breaking, anything like that. You just want to clean up some of these random little landfill bits. I've been trying lately to keep my landfilled areas a little more filled out, just so I don't have to wait for bots to fill everything if I ever want to make any little design changes. Not that I think that's terribly important up here, I'm just trying to be consistent. I really don't like big splotches of water through my builds to begin with, so I'm just trying to fill things in. I know water can be important though, especially like up here where these dumps are, but now that you can pick up landfill, there's very little reason to ever not just landfill an area. Like all this in here. Like, if I cared a little more, I'd come in and just fill all of this. Okay, well that's been some messing around. Blue science. Why do I still not have a buffer of blue science? I do, you're just not logistics connected. There you are. Okay. So blue science is coming in now. Yeah, all cool. Don't know why there wasn't any in here. I was pretty sure there was over a stack, but at least science is moving again. That's all I really care about. I might need just a little more. How much am I producing? Each one of you is 0.3, so 3 of you does 1. So I should be producing 2 a second. That should be, honestly, one of my higher producing sciences right now. So the fact that that's the one that I'm limited on is kind of surprising. You do seem to be running also. It's not like I need more of you. How interesting. Also, how did I wind up missing modules and just the middle guy there? That's weird. Just making sure I didn't miss anywhere else. Like you or anything. Yeah, okay. Doing fine. So, how is the area down this way? So ECH is still at 0. That's going to be propene still. Nucleotides also at 0. That's because I have no amino acids. No glycerol. Yep. No hydrochloric acid. Okay. Well, that's a new one. We should have quite a lot of hydrochloric acid. I mean, we have a lot of hydrochloric acid coming in. I guess it's just not enough. Yeah, okay. We just need more hydrochloric acid. I can do that. Playing on 121.1, and I found 11 diamond vein. Made diamond tools before getting food. I mean, that's certainly one way to kick off a game, I guess. I remember there was one time, there was a random, like, how do I put it? There was a website that I was on, and there was kind of a community event. This would have been, like, 10 plus years ago now. And they were just going to do a speed run of Minecraft, just for fun. Typically, that's not something I would really be interested in, but it's not like anyone was required to be there from start to finish. So, I know. I just popped in for a few minutes here and there. Evidently, I hopped on about 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe after the server had started, and there was a little spawn area already made, and then people just immediately set out in different random directions to go and, try and collect resources or do whatever. Apparently, no one had decided to just go to the ravine right by spawn and check and see what was inside. I did, though, and literally right inside the ravine was a drop almost straight down the bedrock. Of course, this was before the cliffs update, so bedrock was still Y0. So I just went pretty much straight down to Y12, found the first diamond vein, mined it, and got the first diamonds on the server. For some reason, that is a memory that sticks with me, of not even like a proud achievement or something, but just like, wow, you guys really didn't come down and check? Let's see, how far does this go? Perfect. Okay, so I can get rid of that whole extent right there, and just connect you right into there. Anyway, I was supposed to be working on glycerol. What are you? Glycerol. So glycerol also takes ECH, that is true. That's part of why I've been working on ECH. Or, ECH and then, by extension, propene. So these guys are running, these guys are running. You're full on methane still. Okay. Well, you have no methane. That's because your pipe's not connected. Look at that. I think I only just built these, but honestly, I have no idea. These could have been here for forever, for all I know. Okay, come on guys, you got this. Well, the methane is kind of coming in. Oh, well, you're just also not connected. Okay. You're also... I'm hoping at this point this was not intentional. Oh, okay. I connect you through pumps down the bottom. Okay, never mind, hold on. Yep, that'll do it. I'm just completely blind. That's the problem. Okay, so I pump the methane out. Pumping the methane out. Which means you will never get methane. Even though this methane is full. Okay. That is kind of a problem. I also realize this is supposed to have an overflow on it. I'm pretty sure this guy over here, yeah, is just connected straight in. Not that I can't fix that real quick. Bring that up. And then get a overflow pump on you. There we go. Though you're likely to have the same issue, where since we're pumping the methane out, I don't know if you'll ever actually be that full. Though, okay, this pipe is full. This pipe's full, so maybe you will help to some extent, I guess. Just seems like it won't be as helpful for this guy down here. Let's see, that's methane right there. I could try and get one of these up that direction. Like, what would be involved in trying to get you right here? Let's find out. So, I think I can get a oxygen connection. Yes, just straight in. Water can also connect straight in. Honestly, you're easier than the past couple have been. You're gonna produce ethylene. Where is ethylene? Ethylene's over this way. So if anything, that's going to be the trickiest part. What are you? You're methane. Okay. Weirdly, this actually lines up terribly for the methane, even though you're in line, but that's precisely because you're in line. Let's see. I could move oxygen. I could move water. Okay. Let's move you one to the left. So that moves over. And you have to move over. There we are. And I'll just go ahead and move that underground up this way. And then do something like that. And then your output wants to connect to this compressed carbon monoxide now. Huh. Found a village before finding any animals. Average Minecraft gameplay, I guess. Finally an animal. I have the worst luck with animals in Minecraft. I usually just don't even make a bed until I'm several days in. Anyone that I've ever played with thinks that's insane. They're like, that's the first thing I do, and I'm like, man, I can't even find a sheep. Like, finding a sheep, usually I have diamond tools before I've ever found a sheep. Yeah, getting this output out is gonna be kind of a chore. Okay. Sure. Let me do that and make sure you're also correct. So now I just have to deal with you somehow. Okay, so you connect up this way. You're bringing gas down. Bringing it down. Okay. I can't move you up one. Can't really bring you up two, though I guess this can move. So I can shove you that way. Then I can bring you up two. Just feed you in that way. I suppose that works. Well, it's not the prettiest design, but it'll get the job done. Let's see, a little extra ethylene right there. And I can't really do the same for a long, long time. And even then, you're going to be on the wrong side of a whole bunch of pumps. I mean, don't get me wrong, the methane is backed up, but that's only because it's completely backed up. And once again, let's get a small pump, otherwise you will just burn all of the methane that I make, which also isn't exactly what I wanted to do. Found a sheep. Very nice. Sheep are one of the more important ones. Like finding a pig, not really all that interesting. Cow, I guess, you know, you got a source of leather now. That's kind of cool. But sheep's kind of the important one. Especially now, ever since they've made sheep able to drop food, there's just no reason not to prefer sheep. Sheep are just objectively the best. Yeah, we got all kinds of weird pipe connections going on, but I am just trying to do my best to turn some of this excess methane back into ethylene. Help some of these machines run a little bit. Which one is the methane? So methane is the 3 dots. You make 144, and you consume 167. So you only consume about enough for one machine. Bit of a shame. Even if I upgrade you, that's still only 2 machines. Wish I could tell what you're being upgraded into, because it just occurred to me there's a very real chance that could be a Chem Plant 1. No, you are a Chem Plant 2. Go ahead and upgrade you at least, and that will allow me to get another speed mod in you, if nothing else. There we are. And yeah, this guy isn't even running. You're not even connected to a pump. Let's just go ahead and get rid of you. You are not very useful. There we go. And that should be all good. Some deep slate generated on the surface. That's weird. Later I can automate cows to automate beef to automate stuffed potatoes. That's... you know, I know this is common knowledge, but everyone has to hear it for the first time at some point, but it was the automation aspect of Minecraft, modded Minecraft, that inspired Factorio, and sometimes there's still nothing quite like the automations you can make in Minecraft to just scratch that particular itch. Sometimes you just need to make stuff in Minecraft. That's benzene, propene. So, okay, propene is at least full up to this point. Yeah, okay, I've at least got the pipes full of propene this way. So, top up 40%. Go ahead and raise you to like 60%, I think. I have it set to top up because we get propene from over this direction. No, we void propene this direction. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, where is ECH? Are you running any better? Okay, you do have a solid propene feed now, so you're finally running again. It's been a long time coming. Okay, I feel a lot better now. Finally, that's running. Hydrochloric is up and running. Okay. Let's see, how are amino acids? Still missing glycerol. Glycerol is missing ECH. You are maxed out on your one depot of ECH, so I guess I will go ahead and reduce you and get something else to request in here. I already have this line up here. Which is very much in the way of boron. What's down here? Explosives? I don't think I'm gonna need many more explosives. I really should have probably put the road down this way. A little late now. So I guess at the rate that I'm going through my my inputs, if I did ever need to move this, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Okay. I just need more depots for ECH. What if I just put them over here somewhere? About like right here. 2 more depots of ECH. Have to wait for them to get placed to request the trucks, and once the trucks are requested, it'll take a while for them to actually come in. But that's all part of the game. In you go. Stuffed potato needs 1 baked potato, 1 beef, and 1 milk bucket. Almost as good as golden carrots, just giving half a saturation less, but giving 2 more hunger. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Golden carrots. Been a while since I had to concern myself with these specifics, but I think golden carrots are 8 saturation, if I had to say. I think it was either 8 or 10. Make sure that's full stack. Yes, it is. Okay. So we will be waiting a while to get some trucks into there. But such is life. Let's see. So you're running. Glycerol is mostly running. Waiting on ECH, but now that's actually logistics drone speed. That's the problem. Because ECH down here, even though it still shows 0, that's just because we're filling this buffer first, and this buffer is filling. That is the first time I've seen ECH actually filling up. Okay, we're finally making progress on the biochemistry side of things. It's been a long time coming. Golden carrots, 7.5 saturation and 3 hunger. Okay, so more on the 8 side then. Well, I'll trust that the trucks know what they're doing. They should be bringing trucks in at some point, and that'll help ECH, and we'll be all cool. How much ECH am I producing at the moment, though? There's 16, roughly 10. I do still need to work on power, so that's going to be about 160. It's glycerol that takes you. There we are. So each one of you also takes... Okay, each one of you takes 16.5. And there's 44 of you. Okay, so it's about a 2 to 3 ratio. So I should need about 66 of the other machines. Which is a few more than I'm running right now. Yeah, I've got 16 of you. So once the new trucks pop in, I'm definitely not going to be producing enough. In fact, you can already see the contents are a little bare now. So I'm probably going to need to go make more protein again at some point. But I guess I'm finally producing enough of this that I can go ahead and start expanding again. So let's see, you have ECH out to start with. So let's copy that and just start moving you down. And yes, I'm going to be in the way of some pumps and some outfalls and such. I will just have to move you. Outfall, let's get you down this way. And let's see, you max out at like 400, so I can put just a small pump on you. And make sure you are overflow. And maybe another one over this way. Do just the same thing over here. Let's actually make sure I upgrade all these pipes. I could automate steak and potatoes, which gives 609.5 saturation. It only needs 1 baked potato, 1 beef, 1 bowl, 1 onion, and 1 cooked rice. Why are you unhappy? Okay, that's because I plugged you directly into the tank. Let's fix that, I guess. I will have to move you out of the way. And then let's get a pump in here. Guess I might as well put you over there. There you are. Okay. Oh, cool. But yeah, that's, a lot of the times, there was a mod, I'm trying to remember what it was called on Minecraft. I can't remember exactly, but it gave you buffs for eating a variety of food. Spice of Life, that's what it was. Spice of Life gave you buffs for eating a variety of food. And then there was another similar mod that gave you debuffs for not eating a variety of food. And if I didn't have those mods, it's so easy to wind up just making the same food, just picking one and going all in and eating nothing but that. And I always felt like that was such a waste of what was a perfectly good mechanic, like something that was interesting and otherwise fun to work with. If I move you down literally 1 square, I can also hit these plastic producers, so maybe I will just do that. Wait, why did you not place? What? Sure. Okay. I guess if I'm expanding out this way, I want another one, so where do you end? So you end on this pipe right there. So without overlapping, you would have to go here. Is that low enough? Yes it is, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Let's get that in place, and then that will produce a little more ECH at least. When I eat one thing, I eat one thing. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. Yeah, that's usually how it lines up. Like, if I don't have some reason to branch out and make more of the foods, then it's like, I don't know, man, why would I branch out and eat more of the foods? It does seem like brine is backing up pretty quickly. Is that because I need more electrolyzers, or am I just good? Chlorine is looking pretty full, so if I added more electrolyzers, I might be in trouble. We're also already venting chlorine, and the only place this hydroxide goes is to be made into caustic solution, which I'm also avoiding. So you would just add more power demand for literally no benefit. Might as well just dump the extra brine. In fact, where is caustic? If you only serve to generate extra caustic solution, well, and I guess extra chlorine, then maybe what I will do is I will grab a... Let me think about how I want to do this. Yeah, let's grab a comparator here. Just shove you, like, over this side. Can't quite make that jump, huh? Can't quite make that jump. That's surprising. Can I make a jump from there? No. Where are you? Okay, you're connected to the splitters, right? I can't make a jump over to you. Okay. I could go across the machines, I guess. Could connect to a random inserter. Yeah, I just don't like connecting to random things, so I guess I'll just have to place, like, a random power pole over here. Just trying to figure out where it's, like, the least bad. Let's see, what if I connect you together? Where am I even trying to go? Okay, I'm trying to go to the electrolyzers. So that gives me caustic, though actually I don't want to go straight to the electrolyzers. I wanted to do that from the beginning. Never mind, I'm just silly like that. What I did want, though, is a connection to chlorine, which is going to be a little more of an adventure. Yeah, I didn't think that one was going to go quite so smoothly. Let's get you there. Okay, so that gives me chlorine. Bring that down. No, you are not going to be quite so happy. Yeah, that's the challenge here. Okay. Well, I could always just move this one. So then I have to get a connection to ECH. Okay, what if I moved you, like, a little more over this way? Could I connect into there? No. ECH, connect into you. I already tried that. Yeah, there's just no good way to do this, I guess. The lines just will not cooperate. Let's go this way. And then I can just connect into there rather than this whole snaking deal this way. Okay, so the whole reason I wanted to do that, now I have chlorine. I will have caustic solution. I'll even have ECH if I want it. So you produce caustic by way of sodium hydroxide, and you produce chlorine. So if I'm full on chlorine and caustic, I don't want these to run at all. So chlorine, caustic, and let's say just 200k for each. Then let's output, usually I like enable signals rather than disable signals, so let's actually flip you around to be less thans, and then output a green check mark. So, right, you are not outputting anything at the moment, that is correct. And then you guys only run with a green check mark. There we go. That way, stop wasting power, and I stop wasting my chlorine capacity on you guys. In the end game, I could just dupe everything, including food, so having to eat different food would just become go into one room, get the food, and you got the food. Yeah. Found a lush cave without going into the caves. Azalea tree always has lush cave under it. That it does. That's always a fun a fun one to spot. But yeah, really what I meant about the food earlier is that if I don't have some incentive to make other foods, I'll wind up with something like, you know, Pam's Harvest Craft or something that makes like 4,000 different foods or however many. There's like 300 different plants you can grow and whatever, and I'll wind up picking just like the very first one I come across and then just hard committing to that one. I'll be into end game and eating like raw carrots or something. If I don't have a reason to pick a different food, then I just won't. Let's see. Don't think brine is backing up. Yeah, I think we are keeping up with that just fine. I might go ahead and add one more outfall just in case. Actually, there's room for one right there, so I might as well add one right there. And then you guys should be perfectly fine for a long, long time. Speaking of which, it does look like this is still keeping up, so I will try and make just a little more production over this way. And by a little more, I mean like another 50% of what I originally had over here. So you are like perfectly at the end of that machine. So the next one would have to go here, and if I'm placing that there, then it really doesn't make any sense to do that if I don't just grab more machines and keep them coming. So might as well keep them coming. There we go. And let's get some landfill down this way. Oh, cool. Okay, so that should be ECH for a little while. I'm sure I'm going to run out of something with that much extra capacity, but a little more ECH is more than welcome. Alright, I've been working on this for a little while, so let me look and see what my current checkpoints are. So I do need to produce calcium, and I need to produce tritium, though I don't think I can do that until this. Yes, so you're the research that allows me to make tritium. I do need to make batteries also. Should probably get on both of those. So let's do calcium first. I have most of what I need to make the tier 2 batteries. Lithium is most of the difficulty there. Other than that, I just need iron filings, which is iron rods, so that's no big deal. Phosphoric acid, which I make. Capacitors, batteries, graphene, yeah, all that's decently easy. Calcium, I believe, just comes from calcium carbonate. Calcium chloride, sorry. So calcium chloride makes calcium and chlorine. No, why does everything make chlorine? Please stop making chlorine. Okay. Calcium chloride makes calcium and chlorine. Okay, I can do that in my original chlorine area. I don't know how much calcium I'm actually going to need for anything. Guess I should probably check. So let's see, calcium box can be made from 20 calcium, right? Or I can just make you, which is how you make calcium. So I need you for pylon 3s, I need you for titanium 2, and I need you for steel 2. Interesting. I might eventually switch to titanium. I don't know if I'd ever switch to the steel recipe, just because that would be such a pain to set up. But yeah, do I really even need... Like, the only thing I see calcium useful for is maybe titanium. Yeah. So, I don't know how much titanium I would ever really need, but it is 4 calcium boxes to 5 titanium boxes, so nearly 1-to-1, and running this recipe produces even more chlorine. Granted, the calcium chloride is a chlorine sink, kind of. And you produce lime, though it takes lime to make calcium chloride, so I don't know if we actually... I don't know what the trade-off is there. Anyway, let's just go get it set up. Guess I should have looked to see what machine you're in. Hold on. Yeah, that's just the boxed recipe. Hold on. Electrolyzers. Okay, so let's get a electrolyzer in here. I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. So this is my little calcium chloride setup right here. I guess I could get a belt that snakes over this way somewhere, or maybe down here or something. I could also just have it delivered, and that might be smarter. I already have a chlorine pipe right here. Yeah, I kind of like this better, actually. This area is not really being used for anything. I could bring you in this way. Though that does make it a little trickier to get products in and out, so I might go down here. Let me see if I can copy this setup at all. Just horizontally flip you, and use you as a guideline. Okay, you do perfectly fit. You just barely fit. But you do fit. Okay. So let's make calcium. And there we go. What are those cars near the beginning of the video? Let's see. I'm assuming you mean these guys up here. These are logistics drones from the transport drones mod, and they work very similarly to logistics bots, except they have a much higher carry capacity, they're a little slower, and they have to go on the road. They can also transport liquids, and sometimes they dance. Like whatever that was, where they were spinning in circles, sometimes they just do that. But like you can see them right here bringing a whole bunch of salt in, and they're just going to drop it off over here. Those in particular looked like they were hardly carrying anything. That's because they're still set up in an old way. I have an active provider down here somewhere. There it is. So yeah, I'd really like to change how this works at some point, but I haven't been bothered yet. Let's see. Okay, so this area is coming together. Let's go ahead and reverse this output belt. I might also go ahead and rip up this road right here and then connect to this road over here instead, which might seem like a very minor difference, but I don't think I'd have room to actually interact over here. Like, for these guys, they can take their input in from the left. For you, you're going to need both input and output on the right, so I need just that little more room. Like, you can just output, that wouldn't be that difficult, or underground for your output. Let's say I put something here. Maybe you can be the one that undergrounds, and you can just go this way. And then I'll feed your input in here. And then the calcium can come out this way. Let's get a request depot. Line you up with this guy down here. And a supply depot. You can try and go right here. Does that work? It does actually work. Surprising. Could I put you on here, just out of curiosity? Kinda looks like... No, there's no inserter room. Could move you in by one, maybe, but then... Could I put you up here? I could maybe make that work, actually. Now that I'm actually looking at it. And that way I don't have to break the pattern. I can just keep this coming down. And I would prefer that. Like, if I could do that, I would like to. So you go there, break all this, break you. All of this moves forward a square. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So you input, so down and down. Let's go up and up. And then I can just copy you for the output this way. Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help. So you need... Let's just give you, like, 4 trucks. I don't think I'm gonna need very many in here. Allow logistics. Everything else looks cool, okay. Oh, I have to set your request. That's probably a good idea. So, you are calcium chloride. You have no power, somehow. That's because you're not a substation. I think I can fix that. Hey, how you doing, man? How's the latest Factorio run doing? Power poles still not my friend. Can't really get a substation in here without breaking some of the stuff, so just have to deal with those power poles, I guess. Going good. Love to hear. Let's see. Let me get a sip of water real quick. Okay, presumably the trucks are on their way, they just have quite a distance to travel to get down here. Once that is in place, the calcium chloride will be sent from up there down to here. That is your only input. That'll start making calcium. Actually, funny enough, that is just calcium. I thought I made calcium boxes. I can make calcium boxes. That would take boxed calcium chloride, of course, which I am not at all set up for. So I guess I don't care. If anything, it's probably a good thing that you are just regular calcium chloride. Oh, what you been playing? Okay, that was the delivery of the trucks themselves. Now we need the steam, which is right there. And now you go off and get a delivery. So I am just kind of waiting to make sure this all works correctly. I do also, of course, need to get the chlorine connected. So there's chlorine going off that way. There's also chlorine going off that way. And funny enough, I think it might be easier to connect to chlorine over here on the left. Let's go ahead and see what I can do. I bring this pipe up to right here, and then bring you down. Yeah, that works just fine. Oh, and connect in the corner, of course. Railway Empire and Railway Empire 2. Both of them, huh? Can't say I've ever given them a try myself, but I've played similar sounding games, so I certainly know the appeal. Just trying to neaten up some of this area a little bit. I've been trying to fill in all these weird little swampy areas recently. Just because they're always kind of a pain to build in and around. Like, all this through here, I really would rather it just not be like this. Oh, don't go over the road, because it does replace the tiles. But yeah, anyway, I'm not going to do this all day, and then you do make mistakes sometimes. I said I'm not going to do this all day, and then continue to do it all day. There we go. Okay, so that should be a little better. And then, of course, I missed this part right here. Let's fill that in. Okay. Anyway, are you running? Yes, you are. That's all I wanted to see. We have calcium building up. That should have already given me the checkpoint. Yes, it did. Most similar to Transport Fever 2. Yeah, like, I've played my fair share of transport games before. Always a good time. So I could make you boxed. And I do kind of like the idea of trying to migrate more towards more and more boxed recipes, just so I take up a little less room. At the same time, how many of these am I really going to need? like I need you for robot frame 3s. And if I move over to this new purple science recipe, I would need you. But then, like, does anything else take you just normally? Yes, so I do need them unboxed also. So if I need them unboxed, I might as well start making them unboxed. And if I really, truly need them boxed later, then I can always just work on that. Yeah, okay, so let's see. So, graphene, lithium, capacitor, battery, iron filings, phosphoric acid. Iron filings, 8 from 5, but you do need nitrogen. So it's not a horrible idea to try and ship those in, maybe. It does also seem like I'm not able to keep up with climate science, funny enough. I think I have plenty enough of this chelating agent now, so let me see if I can't just expand you. Unfortunately, you are right in the way. And I believe you are actually a grid roboport. So I can't really just move you. So let's see. I guess that's fine. I have my volcanic gas connection right there anyway. So you go off this way somewhere. I'll remake that when I actually need you. I want to start with wastewater on the left. So something like here. And let's see where that gets me. So I could start as soon as right there. And just trade out that underground for that piece right there. All the pipes are connected except for you. Let's get that in. Then you need a connection. Inserters really could alternate. There we go. Pipe extents are angry at me for reasons. Okay, you do go a pretty good distance, it seems. Like, I could just upgrade these pipes, and it wouldn't be much of a big deal. Yeah, let me just try to upgrade some of these pipes. See how that works. I'm gonna hit a bunch of random stray pipes along the way. Don't really mind. I would like to eventually get all of these pipes upgraded anyway, so that's not a travesty. Also, somehow I have the wrong landfill selected. So let me come down here and overwrite all of this with the correct landfill. Really hard to see where it is, but I think I got all of it. It's not like I have 370 hours in the original. 100 hours in the second, better and more refined one, in my opinion, and it has a lot of gameplay and quality of life improvements. I mean, you would typically hope that the sequel would, though I've definitely played my fair share of sequels that are actually just straight up worse. One of the most egregious examples that comes to mind off the top of my head was Supreme Commander. There was Supreme Commander, it was an RTS game. I put many hundreds of hours into that game, don't ask me why, I just did. I wasn't ever particularly good at it, I just enjoyed playing it. Like, I could walk circles around the in-game AI, but if I ever tried to play against, like, someone who's actually good at the game, I would not last 20 minutes. Let's see. Okay, this pump does actually get power, but this one I don't think does. No, it's one off. Yeah, that's a shame. Otherwise, I'd get rid of this power pole. I'm still kind of trying to figure out if I can or not. I don't think I can. Oh well. But anyway, there's the original game, a DLC, both great, good, sure, fun. But then there was a Supreme Commander 2, and that game was a train wreck. That was not a good time. Why are you still so unhappy? Did I miss pipe somewhere? There's pipe right there. I was thinking that this wasn't all that much, so I wasn't sure why it was quite so mad. All of that's done. That's done. That's done. Just double checking. Okay. As soon as this gets replaced, I should be fine. There we go. Okay, everything's happy again. Let's see, originally I had how many machines? 6. I added 4. Let's add 2 more so that I have officially doubled everything. Let's just grab from you and pop you over there. Okay, should be fine. Yep, does look like a single purple inserter is now beginning to struggle, so might as well upgrade you as well. Which means I probably want to upgrade the output up here. It's roughly a 1-to-1 input to output, so if I need more science pack input, then I'll need more agent output, was my thinking. And finally, get rid of some of these horrible power poles. There we are. And hopefully that's enough climate science to keep everything supplied now. Though maybe that'll just show weakness in some other science pack. Let's see, I do have blues in all of you. Blues building up. Building up. Okay, so that should be fine. Should be fine. Alright, batteries. What are batteries even made in? Probably chemical plants. Can't tell if I'm blind or just can't find them. Let's see. Oh, right, you're in equipment. That is true. You're made in nanofabricators. Of course you are. I guess that gives me extra module slots, if nothing else. Okay, nanofabricators, let's see what you got. I'm gonna put you below titanium. Not gonna squeeze titanium out, though. I'd also try and do it in, like, this kind of column. So I was trying to preserve that for more, like, resource refining. But at this point, I think I pretty much lost that thread. Kind of anything goes at this point. So what if I bring you down? And then I'll put batteries in, like, this square, or even this square, actually. I do want to reserve this for more resource running, like, if need be. So I'll put batteries on this side. Some things have been removed, but the gameplay works well, as other things have been added to compensate for the losses, and has generally improved the balance of the game. It's always a difficult thing whenever sequels change with core gameplay stuff, but at the same time, if they didn't change at all, a lot of the times I wind up feeling like, I don't know, why would I play the sequel then, if it's just exactly the same as the original? So it is a tricky thing to get right. Just trying to landfill in all of this area. At least give me a good buffer against the road. There we go. Okay. Just because I am going to be building in here, and I'd rather go ahead and get all of this land filled in and ready for me, rather than having to wait for the bots to landfill it in as I'm building. And again, if I actually wind up needing the water, I can always just remove the landfill. So, let's see. Nanofads. That's you. So I don't want to do right in the corner. Let's start right about there. See how that goes. So you're going to be making batteries. You are going to be making batteries, aren't you? Okay, once again, and equipment. Okay, I always forget you're up there for some reason. I might need to move you down just a smidge, since you do take so many inputs. Let's try right there. Let's get modules loaded in. There you are. And rotate you all around the correct orientation. In fact, I might rotate you around this way so that I can try and get your fluid in from the bottom. That allows me maximum topside access for your input items, which you will need 3 belts for. So let's see, you're going to be most constrained by iron filings. And then it's kind of a toss-up between all the other items. So I guess it doesn't really matter beyond iron filings. I just want to make sure they are on the first belt. Go ahead and get the inserters marked in. So we'll do short, medium, long. And then reverse it for you. And then carry that pattern down the whole way. There we go. All cool. Improved flexibility in the construction of tracks is nice, especially where before it did not allow the construction of more than 2 tracks in parallel with bridges and tunnels. No major gameplay changes. Didn't allow more than 2 tracks in parallel with bridges and tunnels. Like, how do you mean? Like you just couldn't build more than 2 tracks next to each other? Like, I guess I'm thinking largely still in Factorio terms, where you just have rails that you pop down next to each other and it just won't allow more than 2 sets to be nearby. So much water in this area, I keep finding myself wanting to just fill it in all the time, but let's focus. So you come down this way, and I think I actually want to horizontally flip you. And if I'm gonna do that, I guess I should put the pipes in first, but if I'm gonna do that, then I will just copy and paste that the whole way down. There you are. And then, like so. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 requesters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The very last requester. Maybe very first. Or I could just move one of the requesters down this way, I guess. Trying to figure out where my fluid input was going to go. But honestly, I think it makes the most sense to just put you right there. As long as I still have room to put you there. Yes, I do. Okay, I have isotope separation. That's going to allow me to make tritium now. So I can take wastewater and separate you into heavy water. Another recipe that takes wastewater. That's just so weird to me. Okay, so I actually need to start collecting wastewater soon. Like looking at the ratios here, 750 wastewater gives 1 heavy water, and then 30 heavy water only gives 1 tritium. So that's gonna be something. Okay. So pretty much as soon as I'm done with this, I'm gonna want to go set that up. So iron filings. Can I just find you in here? Yes, iron filings. As these come in, I also want to make sure I'm requesting trucks in. Oh, and it looks like they all got placed. Maybe let's reduce that a smidge. Usually I find it better to increase limits as they're needed rather than trying to wildly overestimate them from the beginning. Just making sure I did full stack on all of those, and as soon as you get placed, I'll do the same for you. And okay, how much do you need? Not even 1 per second. What is your ratio though? So you are like a more than 3 to 1, even with the productivity modules. So yeah, that's a lot of iron filings into you. It is a lot. Okay. I might, especially since this is only going to be half a belt, go ahead and upgrade you to a blue belt, just to help as much as I can. Then we're going to have 3 inserters outputting over here. Let's see. Right and right. Then left, left. All cool. But I do want to make sure you all output to the left side of your belt, because you will eventually be merged anyway. Though maybe it would help. Like I can put you on different sides of the belt, since you are going to be merging anyway, and maybe that would help something. So actually, since you're going to be going that way, what if I did that instead? So top and bottom. And let's just go down the line. So next thing would be tier 1 batteries, which will also be equipment. So let's get you in here. Then capacitors. After that is lithium and then graphene. So let's go ahead and grab those. So lithium and graphene. There we go. Which I'm sure can all be single blue inserters from this point. And if not, then I will just have to see what I can do. I could just make iron filings their own belt, actually. There's no reason you have to be mixed. I was thinking you had 6 input items, but you only actually have 5. So, in that case, I can do this. There we are, and then just make sure you are offset. And then the same for you. Can I move all of this? Not really. What if I just had you drop one diagonally? There you are. Okay, maybe one more. And then you can also pick up diagonally. There you go. Reason being, I want to be able to curve before the pickup, so I want to be able to enter at least there. Okay, and now none of you have power, so let's come in here and replace you with substations. There we go. Okay. And what was this? This is one of the acids. Phosphoric acid. Phosphoric acid. Let me just double check. Phosphoric acid, yes. Okay. By parallel, I mean two things touching each other side by side. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, like, you could do that, and you could still do that, or that, but you couldn't do that. That's how I understand what you're describing. Oh yeah, I have to actually connect you. Would probably be a good idea. So, down and down, up and up, and then let's just get the pipe connected. Oh yeah, and all these connections have to be made as well. That would probably make sense. So what are we missing? We have trucks in here, but no lithium. Graphene's on its way. We do have capacitors. We have batteries. We don't have iron filings, but that makes sense because I don't put them in a supplier. So why not lithium? I should have an incredible amount of lithium. I have boxed lithium. Okay. I can deal with that. Let me put you over there. Change your recipe to be the lithium one. Move you over there. Get another inserter here. You can probably be purple. And then let's get a boxer. Oh, and I guess... move you there. You only needed to move one. So you are on the inside. Let's make sure you output to the outside. And then, rather than lithium, you need to be boxed lithium. There we go. And I'm hoping you don't still get filled with graphene, just because there were graphene trucks on the way. The things added to compensate cover the same function as the thing before, but more flexible. I mean, it does sound like they made some improvements then. Just some tweaks here and there to help make everything flow a little smoother. Okay, so now we have the lithium coming in. Like the belt demonstrate, but the parallel limit only affect bridges and tunnels. Ah, only bridges and tunnels. Okay. I guess that's fair. You don't want, like, a highway of 30 different bridges laying right next to each other. It just doesn't look nice. So yeah, all we're missing now are the graphene, which I interrupted, the lithium, which is now finally on the way, and the iron filings, which don't go into a thing yet. So let me come up here. I do make iron filings. So let's see. You can literally go into a supply depot right here. I might want to give these guys priority access, but honestly, I don't expect these guys to ever really run again. So, let's just do that. So, down and down. Up and up. There we go. Might even go ahead and just upgrade the belt over this way. Not that I necessarily think we need it, and you certainly don't. I just think that I might as well have the capacity if I turn out to need it. Well, that's quite a few iron filings, I'd say. Okay, so where did I put that? I've already lost it. It's over here. That's why I have these guys. Fortunately, I don't like reading from these anymore, but I can just use the logistics count. So I'll throw you up there. Make sure you are logistics enabled. Yes, you are. No graphene yet. Can only assume that's coming soon. Yeah, there we go. So I guess they're just really far away. I might go ahead and bump you up by a couple trucks, even though I don't need very much at all. Might as well have a few more trucks capable of making that long-distance delivery. Tracks that are not bridges or tunnels are not affected by the parallel limit. That does make sense. If anything, it just seems like a nitpicky thing to keep track of for things that may not be as gameplay important, but yeah, the tunnels and bridges do make a little more sense. So I am now just missing iron filings, which are on the way. Oh, now you're placed. So let's go to equipment. Battery 2. Battery 2. And logistics. Count. Yes. I kind of don't like that I'm going to have a 2 and then a count afterwards. So maybe I can do something like that. I mean, it's good enough. As soon as I excuse me, as soon as I have battery 2s coming in, that should give me a readout of exactly what I've got. Okay, time to work on the tritium. Might as well go ahead and queue a few more things. Just keep everything moving along. Let's see. So all I need for you is the battery checkpoint. Then I'll be able to research you. What do you need? You're also battery checkpoint. You need the steel making research. Okay, let's go ahead and queue you then. I guess anything else? That does lead to a couple things. Inserter capacity. And I guess I might want to go ahead and start working towards some of these new biochem. Though I don't think I actually even make the microbiology research yet. That's why I've been avoiding it. I don't think it would be too difficult to jump into. I just don't have it yet. And I have other things to work towards. So let's definitely get the tritium on the go. The first thing that's going to be involved in tritium is just tracking down where all of my wastewater production even is. So let's see, I have a whole bunch of wastewater voiding up this direction. Do I have road anywhere up near here? I do, actually. So first things first, I'm going to make my bot a little unhappy with me, and I'm going to try and upgrade most of this into the latest tier of pipe. Mostly so I can merge all of my wastewater pipes together. Which does mean maybe I want to come down to like here, be a little more reasonable. Okay, it does look like it's going to be able to do that, which is refreshing. Usually when I try and do that, it completely fails. So let's see. Sludge treatment produces wastewater. You produce wastewater over here. So you're actually avoiding just regular water. I guess what I can do is, since I plan on sending wastewater up this direction, I can go ahead and get the fluid depot placed, and maybe even more than one. Yeah, let's start with 2 of them. And probably a large tank. I don't know if I make large tank 3s yet. Don't even know if I have the research for them, honestly. But I think a large tank 2 is probably more than sufficient. So, first things first, I don't want to remove the outfalls that have wastewater on them, but I do want to modify them. So, the first thing that I should do is go ahead and connect all of the wastewaters together. And where do you come in? So you come in from there. What if I connect you there? Just connect into there. I know there's another wastewater. Maybe that is it though. Yeah, okay, maybe it was just those 2. Well, I know there's more up this way, but you come down and connect into this line, which does connect into you still. Okay. So then I might go ahead and just get rid of you. So these guys down here are all outfall 1s to begin with. And now that there's only one way that you come in here, I can just move this back. Throw an overflow pump on you. Just to make sure my, main power doesn't back up or anything. That would be unfortunate. And maybe just upgrade like 2 of you on the end there. Actually, maybe I'll do these 2, and then I can just get rid of some of these. Start cleaning up a little bit. So let's see, that is all of this wastewater looped in together. This is a one-way valve. I don't think I want you anymore. Let's get rid of you. Not that I think that's strictly necessary, but I just don't need it. Let's see, we have you all the way up here. How am I going to get you up there? I actually already have a wastewater pipe right here. So let's go ahead and start upgrading wherever you come from. Oh, you're this guy. Okay. That was the wrong upgrade. There we go. So now you can resume. Yeah, you're being upgraded incorrectly. Let's actually downgrade you. So I don't really think you matter all that much. Okay, where does this go? This goes down this way. More down here. And then into here. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Just that specifically. Okay, so wastewater. Let's get you up that way. Okay, so that connects in. Let's make the corner. And then you are max length. What if I just connected right there? And then, what are you? You're something else. I don't think you connect to anything. Let's just get rid of you. Okay, oh cool. I think we're good. So that'll bring the wastewater up this way, and then we can start providing it up here. Hey, welcome back. How's it going with the game? Game's going pretty cool. Right now, I am, of all things, trying to figure out where all of my wastewater sources are, because I've just found out that's apparently an important resource. Like, I'm dumping wastewater up this way, and I'm trying to figure out how I can actually collect that wastewater so that I can send it all to a central area. Though this one might produce so little wastewater that I might just not worry about it. How about this one over here? Yeah, like, there's 3 dumps worth of wastewater this way, so I would like to be able to collect this centrally somewhere and make use of it. The reason being, if I pull up a recipe somewhere, so wastewater here, there's actually quite a few recipes that use you. Let me see. So 750 wastewater, which is quite a lot, can be made into one heavy water, and then I need to take 30 heavy water, and each 30 heavy water produces 1 tritium. And then tritium is used in enriching uranium and in making fusion cells. So I probably want a little bit of a stockpile of this. Go ahead and get these pipes upgraded as well. Everything down the bottom here. Go ahead and get a overflow pump set up this way. I do want to leave the fluid dumps because I'm under no illusion that I will be able to use all of this wastewater forever. I'm sure it will stop at some point, and then I'll need to do something with it. But for the time being, I would like to make use of it. Why are you so angry at me? Oh, I did connect you straight into the tank. That is my bad. I'll even go ahead and upgrade you. Why not? You can be a pump too. You have no power. Let's get you some power. Okay, there we go. You also have no power. I'm kind of used to just having substations scattered all over, so not having power feels weird. There's a road right down this way. So I suppose I could just run this down. Gonna be very much in the way when I try to do anything else in this area, but I'll worry about that when I come to it, I guess. So once again, let's grab like 2 of these fluid depots, maybe? I don't know exactly how many I'm gonna need, so I'll overbuild just a little bit. Get another large tank in here. And a pump, just to separate the pipe network from the tank. Don't think you need to be a tier 2 pump, but you know what? We're just having fun. Maybe that's a bit too much fun. Maybe that's a little silly. Okay, so that's all gonna work. This pump will need power, but there's substations all over actually, so you're doing just fine. Just waiting on that to get placed, and then this should start filling up. I do just want to make sure that I did do everything correctly. Oh, come on, little guy, you got this? And there we go. Okay, so that is now filling with wastewater. Very good, okay. There's several other places that I have wastewater, like over here, for example. at least this one's already in a decently large network. Let's go ahead and get rid of you. And I suppose, same deal. Let's find a place for a large tank. Like I guess right here would do, though I would need room for a pump. Let me see where I could fit a pump in. Oh, just like right there. Just to keep the lines separated once again. And then fluid depots. And I'll just keep with the pattern so far of providing 2 fluid depots. There we go. And then you, rather than escaping immediately, need an overflow pump. Okay, so you can still void when needed, but we will store all of the wastewater possible from you. Let's also get you up there. I know, I'm awful. Oh, I connect on top. That is a problem. Let's just move you. Honestly, you can just go back there, I guess. As long as you reach. You do reach perfectly. That is a perfect length, okay. Actually, how am I gonna get this wastewater up here? Because you're kind of right in the way. Maybe all of this, before it actually does anything, needs to move over a smidge. I'll move you over a smidge as well. And the reason being, that way I can just bring this pipe down this way. And there we go, we've got wastewater right there. Make sure this whole length is the correct tier of pipe. Oh, and everything down this way as well. Since you're all interconnected. And these guys, where do you come from? Wastewater from these guys, okay. So once again, let's get all of these pipes upgraded. I don't expect to be able to upgrade this many pipes for quite a long time. But I will go ahead and mark it, and we'll start working on it. So just like with the other guys, let's add an overflow this way. Okay, so wastewater right here. Can I run you up? That's actually a shockingly clear length of pipe. Doesn't work so well right there. And then you want to connect into the tank, which is kind of the last thing that I want to do. As much as I would like to connect you into this main area, maybe that's fine though. Like 1, 2, 3 right there. If I put a pump here to separate the pipe extents, then I could just put an underground here and connect straight into the tank, and I don't see any problem with that actually. You have your own fluid dumping down here. You don't need to make use of these guys. I guess that works. You're a little harder to deal with though. Okay. So, hello buddy. How you doing? Let's move you down this way. So suppose I bring this pipe this way. Actually, what is this pump for? You are completely unnecessary at this point. So let's get rid of you and replace you with an underground down this way. Just to make this area a little nicer to look at. Okay, so I can bring that up here. I can get a tank up this way. Let's work backwards. Let's do the fluid depots first. And maybe leave one gap since we do have the chlorine guys here. Ooh, I don't want anything quite that big. Okay. So large tank. Get the connecting pipe in. And this pipe wants to come up this way. Could I do here instead? Not really, actually. What do I do here? Like, technically I could. Though, again, that's kind of awful. I don't really have good options here. Because this wants to come up, like, right here, unfortunately. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll put my pump right there, and then you can connect in that way. And then I have a whole bunch of these fluid dumps spread across the whole way this way, and I don't even know if these pipes are all connected. No, you're not. So let's go ahead and get you connected. Okay, so you do connect this way at least. We just don't connect this way fully. And let's see, that's 3 fluid outfall 2s. Let's move you down at least this far. Okay. Connect you all together. And then you're gonna have a overflow pump like right here. And that should be plenty. And then as I need more, I can just continue extending the line. In fact, I might as well just go ahead and put another one just to future-proof a little bit. Okay. And you're going just fine. Those are filling up with wastewater. Wait, didn't I just do you? Okay, so you're 1 lower. I think I'll just get rid of that wastewater dumping since I have excess wastewater dumping up this direction. You want to be right in the middle of all these belts. That's inconvenient. Should I bring you up this way instead? Yes, I can, actually. And then just connect you right there. Look at that. Okay, so that's going to give me wastewater storage, wastewater dumping. What are you? You're turning wastewater into saline water and sludge. Do I need saline water for some reason? Yes, actually. Yes, I do. Trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. So, sludge. Where's the, where did this system start from? So you have fresh water. Okay, so I'm feeding off the wastewater from these guys to make saline water. But that's all this area is for, is producing saline water. I think at this point in time, this is no longer what I want to do. So first things first, let's take this wastewater. And can I send it up here? There's a wastewater connection right there. Is that what I want to do though, or do I just want my own wastewater? I think it's probably better to just do my own wastewater connection at this point. We're a little crowded, though. That is also a consideration here. If I were to try and run you, I would have to run you quite far. And through other builds and stuff, and it's kind of gross. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of either approach, honestly. Yeah, I certainly didn't anticipate having to get my wastewater in here. That was not something I was planning around. I could put storage on the left side, I suppose. Or just like right here. Like in theory, I could put a tank right here, underground that belt. And then output down here. I think that's acceptable. Okay, so all of this in here has to go. That's... Like, before I do anything else, let's just make sure all of this is ripped out. Yeah, I want to keep you. But all of that goes. Okay. I think I did that correctly. I will have to get new hydroplants in here for the saline water supply, of course, but I will deal with that in just a second. In fact, let me just not deconstruct you. Instead, change your recipe to saline water. I think that's the only one that produces saline water here. I could also just make you from salt, but yeah, I think it's just the seawater one is good enough. And that's going to produce extra wastewater for me as well. So I see that as a win-win. Ah, parallel tracks reduce cost. That does make sense. Let's get a pump into you. Okay. So all this feeds up into here. That's fine. You're gonna make wastewater as well. So let's make you the 1 tall, I guess. Then saline is the 2 tall, and then just naturally fits into place. Connect you together. Connect you together. How much saline water do you need? Practically none. Okay. So I probably don't even need this many machines, but that's how many were already here, so whatever. Okay, so let's do that, and each of you needs 240, not that I, again, need nearly that much. So let's see, you're 125, you're 240. This is 500. Okay, so it's 1 to 2. So there you go. I kind of didn't want to do that. That's trying to place a road, which I think is kind of cheaty. I would much prefer you just rip up the landfill. And then I can put you there. If tracks are parallel, it reduces cost with bridges and tunnels. Yeah, gotcha. Like, I suppose that makes sense, especially if you have parallel tunnels. It does seem like it would make it considerably easier, as opposed to just... Wait, that thought didn't make any sense. What I was thinking is, yes, it does seem like making a single tunnel a little wider should be cheaper than making 2 entirely separate tunnels. That does make sense. Okay, and then you come down into here. Oh, why did you get rid of my ghosts? There we go. Okay, so you do have proper voiding though, correct? We do have voiding up this way. Let's see, that is 1600. Oh yeah, that will be plenty because you produce practically no wastewater of any kind. You also produce basically none, so yeah, this whole area, if anything, really the only wastewater I'm ever going to get out of here is from this seawater filtration. Which, you know, is still something, but maybe not quite as much as I was thinking I was going to get. But I guess it'll add up over time. Okay, so those guys are cool. We've done most of them. I'm not going to do this for too much longer, but I know I make wastewater up here, and I should be able to get that out relatively easily. So I already have an overflow on you. That's because I send wastewater. Nope, that is wastewater output. So wastewater comes over here. And it's cycled into saline water and sludge. Okay. And then that sludge actually is what I make you out of. And then the sludge comes up this way. Oh no, okay, I bring sludge in from this way. Okay, so I actually don't need you for sludge. So I can actually just get rid of all this. Yeah, that goes away. The sludge goes away. Get rid of the sludge pipes over here. There we go. Brine I need to keep. No idea where the saline water pipe just went. It just kind of evaporated into thin air. I know it did exist. Okay. Well, anyway, that's one more source of wastewater if this ever runs. Wouldn't count on it, but it exists. So let's see. Wastewater. Okay, so that is on overflow. Except for you, but I can just get rid of you. You're in outfall 1. If I just upgrade literally even one of these guys, that more than makes up for it. Just trying to find the best place to get that out. I have another wastewater over here. You're much closer to a road, so maybe I'll try and bring you up over that way. In which case it would be really cool if I could move you up literally like one space. Let's just do that. I think that's substantially better. And then I can move pump up. I'd really need to move the pump up at least to here, which means you would need to move again. I'd put you there, and then you there. Okay. Okay, I think I finally got it. So now wastewater can come out this way. Oh, but not there. Okay. Let me zoom out a bit. Where am I? So I want to go up to that level, so I can afford to move up a little bit. And up another bit is no crime. Perfect. Look at that. That lines up perfectly. Okay. So let's move. Yeah, I might just ditch that entirely, and then have you come over and connect into here. In which case, maybe it's not as perfect as I initially thought. I can just move you up. That's hydrogen. That's wastewater. And now you can connect in. There we go. Okay, so that gives me a wastewater line right here. Let's get a pump and then a large tank. So I'll probably put you like right here. Okay. And then provider tanks. And I'm still doing 2. I don't really know why myself. It's just what I've been doing the whole time, so why change now? You're also wastewater, but you don't look connected. How odd. Go ahead and try and upgrade some of these pipes through here. Oh yeah, there's a lot of pipes to be upgraded through here. And then down this way as well. Okay, that should give me the whole wastewater system through that way. And then all I have to do is connect you together. Go ahead and get you to underground out of my way. There we are. Back can connect in. You, you're all outfall 1s. I guess that's fine. I'll just put a pump on you. And again, make you overflow. Just like you are. What are you down here? So you are another one of these wastewater filtration guys. What are you for? Like why do you exist? What is your input? I'm not sure, honestly. What are you for? I have a pump coming down. This is wastewater. Where do you come from? Okay, you come from this area. Once again, go ahead and start upgrading these pipes, just because I know I'm gonna need to. I doubt I'm gonna need these pipes to be upgraded, but I might as well have them upgraded, just in case. So is that all I'm doing? Am I just bringing wastewater down and trading it to reduce the volume and then dumping it out? I guess I am also producing a little bit of water over this way for something. And maybe using you for saline water? Because there is a saline water pipe here. Let's see, that just comes back up into this area though, so it's not like it's important. I just happen to have somewhere to send the saline water. So yeah, I think all of this exists just to get rid of wastewater. Is that really right? Like, that sure doesn't feel right. Does anything actually produce sludge? Okay, I do have sludge from this area. Okay, so that's what you're for. So you are a sludge area that then is just turned into wastewater. And I also happen to produce water here, which also makes wastewater. Okay. Okay, you already have an overflow on you, so you're doing you know, you're fine. So I can get rid of this extra pipe up this way. All of this can go. And then that means all of this saline pipe can go. There we are. Okay. So now we have the wastewater pipe. If I break you, how far down can you go? You can come all the way down to here. Very nice. Okay. Oh, that's because you're right there. We're separated by a pump here. Don't think I really want to do that. Don't think I care. Okay, bring that down and connect in. Okay, so where does that get me? We still have wastewater here. Sludge is building up. You come up this way, connect in, and connect into these guys. I think I might just run you upwards. Into right here. There we are. That gives you, since I took away some of the capacity for dealing with wastewater down there, this will give added dumping capacity when it's needed, but it also allows me to just bring you up here and put you into this tank with no added difficulty. I believe you are also an area set up just for dealing with wastewater, pretty much. Like, you're making saline water, which produces wastewater, and this is just here to deal with that wastewater. So I think I can get rid of all of this stuff up top entirely. Yeah, all you produce is wastewater. And you produce saline water, which is what we're producing down here anyway. So all of this can go. Yeah, none of that's actually important anymore. So that saline water connects. You're still cool. You need substations. Go ahead and get rid of some of these power poles. Hopefully, I won't need them again later. Okay, there we go. And let's get substations in here. That's surely not right. Well, we'll see. Whatever. Where do you go? Okay. So you go there. You're there. So it kind of looks like the next substation wants to be about there. It may not be exactly perfect, but it's good enough. It'll give everything power. That's all I really care about. Okay, so each one of you makes 40. I have just under 20 of you, which means we need just under 800 dumping. So I will go ahead and make another one, unless I can connect you into somewhere, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So let's bring you down there. Connect you like so. You get an overflow pump right there. Maybe I'll bring that in a little bit. I do have to avoid that connection down there though, so maybe it does make more sense. Just do that. A little cleaner. The road's right on the other side. There's no good way to connect into you, really. So I might do something like this. And once again, large tank. 2 fluid depot providers, just because why not? Okay, and you. You are also wastewater. I could just send you down. Yeah, why not? Let's just bring you into the middle of the tracks right here. And just send you straight down. There we go. Okay, so let's go look at pipes. So, 144, so you are still connected to red pipe. Yep, there's a red pipe right there. Just tracing out your connections, seeing if I can spot any other mistakes I might have made somewhere. Like, you go way off this way also. So if I missed anywhere, it would be quite inconvenient. Oh, I missed a corner there. Make sure that gets connected. You're also connected to something you're not meant to be, because you're at exactly 144. Oh yeah, I just didn't follow you up this way, so... right there, get you upgraded. Is that? No, okay, so you're fine. You're still pipe 4. And let's see, we're not missing any pipes or anything. We're just waiting for upgrades to be made. Challenging part is that since I'm not entirely sure what upgrade needs to be made, it's hard to tell where I'm meant to be looking. So I do think my upgrades are made at this point, so let's start narrowing it down. So if I cut this, you're 144, this is 672. Okay, so let's put you back. If I come over this way, there's red pipes right here. Let's upgrade those. All those are fine. I'm willing to bet it's just those over there, because I've looked pretty thoroughly. Yeah, willing to bet it's just these right here. In fact, if I just cut that pipe, 672, yes, okay. Let's see, so there's one guy, and there's another, okay. So we should be just about good. And there we go. Everyone okay? Yes. We are at pipeline extents. Nope, that's the wrong pipe. This pipe? Yeah, there we go. 333 out of 672. So everyone is a-okay now. We're pumping in. And these guys are already full. Okay. I started working on you. Oh, you just need to be connected. There you go. And then, let's see, this one. I believe was already working since there was wastewater in there. And yeah, there you are. Make sure there's no outfalls or anything this way. Doesn't look like it, okay. Wonderful. Funny enough, you're at 532. Once I connect you, are you going to be okay? Let's see. Yep, we're going to have like 60 or so to spare on this line, but it will be okay. That's the first time I've come even anywhere remotely close to running out of pipe length on one of these tier 4 pipes. But granted, I am running all the way from here to like all the way up here. So it's going a pretty good distance. Okay, there we are. And yeah, these guys are filling up now. Very nice. I believe that is all of my wastewaters. And if not, I probably don't care. I think that's plenty of wastewater production. Now let's find somewhere that I can actually deal with all that wastewater. And also, I finally, while I'm up here thinking about it, really should start making more copy and pastes of my new power area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab this bottom line down here that I was working on before and just make another stamp of it and just work my way up and then probably make some more of the tier 1 stamps over on the left. So let's grab all of you and then place you perfectly over the side here, and then everyone else just gets replaced. I am, of course, going to need more build range. So let's grab that as well. I guess I should start from where we overlap instead. Would make a little more sense. There we are. These substations, these are substations, so hold on. Let me actually undo that. I don't actually want you guys to be, or these guys up here to be substations. So I will go ahead, find my power blueprint. And let me see. I know if I take a upgrade planner. So let me come back to character view here. I make a special upgrade planner. You're gonna upgrade from tier 1 solar to tier 2 solar. They're gonna upgrade from regular wind turbines to tier 2 turbines. And since we're getting pretty far from base and we're gonna have to do a lot of charging, I would like to upgrade from tier 1 hangars to tier 2 hangars. Okay, and now I'm going to take that upgrade planner into my... What are you? I don't need that anymore, but anyway, I'm going to bring that into you and upgrade you here. So the reason I had to do it that way is so that I wouldn't accidentally upgrade the Stirling engines or any of the solar collectors or anything. I do want to keep those tier 1. I want to keep the pylons tier 1 for now. But I do want to do that. And then you can go away. Okay, anyway, let's grab you. And let's start going this way. I've made the game very slightly unhappy with me. And there we go, that should be enough to keep everything and everyone quite busy for the foreseeable future. I do want to replace this copy and paste I did of the second layer here, just because I'm a little worried that might have messed it up. let's do that. And I'll do the second layer here as well. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, that'll keep things pretty busy for a while. But hopefully that will help with my my power situation. Hopefully I won't need to expand power again for a little while. Okay, so where am I? I still need to actually make the tritium. Just storing the wastewater isn't good enough. You know, that tracks, I guess. What is tritium actually made in? That's a pretty good question. Okay, so you're made in an electrolyzer from heavy water, which we get from a distillery, distilling wastewater. Okay. It's a pretty fast recipe, all things considered. It's going to produce a bunch of saline water and sludge. Okay, one thing at a time. So let's get a place for a bunch of distilleries. Let's try and place it somewhat centrally, so probably in this area. Don't know if this is enough room. Like, I might be boxing myself in a little too much if I try and squeeze it into here. So maybe like this level then? Not really sure. Yeah, we'll try around this level. I think that's fine. So that's the one we want. You take 300 a second. I don't really know how much supply I'm going to be able to use here. Of all things, I will be using productivity on the wastewater because I just don't generate all that much wastewater. Go ahead and clear that as well. Get that all connected in. And I suppose I should have already flipped you before I went too crazy. But anyway, let's go 1, 2, 3. 2, 1. 2, 3. 2, 1. 2, 3. 2, 1. Okay. And connect all of these guys in together. Okay, I think that's everyone connected in. Except for you, you need input. Let's get some requesters, and we're gonna want a couple of these guys. Let's start with like 3 of them. You know what? Instead of doing that, I'm actually going to put a road right here. Maybe even just go all the way across, why not? And then I'm going to request across the top. Something like that. That way, if I do need a whole bunch, I don't wind up going vertically very tall and interfering with whatever might be down below. Also, all this saline water, is there anything I can do with it? Do I have to just dump it? Like, there are quite a few places where I'm actually going through some effort to make saline water, so I would like to be able to use it if possible. I do actually request saline water, somewhere in this area, so maybe I will make a fluid provider for saline. course, I want the one for deuterium to be the primary. And then I can do saline a little below that, I guess. Also just do saline on the other side, or like up above or something. Yeah, maybe I'll actually raise deuterium up a place or two and then have... I mean, I have this whole footprint, so let's use it. Let's get deuterium hooked in first. This is deuterium, right? No, this is heavy water, so I still have to actually make the deuterium, which means I don't want to ship that out. Deuterium will be electrolyzed down below. That's the only thing we use heavy water for. Yeah, literally the only thing we use it for is being electrolyzed, so it's not like we need to store it. We'll just send it down. In which case, we can just do that with the saline, and then we'll have saline dumping over on the other side. Just over here somewhere. Let's see, outfall 2. And how much saline each one of you is 153. So let's just say I had 10 of you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to support that many, but, you know, let's just say hypothetically. This needs connection. Okay. I think everyone else is cool. So if there's 10 of you, then that's 1.5k saline, that is. Each one of these dumps 400, so I need 4 outfall 2s. There we are. All of these need to be made into substations, so let's go ahead and get some upgrades on the go. Okay, you're already a step ahead of me. And by you, I mean me, or either that or I'm directly addressing the substation as its own entity. I couldn't tell you which one is more concerning. So all of these get 8 bots because 8 is the max. We can't seem to manage more than 8 for whatever reason. I do have you as overflow. Yes, I do. Okay. So let's see. Those should be coming in. I guess I can go ahead and set your request to wastewater. And I guess I can also go ahead and connect you into pipes. Shouldn't be an issue. Okay. What I'm kind of thinking, I might, even though this is overbuilt for now, I might want a second row of these. Maybe just a vertical flip here. So if I go ahead and do that, then somewhere all I need to do is connect you together. So now all of the heavy water is connected. Then connect the sludge together, and now all of the sludge is connected. The sludge itself, I guess I should figure out what I want to do with. I could make more wastewater out of the sludge, actually. I could just combine you with fresh water. And it looks like if I use the freshwater recipe, I might actually get more bang for my buck. By that I mean over here, this is a 1:3 ratio, 40 sludge to 120 wastewater. Whereas over here, 3 times 75 would only be 225, so I actually get a little more wastewater if I use this recipe. And I don't really see any reason to use any of the others, so yeah, let's just go with the freshwater treatment. Again, I don't want to build in the way of this, so I might carry the sludge over to the side and then do treatment over here. So just kind of at the same height as you, but flipped around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just because I don't like building too close to the road. Then we'll do, let's see, sludge and freshwater, that's the one. And let's see, how many of these do I need per how many of these? Also, you need trucks. So each one of you makes 23 sludge. There's 20 of you. That would be 460. That's actually quite a few. That would be just slightly over 3 of you, so let's go ahead and just do 4. I could do modules or whatever, but let's actually just overbuild a smidge. If anything, hilariously, I might do a little bit of yield moduling. I can't yield module you, I guess that's fair. Let's get that all connected in. There we are, and then you get to be the too tall. And connect you in as well. And then each one of you takes 300 fresh water. You produce 400. So let's see. I need 3 of these guys then. So 1, 2, and 3. Because that's 1200 of you and 1200 consumption. Anything else I need? Saline water is being provided, but is mostly going to be dumped. Is there anything else I could do with saline just for fun? Not anything really, no. Not anything I'm not already doing. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then, of course, the desirable product here is the heavy water. That's what all of this is for. Okay, so you need to be in an electrolyzer. I do at least remember that much. Let's grab a road. Continue you down this way. And I do want to leave a little room. Like, I'm trying to figure out exactly how much room is reasonable to leave. Just cleaning up a little bit of my work area in here. Because if I do need even more than this, which is certainly not impossible, I do want to leave room for it. So maybe I'll just leave this next area between the roboports clear. Then I'll put the electrolyzers down here. In which case, let's just bring build range down a smidge. And go ahead and get you swapped out with substations, because you will be needed. And maybe you as well. Okay, anyway, electrolyzers in here. Let's grab electrolyzers, make sure you're at the same level, just so everything's all consistent. It is 2 spaces from the roboport. Let's leave 3 instead. Let's go ahead and set your recipe. So that's going to make deuterium, oxygen, and tritium. So what do I actually use the deuterium for? So deuterium's used in the breeder cell and fusion cell along with the tritium. Let's see. I produce deuterium from enriching uranium with tritium. That's kind of it. Okay. How about the tritium itself? Just that enriching recipe and the fusion one I already saw. So here's why that's a concern for me. For every 60 deuterium, we produce 1 tritium. Over here in the fusion cell, we need 7 deuterium for every 4 tritium, though. So that's a pretty different recipe, different ratio. The breeder cell here, though, that only takes deuterium. Yeah, I'll have to see how this works. It does look like tritium is the more valuable product here, so maybe we'll be venting deuterium to get tritium. I'm not really sure how that's going to work out. Definitely just venting off the oxygen, though. Impossible to tell those fluid icons apart at night. Yeah. Well, whatever they are, I know they're lined up properly because the inputs are lined up properly, or rather the backside fluids are lined up properly since one's an input and one's an output. Let's say heavy water is the 1 tall, and then oxygen can be the 2 tall. And then we'll just copy you and do the same thing down here. Just make you line up. So you take 5.6 per second. You produce 0.3 per second. Okay. Yeah, with 20 of you, that's only 6 per second. We can run literally a single electrolyzer. Also, I literally started building in the area I said I specifically did not want to be building in. Right there. Well, let's see what I can do. So if you come to there, then I can bring you in that way. Let's just make that a pipe. And connect the corner. So yeah, all of this up here runs 1 electrolyzer down here. Interesting, interesting. Why do you have wastewater in you, and you don't? How does that make any sense? I just don't understand, okay. I did forget to connect the inputs here. So let's make sure I do this. Get you in there. Sure. Why not? Blue battery. Okay, that's not an alert I've seen in forever. If ever. It does look like I need more trucks, which I did kind of anticipate. I don't think I can put you there. Yeah, I can't underground if I put you there. So best I can do is right there. Okay, let's fill in a little bit of this area as well, and then now that you are working, kind of. I do still have to finish you up, but what is the low battery alert? Well, first off, let's get your modules upgraded. And if I don't have enough of you, are you running constantly? No, you're not. You are plastic starved because you only have a single purple feeding you. Well, that seems like an easy enough upgrade. In fact, let's just do this. Break all of this. So go up, up, down, down. You output there again. And now those two can meet up there. There we go. And then I guess I'll just upgrade the belts. At least red belt. And I might need more. But at any rate, that's at least going to be more than what I had. Alright, we'll see how that does. So you are getting trucks. As soon as you're placed, you should also be getting trucks. I'm missing landfill. I guess I've been a little too trigger happy with landfill recently. I'll go look for landfill in just a minute. I would just like to see this get placed first, if possible. Okay, why are you wrong? No idea. Let's do this, because you're going to be completely broken. Are you also... Yep, you're also wrong. Is this correct? At least this is correct. So now we can reset you. Know that you do properly show 0, 0. Okay, just making sure those are set correct. Anyway, landfill. That's gonna be over in this area. Steel making 3 is finished. Let's see, I know landfill's down here somewhere. There you are. So yeah, landfill's running at full speed ahead. If anything, it looks like our inserters can't keep up. So let's do that. And that. In fact, is there any way I could help out that one blue there? Where do you output? You can just output directly into the chest. The same as you. And, the same as you. Hold on, where do you drop? Oh, you pick up from the belt. I thought you were taking out of that machine. Okay. Well, you should be fine. Yeah, you should be fine. You're waiting on these guys to get upgraded. That'll be the final tell, but I don't foresee any difficulties there. I am a little surprised they haven't been upgraded yet, though. We're not missing blues, are we? No. No, they're just taking their sweet time. I mean, guys? Guys, you okay? not like all my construction bots are busy. I did check. We have 1,400 free construction bots. Like, yeah, they just don't want to do it. They just don't want to. Maybe that's them, the little grouping right there. Nope, they were just coming for landfill. I have no idea why they're not coming to be built. I'll trust that they will eventually be. Let's just get back to where we were. Which is down here. Okay. So, oxygen's in. Let's just get oxygen venting. Yeah, you produce very little oxygen, so even just a single one of these guys will be more than enough. And then this pipe's deuterium, this pipe's tritium. Don't really know what to do with you. You're used in literally only 2 recipes, one in a chemical plant, one in a nanofab, so I see no reason to ship you off. And then tritium is likewise only used in 2 recipes, and one of those is a shared recipe, the fusion cell. How far away am I from that? A decent distance, but not that far. Like, probably not today, I'll say. Yeah, you're after astronomy science, which means rockets, so you're a pretty good distance off. Well, maybe what I will do is just shove you into tanks for now. And then keep a little bit of distance in case I do want to put them into fluid providers or something for some reason. But more than anything, let's just put a pump on you. There we are. And there we are. That way I can start storing them without too much difficulty. Saline water is backed up. I'm waiting on construction bots to build stuff. Oh, I'm waiting on landfill. Waiting on landfill, okay. Well, they did eventually get the inserters placed in. That's good at least. Looks like I might need to upgrade the belt, at least through here. Oh, nope, we just don't have input in here. I thought we were output limited, but it doesn't actually seem to be the case. Well, I mean, it's fine to upgrade that, I guess. It's just not really gonna help much. Yeah, we're still missing 3,000 landfill. I mean, we're producing it decently quickly, it's just gonna be a minute. Okay, what else can I work on while I wait for that to happen? Let's see, nucleotides, amino acids, and glycerol, all still 0. But ECH is now 100, so that's good. Why does glycerol show full? What? What? I'm so confused right now. We have glycerol back here, but it's ECH up here. How? Like, that's not a small amount of ECH. I'm so confused. I have no idea how that could have possibly happened. I mean, even the pipeline outlines don't show how that could have possibly happened. I mean... Okay. I hate having to void ECH, but I guess I do have a full tank of it now, so... I guess that's fine. Doesn't feel fine. Didn't like it. But I guess it works. Okay. Oh, there we are. This guy, down this way. Why do you have 23 trucks in you? No idea. Let's set drone to 0. Get rid of these. You can't go because you have no saline water. That's correct. Let's go ahead and add whatever I can over here. So, like, another couple. I don't necessarily think we're going to need that many, but if I am just waiting on them to build, I might as well. I guess you're waiting on literally a square of landfill over there to get built. Again, not that I really need you. I also never finished building you. Just now that I look at you. There you go. Let's see, how's landfill come in? Still around 3,000. Oh, right. I'm building all of this. That's where all the landfill's going. I was wondering how I managed to use quite so much landfill. Also, cool blue terrain. I just happened to notice up there. But yeah, that's certainly something. Are you doing any better? It does look like we're still consuming you faster than I'm making you. Now we need carbon fiber. Again, that looks like just an inserter problem. Let me just upgrade all of these inserters. And I might as well upgrade this belt, just so I can rule out any belt-related issues as well. Yeah, missing landfill, right. Okay, so you, 8 trucks. You, 8 trucks, and wastewater. And then once this gets placed, same treatment. Which I would think would be soon. I thought I placed them pretty closely together. But maybe the joke's on me. Again, not that I can even really make use of them right now, because we're backed up on saline water, and I mean, I guess I could just manually void saline water for now. There you are. So, 8 and full stacks. Oh, and of course, wastewater. And now sludge is full, because we're waiting on these pipes to get placed. There we go. At least one of you's running. Good. Thanks, guys. Oh yeah, I guess if we're doing this, let's see. There's 20 of you. That's 4,000, just over 4,000, so a single tier 2 pump will be able to handle that. Let's put you in there. The reason being, I need to make sure you're top up so that we always have room for this wastewater. Otherwise, this whole process could potentially back up on sludge, which wouldn't be super cool. Okay, everything should be set up properly now. We're just waiting for things to get built. Let's see, tritium 18. Yep, we got 18 tritium. Oh boy, so we're nearly halfway though, so it's not that bad. We are making progress. Okay, upgrades have been made up here. How are you guys doing? Okay, you are now running. All I can ask for. So let's see, each one of you is 0.15. There's 10 of you. So yeah, that's only 1.5 a second. Let's, like, double you. Yeah, okay. Just making sure there's nothing in the way, everything's all cool. Make sure all of the belts are cool. Could also upgrade you to chemical plant 3s. Which I guess I really should do, because that gives me more productivity. And then same down here for electric motors. So there we go. And there we go. Same for rockets. You need not only an upgrade to the next tier machine, but an upgrade to the next tier of yield module. Then I can do the same for you guys. Okay. Yeah, we're staying pretty consistently around 3,000 landfill missing. Which, now that I know why, is pretty understandable. Yeah, there's big stretches that haven't even been started yet up there. So who knows how long it'll take until we just happen to randomly place the correct bits for those pipes to get placed, so I'm not going to worry about tritium for the time being. It'll just happen at some point. We do have the next tier of robot upgrade. We've got robot battery capacity. Like, that is a pretty good upgrade, but it's also pretty expensive. I might go ahead and start focusing on some of these biochemistry stuff for now. Last time I did set up the first of these algae recipes, but this is a much more expensive recipe for algae, and since I do have some algae here, I think I will go ahead and deconstruct this little temporary setup that I had going on. I'm sure most of this will wind up just coming straight back, but, you know, we'll see what happens. So let's see. Algae can be made from algae spore, mineral dust, seawater, and air. So algae spore can be made from 5 algae, and it'll produce cellulose and effluent, which I believe is a waste product we'll have to deal with. And you're made in a crusher. How interesting. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of a good chunk of this. I think you can probably stay. So, let's look at algae one more time. Let me actually think through this. Okay, so algae is still made in a flotation. Oh, let me actually look at the right recipe. So yes, algae is made in a flotation cell with algae spore. Yeah. And then algae spore is made from algae. So what kind of ratio are we looking at? It's 11 to 8. And then 5 to 9. Okay. Yeah, that's a doozy. Let's say this is close enough to a 1 to 2 recipe. And then we very slightly profit here. No, this is going the other direction. So this is 11 to 8. But this is lossy. So it takes more algae spore than algae that it produces. Only just, but like, noticeably. So basically it looks like we get about, for every 5 algae we produce, we get maybe 7.5 algae out. So we make about a 2 algae profit, along with some cellulose and some effluent. Which, again, I believe effluent is a waste product. But okay. Is algae itself ever really useful? Okay. Is the algae spore ever useful? Only for making algae, it looks like. Like, there's a thing or two that use algae. Or the algae spores. So yeah, both products do seem useful. So no shortcuts here, we just have to make them both and deal with it. Okay, flotation cell. So once again, let's figure out how I want to do this. So I know one of your outputs is going to be wastewater, so I'm already lining this up with the wastewater output. Let's put your recipe in. I'm going to make my bots a little bit sad, but only just a little bit. I'm also going to be very, very kind and give them a charge pad just temporarily up here, because I'm probably going to need to move this box to this location. Let's see, you can also move, like, over here for a second. Okay, so you need mineral dust, which I do have coming in over here. They're gonna output oxygen and wastewater. Okay, good. So, let's see. If I have my input on the top 4 items, right here. Does that work? Can I connect the wastewater like that? Not really. Because even if I did something like this... Well, I guess I don't need that immediately. As long as I can input from, like, here, then I'm gonna be fine. So I could just bring the pipe down like that. Okay. And then you can connect in that way. Okay. Very nice. Okay, now that that's placed, and I have a filtered algae chest here, I am going to, regrettably, have them deconstruct this, because it is inconveniently placed. So as all of this comes in, and of course all of this is also going to need landfill. Oh, hello, flotation cell with my recipe already in it, that I guess I did last time. Single construction bot, you've got this. I believe in you. Why'd you go off that way? Okay, whatever. Well, let's focus for a minute. Okay, so I've got the mineral dust. I need the algae spores still, and I need to output algae. Let's make sure I have my productivity modules. If I can have them, then I do want to have them. So we're also going to have a fluid input on the bottom. I'm doing this so that it tiles nicely, and I can see where the inserters can go. So if I do something like that, so you output that way, offset, and then we have the other input right here. I think I can work with that. And do I need mineral dust for anything else down this way? Yes, you are still needed for bacteria, and it looks like you will continue to be needed for things for a little while. Yeah, okay. So I do still need the mineral dust as well. That is cellulose. That is mineral dust. Okay. So mineral dust I do still need. I think all that means is I just need to move everything down one. So down one to make room. And probably over to the right one or two. Actually, doesn't that line up with you anyway? Yes. So that does line up better anyway. Yeah, there we go. This no longer really works nicely. Let's see. I guess I can do something like that, but maybe I'll work on that later. I don't know. Okay. The whole reason is so I can put a splitter there and split you off that way while you continue down this way. The algae progenitor I do still need. That's going to be used in the science pack eventually. It is also used in, like, other things, I guess. Just this drone, whatever it is, and the science pack, okay. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. Algae. Bring out to here. And then whatever you are, come up into here. Okay. And what? So you need algae spores still. So that's going to be this belt. A shame that there has to be train tracks right here, because that's going to space everything out weirdly. Algae spores are made in a Crusher 3 from just algae. And just plain algae. Let's see, I need you in bacterial cultures. Fertilizer. Okay, you look to be just a better recipe that I will unlock soon, but you're made in a distillery. So I have to keep that in mind, that this also is a temporary recipe. So what I might do is go ahead and mark that future area with distilleries right here. Let me make sure I get grid roboport aligned down this way. Yeah, I'll just take you, that's fine. And then just make sure you don't put the charger down. And I'm just trying to mark out where these are meant to be. Then I'll do the same this way, though again, just without the beacons. Though I guess I don't mind the beacons. I just don't necessarily want them right this moment. Same is true with these little leftover belt bits. Don't really need those. We'll go ahead and bring the road down. And let's bring all of this down as well. Oh, that needs to be the other way. Okay, all needed to be one further down. Got it. Okay, oh cool. I guess I, strictly speaking, don't need to bring the mineral dust down. Like, I could just re-request that wherever else needs mineral dust, and that cleans up a... I mean, it does clean up a little bit. Yeah, okay, I think I've convinced myself. That does just make sense. There we are. Make sure that's in place. Okay. Oh, no, that was the underground. That was the underground. Okay. We're all cool. So, this can all go away. Not the train track. So let's see, what does that mean? I guess just that I could push the algae one further this way? Okay. And then this can be my input item. And then I don't need any of this down this way. Which I think is a little nicer. Okay. This all does need to be picked up because it's got mineral dust on it, so I can't save that. That does have to go. Okay. So, still need the seawater and the air. That is fair. So here's the distillery where the future recipe is going to be put in place. Not sure why that was marked as a new recipe. I think I literally run that recipe. So that's confusing, but okay, sure. Also, let's move you down just a smidge. You're a little close to the top up there. Okay, anyway, so I do temporarily want to work in some crushers up this way. I don't think I make tier 3 crushers. Like, I'll try and put one down and just see if anything happens. Well, it doesn't show is missing, so maybe I have tier 3 crushers. I mean, I guess I'll see what happens. Crushers are usually pretty fast, though. I don't think I necessarily need them to be that fast. Like, if I put you up here, for example. Okay, where's the recipe that I need? Oh, you are only made in a tier 3 crusher. Okay. Well, I guess I'd better hope I have tier 3 crushers then. That would be a little concerning if I didn't. Why would I ever want to just avoid algae spores? Well, I guess this does give me a new cellulose recipe. I believe yeah, I'm currently making cellulose from sugar and solvent, which is pretty expensive. So if I can move away from that, I can decommission this whole area up here. So maybe I'll go ahead and put a stop to any more loading there. Since algae is a self-sustaining loop, all it's going to need is mineral dust and then seawater and air, all of which are free. Mineral dust I can get from just literally anything, and then seawater and air you just put down a machine and it just makes them. So I can get, if I can get cellulose for free, then yeah, I certainly don't want to be spending my expensive sugar and solvent on it. Okay. You are placed entirely on landfill. I have no idea why the bots are choosing not to build you. I have plenty of idle construction bots. They just literally don't wanna. Oh, there we go. Okay, now your showing is missing. Alright, let me go set up Crusher Tier 3s then. There you are. So you're made in a regular assembler. Okay. Do I have any room? It doesn't really look like it. Also, I guess before I'm too confident... Aha! I do have a spot for you. I just don't have one of your ingredients. I don't have Trash Compactor 1. Glad I didn't just try and remake you then. Let's get rid of that. Let's grab a blueprint. Aw, you're really in the way? Okay. I can upgrade the hydrogen pipes here to get them out of the way. There we go. Just... let's see how that does. Ooh, okay. Not as good as I thought it was going to do, honestly. Not as good as I'd hoped. Okay, I can still do that, though. So all that's going to interfere with is a single assembler right here. That is still kind of annoying, but oh well. I'll avoid that row until I actually need it. So garbage compactor. What all do you need? Large cargo pod 2. I assume I make you. I guess we'll find out. And the rest of the stuff can just stay as parameters for now. Yeah, there we go. I kind of thought I made you somewhere. We're just waiting on stuff to get built. Which, once again, we're literally in the bot base, so how this can take any time at all is eternally baffling to me. Okay, it has been chosen for construction at least. Let's see, are you missing anything? Nope, you are on the way. I think. It says you are. How far away you gotta come from? Maybe batteries? Or something I don't buffer down here. And they have to come from really far? It does look like that might be the case. Okay. You're gonna go in here with landfill, which is hilarious, but, you know, whatever. So let's go battery, and just have some of those buffered in here. Just because I know other things need batteries too, so if they're all this low, that would be a problem. Hopefully they are on the way sometime today. Where'd you go? There you are. The product's finished 0. Still says on the way. Are you sure about that? Okay, I mean, not like I need to watch it or anything, it's just I would like to see it work. It says they're on the way, I'll just take their word for it. So once we are making trash compactors, let's see, there you are. So that is the only thing that Crusher 3 is missing, and so that will start making Crusher 3s at least. Yes, still nothing in there. Okay, whatever. So once the Crusher 3 is done, I'm trying to make a little temporary area over here that can remake algae spores out of the algae that I already have. Which means I will once again need to move this chest, like, over here somewhere. There you are. So we're expecting our input on this belt here. So if I output to here, then that should just work. No idea what effluent is, but I can at least put it in a pipe over this way. Oh, this is getting placed. I guess it finally got made. Not that any of the belts are going to be made for a while, but you know, it's a starting point. So we're going to make cellulose along with algae spores. So I will need a splitter here. And let's see. Filter, algae spores. Gonna go that way. I guess go ahead and move you up. There you are. So that's cellulose there. Don't actually know how much cellulose I'm gonna need moving forward. Like, I don't exactly know what it's used for. Let's underground you there. And then we'll have a priority input splitter for this side. I do want to prioritize the cheap cellulose, not the expensive cellulose. Which does mean this up here. I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna bring your priority way down if anything does ever need this. So that doesn't affect logistics spots. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling I'm just gonna deconstruct you. Yeah, I'm just gonna deconstruct you. I think I'll allow this to stay. It doesn't do me any good to actually deconstruct this and have this sitting in storage instead of sitting in here. That doesn't make it any better. But I will just have another supply depot down this way. After the merge here, let's also make sure you underground this way. So, priority merge. You go that way, and then you come down this way. Yeah, it's a little ugly. Oh well. I guess I could keep that there and just put another split there instead. Like, that's fine. So you go there. Blue inserter here. So down and down, and up and up. And yeah, we're still just waiting on landfill mostly. I might find wherever landfill is. Pretty easy this day and age. And just out of curiosity, do I make large supply chests? Like I think I do. Not saying it's missing, but it's also not bringing it out here to get built. Okay. So I have plenty of gravel, it looks like. You're each able to make 2 per second, and you consume 5 per second. So that's 15 on each side. So that's only a yellow belt per side. What if I did go ahead and upgrade you? How does that change things? That will double you, so you each take a red belt per side, which would be 30, which means I would need to upgrade this to green. Not that I can supply that back here, but, you know. We're just having fun at this point. And then you would each output 4 a second. So that would be 12 per side, so a red belt can still support that, especially since not all of you output onto the belt. Some of you output directly into the chest. Which actually, I could just do that, and that would be a lot more reasonable. Okay, and we did get the large supply chest. Which, funny enough, does complicate the change that I literally just made. So what I was thinking is I could just put you here. On the other hand, just put you here, and then have you output 2 tiles away. Only once that actually gets placed, though. Which I guess would have been a smart deal with these inserters here as well, since currently these can't output. Granted, it looks like you're not getting any gravel at the moment anyway, so maybe it doesn't make too much difference. Okay, there you are. So now output 2 tiles away, and then you can output a tile to the right, and you output a tile to the right, and a tile to the right. Okay, very cool. What are you meant to be, and why are you empty? You send carbon dioxide up that way. We're just not running this right now. Okay, fair enough. We're not turning any of our gravel into mineral dust, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we just don't have enough gravel of all things. Okay. What about up here? You have literally one yellow inserter. That's a little silly. Let's do that. And maybe even upgrade the spell. Let's see. That gravel is coming up this way. Is there some way I could also take you? Let's make you a blue. Okay. Where do you reach? Down to there. Okay. Now feed you in. You got this, guys. I believe in you. You can do it. Yeah, I think there's just too many construction jobs. They just, they can't quite keep up with all of it. They're a little too confused. They're overwhelmed. Yeah, I am just waiting on them to realize there are construction jobs they can do and to get on it. I think this is a great opportunity for a sip of water, I guess. Okay, well at least it looks like they are on their way now. Really just waiting for 2 splitters. I'm assuming this got done. Yes, it did. Okay, now just the last one, guys. Come on, you got this. I was trying to help, not hinder, and I never expected it would take that long. Well, okay, I know it will get done eventually. It's not like we're missing splitters or anything. You're fine. Make sure you're upgraded as well. Not that I think we're ever really going to need gravel in the logistics system for much, but I know we need it for Tier 1 undergrounds, if nothing else. Can't believe it's taken this long. Okay, whatever. So that's going to give us a little more landfill, I guess. There we go. Yeah, all we're really missing down here is gravel. So as soon as we have more gravel, we have more landfill. That's kind of that. They still didn't place this? That's crazy. Okay. Whatever. So back to this area over here. Did any of this get placed? Nope, they're just permanently waiting for landfill. I wonder if I have any landfill on me. I do. Let me turn personals off. Because I have 2 bodies, so that's 2,000 landfill just right there. So that'll hopefully move some things along. Let's see. Yeah, still waiting on pickups for both, but whatever. That's fine. Not like I need personal logistics on right now, really. Actually, since I am standing right here, I turn construction bots on. Personal is back on, take my landfill back. Can I just manually come down and build this? There. How far did that get me? Okay. Decently far. Like, not horrible. What if I just come and kind of park myself over here? How much landfill I got left? 360 something. Okay. I might be able to make use of that. Let's see. Personal's off, yes. Other guy. Still 6 left in you. What if I just find a storage chest somewhere? Oh, thermal storage 3, okay. Buffer chest works. In you go. Have fun, guys. Then just come over this way and park up there. Okay. So now I can finally continue building this, because that's what I've been trying to do for absolutely forever. Oxygen. Do I care about oxygen? I do have these pipes up here. Oxygen is completely full, as always. That's carbon dioxide. Not quite what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is a one-way pipe of oxygen. Like, we have certainly got enough oxygen up here as is. If I need more oxygen, I suppose I can deal with it then. But you do produce a good amount of oxygen. I think, as with many things, I might just throw it in a fluid depot. And then kind of say screw it. I do need somewhere, actually, to get this oxygen out. That is true. Huh. Okay, other than this first area right here. Yeah, okay. So that directly interferes with you. I can bring it down, it's just in the way of my temporary setup. So I also have to make a temporary pipe setup to get around the temporary algae ball setup. Which is not exactly ideal, but whatever. There we go. Okay. Fine. And then fluid depot. Once again. Just right there. Pop you in. Maybe leave a space here. So I can work in a pipe and an overflow pump. Let's see, each one of you is 100. That is quite a lot of oxygen. So I think I will grab 72s. And we'll actually do a line on this side of the road. Which means maybe this pump can be, like, here instead. Oh, and you should be overflow. Otherwise, putting the depot here doesn't make much sense. But okay. That's quite a lot of venting. That'll do a lot of algae. I don't know how much algae I'm gonna need, but it will do a lot of algae. think I'm gonna cut off that cellulose recipe from the top in case I actually need it. I didn't think about it, but I've just connected it to another supply depot, so I'm effectively now just double filling supply depots with you, with the expensive recipe, which is kind of the opposite of what I wanted to do. Let's see. Still need seawater and air. I completely forgot about the air also. This is wastewater right here. I can just connect into that. Hold on. Let me cook. Let me cook. Yeah, okay. I can just do that. Not even that big of a deal. Yeah, I can just connect upwards, that's fine. The reason being, not only does that then free up this belt here, so you can just be belt, but then I can get air up here. The inserters do have to move. That's fine. There we go. Okay. Is there anything else that I have neglected to do? So, seawater intake will be handled in a minute, that's fine. I did forget the belt. Let's go ahead and get the belts in. Oxygen connects down here. That'll be moved eventually, but it can't really be moved right now. Go ahead and get the temporary algae marked in. That way it'll be crushed, turned into algae spores. And hopefully that is enough algae. I might go ahead and put a little supply chest here to hold some of the algae that I'm making, just in case this isn't enough algae to get me to the next stage where I can get the better recipe. Okay, anyway, we're still waiting on that. Do I have landfill? I do. Let's see, how much does this do? That output, 0.6 algae a second. Okay. For microbiology science alone, I need 100 algae a second if I want 1 science a second, which is kind of the low ball, the low side of things. Not to mention, I need 100 excess algae a second. Not 100 production, 100 excess production. There is an algae 3 recipe that is just better. It looks like it's the same inputs. It's just blatantly better. It just takes a long time to get there. Why are you gone? What happened? Why are you gone? Sure, whatever. Okay. Let's see. Air. Connected. Wastewater needs to be connected. Yeah, okay, it is what it is. Whatever. You come up here. Connect in. Very good. Okay. Oxygen also needs connections. Let's not forget the oxygen. Let's grab you. Okay. And I did miss you. Let's put you in. Okay, so they are all the same shape. I thought it was weird that this one in the middle was different, but I thought it might be like an alternating pattern thing, but no, they are all going to be the same. Okay, might as well go ahead and rework you. And then all of these down this way can just get reworked ahead of time. Yeah, there's a few of these, but I know I am going to need them. In fact, let's just grab a few of these. There we go. And can I just go all the way to the end here? Maybe one off from the end. There we go. Okay, very nice. We will eventually hit train tracks, which is the same thing we did up above, so... how many can I do before then? Oh, also, I think I am standing in the pathway. Yes, I was. Oh, you are not connected. And you don't have input somehow. Yeah, everywhere there's a water pipe, there's supposed to be input inserters. So let's grab you guys, put you there. And then the same issue cropped up over here. You're also just not set up properly, so there you are. Okay, so that's all working. All going fine. Oxygen outputs, and we'll come up and vent. Wastewater is connected, all cool. You just actually need your air input and your seawater input. So air, where am I going to get air from? There's a little bit of open space up here I could put air in. It's weird that it would be split by the algae progenitor, but... I mean, what else am I going to do with this space, I guess? So let's see, how much air a piece? 242. You make 150. You make 400. Okay. So 242. Could I possibly get, like, even if I got a 50% speed increase on you, that would only bring you up to 225, which still isn't enough for you. On the other hand, if I did tier 3s at 400, how many module slots do you have? Let's do this so that I'm above the substation. You have 2 module slots, okay. So I could give you a 40% or even a 60% speed bonus. Let's say 40% is the most I would do, though. So 2 of you would be 484, which I think is pretty much exactly what I can get. Yeah, that would be exactly a 20% speed bonus, which is only 1 speed module. In that case, it's a 1 to 2 ratio. So for every 2 of these that I need, I only need 1 air filter. Which I think is pretty nice. I'll take that. I do right here at the beginning have to underground here just to get the... Ooh, and that doesn't work. Can I go here then? Yep, that works. I might as well go ahead and grab all of you and just move you in a square then. Landfill's a little precious right now. Let's preserve it where I can. Okay, so air connects this way. So that would give all of you air. And right now, I only have 8, so I would only need 4 machines. So I have double that. Granted, of course, I'm going to need many, many more, but that's where I am right now. Okay. So for every recipe that I run, I turn 11 algae spores into 8 algae. Okay, and then it takes 5 algae to make 9 algae spores. Oh god. I remember doing this just a second ago. Right. Yeah, I think the idea is make a lot of algae, and as you need more algae, you make more algae. So, I don't want to copy from the very beginning, because that's got all that stuff going on over there. But I do want to start with a oxygen to the left machine. And I will include its beep. And I will include this pipe up above, I think. I'll at least include this. Yeah, that's cool. And then I'll end with the matching pipe on the other side of the down. Oh, I didn't go down far enough. I also need this belt down here. Yeah, that matches. It's got the pipe for the oxygen there, so that seems just about right. I've done something terribly wrong. Oh well. I tried to be proactive, and instead I just made mistakes. It does look like I'm missing some belt on the top as well, so I will have to come through and clean some of that up. On the whole, though, everything does look to be coming together pretty well, and I'm just going to go all the way out to the train tracks. There we go. Okay, I also don't have my oxygen connection on the bottom. That's fine. Especially since I can avoid all of the temporary mess down here. There we go. That's about the best I can do landfilling myself. The rest we will just have to actually make at some point. Let's see, so you will probably want to be right here. That should be the normal oxygen level, and then we can connect to the rest of the oxygen system right there. So I guess we could actually do it a little earlier, but this landfill's already placed, so maybe I'll say that's good enough for now. And then I can just copy that and get it going a couple times. And then copy that and then get that going a couple times. And we should be done before you know it. There we go. Okay. So air is connected, seawater is connected, wastewater is connected, and oxygen's connected. So all I need is the actual seawater intake. Each one of you takes just under 100 seawater. I was able to fit 62 of you in there. You do 500 a second, okay. So if I just round you up and have a little extra headroom, maybe I'll just say 60. So 60 at 100 per would be, or 6,000. So I would need 12 of these. Let's see, 10 would be 5,000. So yeah, so I need 12 of you. I want to avoid the oxygen pipe level. So let's say I start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I said I wanted to, nope, don't want to do that. I had said I wanted to avoid the oxygen pipe level and then just immediately begin building at the oxygen pipe level. So let's try that one more time. So from here, that's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Can I actually just move you down one more? That way I can just connect the pipe in. There we go. And then connect you to each other, of course. And then just somewhere in here I need to get a seawater pipe. Also, there's lots of undergrounds in here that don't need to be underground, so I'm just now realizing. So most of this is still in blueprint mode, so it does do me some good to come in and fix that. Let me just copy the pattern, I guess. So that's from oxygen on the side. Sure hope I'm not breaking anything important. Okay. That should all be fixed up. That should be a good bit better. Okay, and part of the reason I was noticing that is I thought it would be real easy to connect the seawater, and I was actually having trouble. And I realized, oh yeah, I just didn't build seawater correctly. So, there we go. Oh yeah, and how much air? So that was 62 of you. And it was a 1-to-2 ratio, so I need 31 air pumps. Let's see, I've got 8, so I need 23 more. So this is 7, so 1, 2, 3, that's 21. And then just 2 more on the end. I'll do 3 more. Just have a little excess. I just realized we're in range of beacon. This entire stretch, I might not even need this speed module. Yeah, you're already giving me 20%, so I can actually get rid of all the modules in here just because we're already in the range of a beacon. Oh, that doesn't actually get rid of the modules. That's weird. Like if I take you and try and stamp you over here. Huh. Weird. Okay. Well, there's 8. Yeah, just keep some. Okay. Well, let's take that out and then try again. And I guess I can just build until the landfill goes away. Right there. You are all in range of beacon. Yes, you are, so it should be all cool. Okay, so that would give me seawater and air. We have the mineral dust coming in, we have algae. How much mineral dust is this? So with 60 something of you, that would only be about 12 items a second, so we're cool. Yeah, you should be able to handle that. You know what? Even just... why not? Be blue. Have fun. Let's see what I can do about this effluent. So you can be turned into... okay, you can be made into phosphorite and ammonia with calcium chloride. You're used in the worm recipes. Or I can use aluminum and fresh water, make wastewater and sludge. Okay, I don't have you researched yet, otherwise you would be just the no-brainer recipe. So, do you also produce effluent? Well, I guess I don't get to see you. No, so you produce fatty acids, actually. That's pretty nice. You do produce cellulose. You do produce calcium carbonate, which is kind of tricky to deal with all the way out here. That's a little bit of a weird one. Cellulose and oxygen makes graphite and carbon dioxide. Do that as a box. And I can burn fatty acid. That's... I'm sure at some point I probably will need to do that, but that's honestly really hard to even think about right now. That's a tough one. Ooh, wow. Okay. Okay, we do have air showing up. We just need the seawater. Okay, and that's the last of our queued science. I still don't have microbiology up and running yet, and we still don't have the tritium checkpoint cleared. So I guess we just keep on going. Let's go with you and then capacity. What do you require? You're a biology research, okay. I guess next tier circuits after that. And let's see. Research speed could be nice. You lead to anything. You do lead the robots 3, so I guess I will take you. You also lead the robots 3, so I will take you. And I'll throw you on there for the same reason. Geothermal leads towards nuclear power, which I will need soon enough. Not even for power, I don't think. I just need you in order to process these fusion cells, which I think are going to be important. I could be wrong. It could just be power. I mean, not like I'd turn my nose up at a better source of power at this point. Don't forget the whole issue with landfill right now is just that I'm landfilling an incredibly large area in order to fill out my power grid. So, oh yeah, this didn't even get placed properly due to building outside of radar view. So this isn't even nearly finished. Oh, how did I wind up with a drone launcher in the blueprint? What? What? There's no drone launcher in this blueprint. What do you mean? Oh, were you just already there? Hold on, I don't know where it went. I might have just already had a drone launcher up here somewhere. Yeah, it only shows one drone launcher, so I guess wherever that is, it was probably up here somewhere. Okay, yeah, that's kind of funny. Well, this is all getting built out at least. It doesn't look like we're making bad progress. Like it is coming along. Yeah, it is coming along, okay. Who would have thought I might need more trucks up here for gravel delivery? Not me. Wonder if I actually have that much gravel? Well, I am making my way through it, I think. This is probably originally pretty full, I would have to assume. Does look like literally all of my gravel at the moment is coming over this way as well. I don't see any being crushed. Yeah, so all of my gravel is coming in here from all of my various processes. That is what I wanted to check, and it is all being made into landfill. So, fair enough. And we are prioritizing from the left so that this doesn't jam this and accidentally send this down to be crushed into mineral dust, because that wouldn't be wise. Yeah, okay. I mean, just doing our best still. Random bits and pieces are getting filled in. I'd almost be tempted to just delete parts of this, if not for the fact that most of this landfill is already here, so it wouldn't even do any good. Oh, I can do at least this part by myself. Does look like that's getting placed. Which then... where do we actually connect to? We connect over here, so let's at least make sure I've landfilled out to this area. And I still have 12 landfill left. I think those might be my construction bots. Let's see, 6 left. Yeah, whatever. We're cool. So these guys can get placed, that pipe can get placed, these pipes can get placed, so we should be capable of getting seawater into here. And if we get seawater, that's all we need to kickstart the algae reaction. And as long as we have algae coming in, then we can proceed. Okay. So cellulose comes down here. I already kind of forget what we needed cellulose for, but it does, and there it is. This will eventually be the belt that brings the algae spores up. I believe you also will produce cellulose, won't you? That's the better algae recipe. Produce algae. Hold on. Is that you? Yeah, that's you. So you will produce cellulose, yes. Reason I'm thinking about that is, once again, I can't help but feel like this has been misplaced. So I might just, once again, go ahead and move you. Down to somewhere like here. Let's see. That would be right there if you only had one output, but you do have more than one. So what if I go ahead and move down to here and put you there? Okay, so that goes back. What is this middle one? This middle one is the algae itself. Then we have cellulose, and then the algae progenitor. Okay. So you are going to jump over that. Then cellulose comes down to here. I guess I will go ahead and reclaim this landfill here. Okay, algae is producing. So we are making algae finally. That's... Yes, you're building up at the edge of that belt. So let's see. Let's say you just go somewhere like that. So that's the return belt. Then you are going to split and be an input, but once again, okay, you need saline water, so not seawater, but saline water. Little inconvenient, but okay, I can work with that. So just trying to plan it out, even though I don't have the recipes yet. You do need to split, because I do need the algae to continue down. But I do want you to be priority. Oh, that does need to be there. That is my primary output there. You have so many fluids, though. There's no way I'm going to be able to get a belt right there. So even this is probably kind of wishful thinking. But we will see what happens. How many fluid outputs do you have? You have 2 fluid outputs, and you have 3 item outputs. And it is just over 1 item a second output, so purples are probably okay, but we might need to upgrade to blues. Let's see, if I have inserters over here. Yeah, my inserters will need to be on one of the ends, but I guess I can horizontally flip these so it won't matter. So I'll put my outputs here, You can be long, long, and in. And then I can do something like that to connect all them together. And there we go. That's pretty much it. Though, of course, I do need to filter the outputs. That is true. So, first we filter out the algae balls. There you are. And then this will be a mixed belt still of cellulose and calcium carbonate. Yeah, so that cellulose can come down and go into here, but really, they're going to be right here, which does kind of mean to me that maybe you're not placed very well once again. So let's see. We have both of these guys maybe go a little lower here. Let's say you underground here instead. There we are. Then that can go away. So the main advantage here is that you still get to go off that way. I might even do that. Just a little neater. And then cellulose continues straight across, basically. Yeah. So you can take the top belt here. No need to split there. If anything, let's see. Just temporarily, this is going to be coming in. So I am trying to think about how I want to deal with that. I guess you can go like that. Or like that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then you can just go up there. Okay. That way, even once I don't have this belt, and I'm sure I won't have this belt for very long, you can just continue this way, and I could just put a split here and send you down if I wanted. So maybe I will move this back to where it was originally, just to give myself a little extra space. A little easier to pull that off if I did want to. And then of course this final belt down here is the one that's a little trickier. This is the I keep forgetting what you're called. Calcium carbonate. Okay. So the calcium carbonate is unfortunately something that we need to get out of here, and we need to get out of here pretty quickly because we have no use for it anywhere remotely near this area. Don't even really know what we're gonna, like, obviously we need to request it back at the calcium area, but like, that's a little easier said than done. So since this is a waste product, what I might do is, rather than messing with channels and everything, things might be requesting requesting calcium carbonate. Let's see, this is still going strong. Okay. I am looking for the calcium carbonate area. There we are. So things might be requesting just regular old calcium carbonate, like up here. Doesn't look like it's a super popular export, but they might. So I'll just set it to super high priority down this way, and if that isn't enough, then I'll have to make it on a dedicated channel and loop it back into that processing area somewhere. Yeah, still missing just incredible amounts of landfill, but we are still making it just as quickly as we possibly can. Yeah, I mean, we got 6 trucks delivering gravel up here, making landfill. On top of the gravel, we're already producing from over here, so not like we're slacking. How's the progress coming along? It does look like we're making pretty good progress. Like, obviously, there's still a lot more to go, but, you know, it's not like we've done nothing. Don't want to stand on the train tracks. And I believe that's all my landfill, yes. So I am empty now. I'll just chill out right here. Okay, so let's see, what else can I do? So assuming seawater is fine, which it is, like these guys are running, we are producing algae. We do need to deal with effluent. I did kind of forget about that. What is bacteria culture used in? Oh, you produce effluent. Well, still, what are you used in? You make fertilizer and various landfills for some reason. Okay, so you pretty much make landfill. Or, fertilizer, rather. Okay, so those are alternative recipes. I want uses. So I don't have you. Certainly don't have the worms. All I can do for right now is make wastewater. Okay. So you take fresh water and aluminum hydroxide. Yeah, that's not very fun. Don't like that one very much. I will probably load effluent into a tank and ship it off to be processed somewhere else so that I can more easily deal with all these byproducts like the crushed phosphorite and ammonia that I will eventually be producing. You do produce sludge either way, and eventually I will need you for the worms also, so I will need to be shipping it somewhere. So I might as well start now. Oh, we don't even make this eventually. That's right. I mean, there are definitely things that do produce you, but we don't necessarily need to be producing you right now. This is just the temporary recipe, so for the time being, I can just void you. I could even just throw a tank on you. You produce not very much per recipe. Let's see. Yeah, like, what if I just brought a large tank in or something? There. Obviously, that'll take some time to get placed, but, you know, I also don't need very much of it. We also might run into issues with cellulose before we run into issues with effluent at this rate. Okay, well, little smiley face. I do want to continue building, continue planning, but with the current troubles that we're having, that doesn't seem like the wisest decision. I'm almost wondering if there's not a better way I could be making landfill now. The problem is that the gray landfill, which is the one that I'm currently making, is the only one that the bots seem to use by default. So making any of the other landfills seems a little pointless. And this is all of the gravel I'm making throughout my entire base. We are currently turning all of it into landfill, so this is the fastest I can possibly be producing you. think I just needed a bigger buffer, which now fortunately I do have. Fortunately, a lot of this was also over on this landmass over here, so I didn't actually need any landfill over here. It's just, I wound up building literally a land bridge over to here. This used to be an island, and now we are just fully connected. Like, it used to be about the same as this over here, and I'm just kind of filling in this whole area. You know, I could also, of course, I have a few tiers of these thermal guys, whatever you're called, geothermal plants. I do have some upgrades I could do to those. I haven't been a big fan of them just because heat always works weird in Factorio, but I could try and do something with those. Like these two guys up here, literally temperature 250. But if I look down here, I'm sure I will find someone that is unable to run. Actually, your water's full. Or steam, rather. But when these run full tilt, these guys will stay at full temperature, and some of these guys down here will drop below operational temperature. Like this guy. See? His temperature is too low. He is not running. Like that is a wonderful example. It's not like the heat pipe is broken or anything. It is connected right to here. You literally could not be hotter. 250 is your maximum temperature. And yet, you can't run. And it's not even like, you know, these guys are running full tilt or anything either, and just stealing all the heat before it gets down to them. Don't know. Oh, there's actually a couple more down this way also. I'm sure I've noticed that at some point, but that felt new. Okay, I mean, I might as well if I'm just over here waiting for our landfill so that we can continue building. Let me come up this way. Turn personals back on, so that I can get resupplied, and one of the things I will request in my building tab here is the stuff to build a power plant. So let's see. I want geothermal tier 2. I don't think I can make the tier 3s yet. Yep. So geothermal tier 2. Max temperature 300. I don't actually know how many of those I'll need. I'll come back and adjust the numbers in just a minute. I'll probably want a few extra pylons. I can make tier 2 pylons now, but I drag roboports along with me. Let me actually see, just for fun, if the tier 2 roboports and the tier 2 pylons happen to overlap the same way that the tier 1s do. I'm sure it'll take them a minute to bring all that down to me, but, you know, we've been waiting so far, so might as well wait for something else. This cellulose in my inventory, am I able to come down here and get rid of it? Maybe. This is the cellulose? Yeah, that's the cellulose one, so let's do that. And this one is the calcium carbonate. Hello, bots. Okay, they are bringing me landfill. And this is getting built now. Okay. That's all I wanted to see. Okay, so pylons are on the way, hangars are on the way. I know that it does technically tell you the areas of things, but sometimes it's a little hard to make sense of what they are. Like this says, wire reach 48.5, This is supply area 49, so that to me sounds like they probably overlap. But I couldn't necessarily make that guarantee. I guess I should continue requesting other things. So, heat pipe, max temp 500. What was your temp again? 300. What's tier 1? 250. Okay, I guess I do technically need the tier 2 then. Let's also request some heat exchangers. There you are. The 50, sure. I could also just get Stirling engines, they're so much easier. They are so much easier. Let's see, they consume up to... Okay, they produce up to 2.5 megawatts at 90% efficiency. Which means they consume about 2.75 megawatts. What do you... Hold on. Why are you weird? Oh, there we go. Okay, so you generate 25 megawatts of heat just dead on by yourself. And a tier 2 is 2.5 megawatts. So it's at 90% efficiency. If it was 100% efficiency, then we would need 10. But since it's 90%, we need 90% of 10, which is 9. So for every one of these, we will need 9 Stirling engines. I think I can handle that. Let's just request a whole bunch. We're gonna be out for right now because we've been building a bunch of tier 2s. That's why I'm getting the requests in now. So I can probably drop this to like 200. Let's see, do I have radars? I don't think I have any radars on me. So let's grab some tier 2 radars as well. Oh, and I have the Roboport and the pylons now, so let's go give them a test. I don't want to leave logistics range, though. Okay. Let's see, so pylon tier 2. Let's say I replace you. Let's go into map view for this. Okay, so that is your range. Now a tier 2 hangar. Right there. Okay, it might be hard to tell with these roboports here, but that's why I'm doing this in person. Okay, now I can come back this way. All of this is temporary. So if I pick up you, and pick up you, do you reach? You do reach. You do reach. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Of course, my grid is built around tier 1s, and that works with the substations and all. But if I'm going to be building, like, all the way out to here, I think it's fine. Like, I am questioning it a little bit. Like, the little extra bit of range, is it even cheaper than if I just were to spam the tier 1s? I'm not sure, actually. I might just stick with the tier 1s. Like, tier 2s are better for charging, they're better for building. I could also just do tier 2 roboports and tier 1 pylons. Okay, I guess base bots want to deal with that. That's fine by me. Oh, hold on. Let me put those back. There we go. And now we can deconstruct these. There we go. Okay. And now I can get rid of those logistics bots. Go have fun. I might hold on to those, actually. Okay. So let's see, where does that get me? So I need hangars. Don't need the pylons anymore. I'm going to use the tier 1s. I have a few of the radars, but not many of them. We are missing them for reasons beyond me, but we are doing a lot of crafting and stuff right now, so who cares? I have 0 of the Stirling engines, but as I'm building, I should be staying within logistics range the whole time anyway, so it shouldn't really matter. Yeah, I'm gonna build right this way, past the bauxite patch, and take this one first, and then I'll build up to this one here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 of you, and then that would be 81 Stirling engines. Also, where did I want to do that? From this tip? No, from this tip. Which is carbon monoxide. Okay. I think what I will do then... Oh, my characters have different stuff. Like, shift back over here, I'd have to turn personals back on, and now you will also need to get the supplies. So what I might do is just remain here by the bio setup area. I'll go ahead and place some landfill over here for this tank so that I don't have to manually void the effluent. But then I'll turn personals off, and I'll give the landfill I have back, along with the geothermals, however many radars I have, and the hangars. Just because those seem to be in short supply. You can have the tier 2 heat, tier 2 heat pipe as well. Something else I should throw on here. The tier 2 thermal tanks. Probably not 50 of them, maybe like 10 is fine. Yeah, I think that's all that I need. Then I can shift back to you, and as soon as you are supplied, then I am golden. Looks like you've got most of what you need. Yeah, the radars are on the way. We have no Stirling engines, but that's fine. Nearly have the roboports. Have no landfill, but, you know, expected. Yeah, I'll have to fix some of this up now that we have radar coverage over the whole thing, but that's for another time. So let's find our way over to here and see how far I can get. Only have 90 landfill. Oh well, we're off. Let me see. So I do want to head south a little bit. Nope. To the east from here. Then I think it's this row? Yeah, so this is the carbon monoxide row. Oh, why are there so many bots here suddenly? Okay, I'll take it. That was weird. Thanks, I guess. They're bringing me lots of landfill. Okay. Maybe that's just the landfill that my other character gave up, threw into the system, and now they're bringing it to me, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, that's plenty of landfill for me. So there's the line that I want to be following. Okay, it ends about here, so let's just go ahead and start extending out that way. Now, of course, there is this line down below as well, and that's really the one that I'm going to be continuing from. I would like you to be a tier 2. I was just laying a little extra up this way. I actually don't know. I don't remember. I feel like I had a reason originally, but I don't actually remember what I was trying to do anymore. I think I just didn't like the one little pocket right here where it was different. And since that was the end of the road, I wanted to do however much I could from there regardless. Still bringing me a lot of stuff. I guess it must be landfill. Just one at a time. Yeah, I'm only missing 9 landfill at this point. Yeah, okay, I'm full. So now that the road is empty, now that the road has ended, we are going to be a good deal slower now. But I can just kind of snake my way through here. Okay, and then we're coming up on the end, so let's see what I can do. So I will have to manually get across here. So let's do that, and actually take a blueprint of that. Start copying that across, so that I can be as efficient as I can with my landfill. Okay, so we've made it to this landmass here. We just gotta make our way all the way over there. Was that not good? Let's just go from here then. Okay. And this is why I brought radars with me. Okay, so now we can at least see to the other shoreline. And it quickly ends as well. It's kind of nuts how quickly those radars run out. And keep on keeping on. Okay, so we are all the way to the other side. killing me, bots. Thank you. Okay, so now we're up to here. So we just have to continue expanding a little bit and then turn upward. So just one more of those should do it. And then we just turn up. That's substations. Can I avoid that? Yeah, let's do that. There we are. So I do want to upgrade the Roboport to a tier 2. Oh, I don't know if I took a copy of that, but let's go ahead and do it. Also, is this good enough build range for all of these guys? Does look like it. Okay, very nice, very nice. So, let's get all of these planned out. I think that was all of them. I don't think I missed any. Come on, guys, you can break rocks too. Don't make me do all the work. Okay, so there's those guys. So each one of you takes, it was 9 tier 2s. 9 tier 2s. I'm a little nervous about trying to connect you up because I can't actually see where your heat goes. So, like, I think that's correct, but it's a little hard to tell. So anyway, that's 2, 3, 4, and then let's have a heat tank. There we are. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I kinda wanna swap these two. Okay, that way it's 5 on the front, and then the heat tank, and then 4 on the back. I just like that better. Also, this might not be exactly what I want to do. Like again, as I've said several times, heat in Factorio is always a little weird to me. I was trying to think of something that I could easily put onto all of these without them getting like too cramped. But I think I can get a double layer in here. I just have to make sure it actually fits where your heat connections are. Let's see, so that's 4 already. Then that's 8. Heat pipe across the front of them. And then you there. And 1 more there, so that would be 9 and a heat tank. So, hopefully that works. Okay, you just don't get included as part of blueprints. That's fine, I guess. Can you go there? No, definitely not. You might have to get special cased. But there we go. All the rest of these guys are fine. I might also need to extend robo coverage just a little higher. Where'd you go? There you are. I guess I don't care about the one wind turbine, that's fine. That will give me enough build coverage to extend over everything, so everything should be okay. Alright, now this guy. So what if I take, like, yeah, that's fine. If I can connect you there. So how many am I missing? I'm missing 4. Okay, so you won't let me connect there. I guess that's fine. Let's just continue up this way. So I can do 4 here, and that should connect. And then I can do 4, like, a heat pipe connection up the back as well. Just for reasons, sure, why not? Okay. So that should be operational. And then I'll continue on, and also connect to this one up here. I guess I should do, actually, from this point. Where's the vertical one? Give me the vertical. There we go. And then the horizontal. We'll go ahead and re-grab you. Just so you're a little fresher in the clipboard. And then the vertical one again. And I'm just trying to get past these ore patches without building over them. And I think that should probably do it. We might need a little more on the vertical side. Yeah, I think you should be fine. Yeah, you're fine. You're a-okay. So, more of these. Let's get these all set up. Oh, hello, bots. Been a while since I've seen you. Didn't think you were coming back. Okay, is that all of them? I can only assume that is. Yes, does look like it. Okay. So then back to this thing. So you go there. You can almost go there. I just have to move where your heat tank is. That's fine. Yep, no big deal there. You go that way. You can go down. You also require a little bit of special casing, but not anything too terrible. Again, we just bring you over. Grab your heat tank, and shove you right there. How about you? I think you actually work just fine. You even connect up over there, so that may be for better or for worse, I don't know, but you work. And then I can connect you over there, and, you know, practically connected already. There you go. Oh yeah, and then this guy over here, you happen to fit. You, by 1 tile, do not fit to the left. Certainly aren't going to go down. Could I do you up instead? Yes, I could. So let's get rid of that. Put you there, and then you can go down. You can even just, like with the other guys, fit across. And come across. Like, why not? Okay, well, that's something at least. It'll take a while before all of this gets built, but at least it's not going to be as demanding as all the landfill. We should, well, I say that, but those are expensive parts. It's hard to say exactly how long it'll take for all of the Stirling Engine 2s to get made, especially since we are still missing just so many Stirling engines on the other power build. All the same, I think it's about time to head back and see how everything is going once we get there. So this is my bot base body, so I will return it all the way to the bot crafting area. Would be nice if, Spidertron style, you could get a little remote and command the androids to walk, and then you could just go somewhere else. Would be kind of cool. Okay, we're almost out of the water area that makes me walk at like 3 inches a second. Okay, there we go. At least I can stop starting and stopping. Well, okay, maybe once I'm out of the rocks. Oh, and this one little final stretch of water. Okay, there we go. Now we are well and truly back on the mainland. In fact, there's a road right here. And that's so much better. That's so much faster. I do love the roads. The roads are great. Alright, let's just follow this all the way back. Like I said, oh, hello box, what are you doing? It's coming to resupply me. I actually don't need those supplies anymore. I appreciate it, but let's actually send them where they belong. Any other garbage? Okay, I can get rid of that. Everything else looks okay. I don't see anything at any rate. And we're almost back home. Oh, hello guys. Oh yeah, I guess usually I stop more around this area, so why change it now? Okay, so let's take a quick look and just see how things are coming along. I didn't place radars. Just didn't even think about it. Well, no time like the present. Oh, I didn't place power poles around the... Didn't place power poles around the Stirling engines either. Again, I'm kind of used to just having substations everywhere, so I wasn't even thinking about power. Even though I was building power. Well, once that gets placed, maybe I'll be able to see something. I can only hope. Not like we're missing radars or anything. Nope. Still missing around 3,000 landfill, and all of the other numbers are fluctuating wildly. I do think all of the Tier 2 Stirling engines, though, have been placed, at least over here, so all the missing ones should be this area over here. Yeah, let's come back over here. Our old friend landfill. Still just chugging away, okay. mean, it is what it is. Have fun, guys. Oh, we've got cargo bot capacity. That's nice. And we're now working towards electronic 3, which is a little scary. The next tier of circuits aren't very friendly looking. I just realized I was trying to keep a store of algae genomes in here, but then I had this from when I broken the belt, putting algae genomes right back onto here. So let's do something like this. So this is, of course, going to throw algae genomes onto the belt, but then this inserter here is going to pick up from a knight's move, so right there, then drop diagonally down. So he should be able to pick up from here and drop into here. That's my hope, anyway. That is going to be quite a few algae genomes in there. Oh, right. Okay. I can do that, and then, enable, disable. There you go. Now you're disabled, so you will no longer request them until all of this is deconstructed. I guess I could also just replace you with a storage chest. I just didn't think they were going to get here fast enough, so I didn't bother. I will just re-enable you when it's time. So we are still waiting on all of this to get built, of course. But it does look like most of the important stuff from the new build has been completed. Like there's still a machine or two missing over this way, but like the important stuff is done. There we are. Now you all have power, because I forgot to take power over to you as well. Oh, we do have radar coverage over here now. So let me get a radar up this direction as well. That way I can see this area as it comes together. And now let me get substations in here. Might need to extend a little closer into this area. I could also just not worry about making it a grid. Doesn't exactly need to be. Like I'm just trying to get all of this connected to power, right? Nothing else really matters. And there we go. So that's you connected to power at least. Let's see. I wonder if you have a radar or not. You're probably coming in to build, like, the Roboport or something, which is fine. Yeah, just passing right on by. Well, it'll get built eventually. I'll be back. At least, we have a lot more power generation now. Shouldn't have to worry about power for a good long time after all the building we've been doing. We did, I noticed, clear the checkpoint for tritium. Place 10 thermal tank 3s. Okay, I guess I'll do that once I have this research finished. We also have the next tier of solar collectors, which is kind of nice, but I'm not sure I'm, like, super stoked about the idea. Not sure how much good it's really going to do me. Let's see, what are you still lagging behind? So I guess I need a research speed. And then I can do the next tier of modules. And then Robots 3 has opened up. Takes a bunch of expensive stuff, but it's not stuff I'm not already making. Yeah, like that's fine. It does take the next tier processors. I just noticed this very last one here does take processor 2s. Also, I think I make carbon composite, but let me make absolutely sure. Carbon fiber and epoxy, yes, I definitely make you. Okay. So I have all of this ready to go. I just need the research to come in. This stuff can get cleaned up. And let's see. Did we get radar coverage up here? Not yet. Still waiting on it. Okay. Still waiting on a lot of things. I feel like I'm playing an idle game for the last hour or so. Yeah, like, come on, guys. You can do this. I believe in you. It's crazy, because every time I pop out here, it's not even like they're idle or anything. Like, things are getting built. Just taking its time. Part of it might be that the logistics bots keep bringing landfill over here, and then the construction bots are flying all the way down this way to come and pick it up. But at the same time, it's not like we have a backlog of landfill they're just choosing not to take. So I don't think it's really slowing things down all that much. How is gravel, actually? Because I'm surprised it still says 6 trucks. I think we either would or wouldn't be keeping this full. Yeah, we are definitely not keeping this full, so adding more trucks would not really help with this. 6 trucks just seems to be the max, incidentally. My calcite mine is almost empty. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Where is more calcite? Well, I just built power over my nearest calcite patch. There's a 10 mil calcite down that way. And I think that's probably the best candidate. Yeah, this one's gone. Okay, so down that way is the one that I want then. So even though I am still very short on landfill, I will go ahead and start building out this way. There's also an iron patch that'll be passing on the way, so I'll try and pass underneath that so that I can tap it in the future if needed. Actually, where is this level right here? Like if I were to send rails out this way, would that be okay? Yeah, I think it would. I can put a split like right here, send rails out right this way, and then come down instead. And that way I don't have to landfill out in like nearly as much of this ocean. I can just come straight across here, and there's a little more land in here. Looks good. Change the signals out. There we go. Everything else looks okay. Oh, I don't need that there. And I don't need that there. Okay. I think I can pick you up at this point. So, let's go for straight rails. I always forget that that doesn't quite work. Okay, so if I do that though, that works. It doesn't get rid of the old one, so we should be okay. And then just out kind of this way. It's weird about what it does and doesn't let you do in Fog of War, so I think it took that blueprint, but I couldn't be certain. So I am going to allow it to build out. And while that's happening, I will just ask them to put a roboport right there. Or, not a roboport, a radar. Yeah, not like the bots aren't already busy enough, but, you know. I do have some to spare. Over 1,000, in fact. Might not seem like it sometimes, but I do. There's also more calcite up here. The only problem is I don't have my actual rail system up this way. This train was a kind of just purpose-built temporary train just for the volcanic gas up here. So I can't really get to that. Yeah, like, I do have train tracks all the way out to this area, but in order to get up there, I'd have to cut through this whole part of the factory or go around it, and I don't know. That just doesn't sound fun. I'd rather go for this one. Okay, we do have radar coverage over here now, and it is just barely enough, but it is enough. So let's grab you. You go over most of those guys, and then you get the rest. Okay, hold on. It would be missing a single Stirling engine up there if I did that. So let me do that instead. Okay. I believe that's everyone all connected. Should be good. We're now just waiting for them to actually come in here and build it. That's pretty much it. Yep, that's pretty much it. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. We just gotta wait for him to do it. This is 270k. That's pretty low. Let's go ahead and clean up the miners in here. And that should give you just an idea just how much of this mine is already gone. I'm surprised it's taken so long to get this part done. Like, even if they can't build the tracks because of the landfill or anything, I think they would be able to build the roboports and all. Also, why don't you have power? Okay. I guess I did do that wrong earlier when I was looking at it like, oh, this is simpler than I remember. Well, there's a reason. You did it wrong. I guess that'll do it. And I guess that's maybe part of the reason that this wasn't building as quickly as I thought it would. It does make sense. See if I can't upgrade these roboports and these, and maybe even get them to connect up here. Not for any particular reason, I just think it would be kind of funny. Alright, so this area has been built, finally. So, we aren't missing landfill anymore. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Okay, finally. So, I guess I can finally start building again. I can't do anything with you because I still need to make the science pack, and before I make the science pack, I need to make the bacteria. So let's grab this, bring you down this way. And somewhere around in here, I will start making the bacteria. Okay, so bacteria is also a feedback loop. It takes bacteria in and spits bacteria out. It takes saline, cellulose, sugar, mineral dust. Fortunately, I'm already making cellulose from the algae. Saline water, a little trickier. I'm also not bringing sugar down anymore, I don't think. Yeah, sugar only made it down to here. So I will have to request sugar again, but that's fine. I think I might make saline water first. Yeah, let's do a quick saline water setup first. Cellulose composting. Take cellulose, bacteria cultures, gray landfill, and it makes brown landfill and methane. Sure, I guess. I'm worried that this might be a recipe for getting rid of cellulose. Because that wouldn't be very cool. Anyway, let's see. So, might as well use Hydroplant 3s. Well, might as well use 2s, actually, because this area is not exactly meant to be space efficient here. We're actually coming up on this bauxite mine, which is kind of annoying. My setups have been pretty big so far, and I have no reason to suspect that's going to change anytime soon. So the next, like, 2 squares here might have to be built a little weird. Anyway, let's be at least 2 down from the Roboport. I would like to be 3 down. Let's go there. You're going to make saline. So there you are. Don't really know how much saline I'm gonna need, so I'm just planning for a lot. Make the wastewater the 1 tall, and then the saline water the 2 tall. Just make it all nice and tileable. There we go. Grab a bit. And bring it on down. Wait, what? There you go. Okay. Okay, everything looks good. The wastewater, once again, we will just bring over this area and send out, and if we need to, we can void it. Okay, so cellulose is going in there. Let's lower this. Like, all of this. Yeah, let's grab you and bring you down at least 1, maybe 2. I think 2 might be easier. I do have a reason. I'm not just totally mad. Let me just get this connected in first. So the reason is I need cellulose to continue down, and there's no good way of doing that with my current setup. So what I plan on doing is this. And this is only a temporary measure, since there's still a little bit of cellulose coming down from up top, and eventually I'll be able to get rid of that. But this splitter needs to be, like, permanent. it needs to just stay here, so I can rework it later, but for the time being, it does need to be here. So that should be all of them. Does look like it. Okay. So we've got the algae progenitor for the science on the back, that's good. We've got the actual algae coming down, and we will have the cellulose. Okay. The protocell, this stuff, I actually need to be taking down as well. That's on the line of the algae. Okay, I can just bring it over this way. Where does that stuff come from? Okay, it's this pipe here. So let's also bring a connection down that way. And there we go. There's protocell down that way. We can do whatever with it whenever we want. I did kind of just abandon all these other gases up here. I think we're kind of done with them for now. If I need them, then I will just have to request them somewhere down here. Okay. Again, I have no idea how much saline water I'm going to need, so I'm just going to leave this here for now, but the wastewater is going to come over this way. Let's see, fluid depot, that's what I'm looking for. So I'll do something like that. Get a large tank, just like everyone else has. I can't really fit you there, unfortunately. I can put you there, but that does mean I'll have to underground the algae progenitor belt again, but, well, whatever. And I will have to underground you again. There we go. The reason being, I need room for a pump. Otherwise, it'll interfere with my pipe constraints. Not that that's the biggest deal in the world, but I just don't want to have to deal with it. And if I can't fit both up there, then is that a problem? Do I even need to? Maybe 2's a little silly. All I'm doing is making saline, but whatever. All the rest of them get 2, you can have 2. So let's see, each of you is 200. So 2.5 per. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then technically a 4th. There we go. That'll do. Also, you need a square of landfill, otherwise you will never be able to place that. You will be stuck forever. These guys, that shouldn't be a problem for them. All good. Okay, so that will give me the saline water that I needed. Now, I believe it was a flotation cell that I needed for the algae. Or, not algae, the bacteria. Let's see. So there's 1 belt, 2 belts worth of space, and a pipe, let's say. Just theoretically. So, bacteria. Oh, bacteria is a liquid? I mean, again, I guess, you know, what was I expecting? You know, an inserter is not going to be able to pick up a single bacterium and put it on a belt, but, you know, it didn't look like a liquid. In fairness, the bacteria genome is an item, so is it that much of a stretch to think the bacteria could be an item? Okay, so we need mineral dust, sugar, cellulose, saline water, bacteria. Okay, you only output liquids then. One of those being methane. I was just talking about how I can kind of abandoned my pipes earlier. Maybe I should bring them down. Yeah, so I need to request sugar. I should have mineral dust, cellulose. I have you. Bacteria, I have to jumpstart from somewhere. And then methane. Okay. Yeah, the reason I kind of dropped the pipes is because they were going to be really in the way. But let's see what I can do. Technically, I think that's fine. I will have to double check, but I think it was. Oh god. Nope, not quite what I wanted. And let's just continue that down a little longer so I don't wind up forgetting them again. So, let's see. There we go. In the UK, there is no such thing as jaywalking. Yeah, I do actually know that one, because jaywalking was kind of an American invention to push car ownership, because, you know, why wouldn't that be the first thing that every person wants to do? Yes, I do find it a little bit stupid. That is, if that was not clear. I did want to check these guys. Okay, that does perfectly work out, okay. Just so there's no bare patch that will not be mined. Just checking these pipe extents, seeing how we're doing. Everyone looks cool, okay. Oh, we do have the new tier circuit now. I guess I should probably look at your recipe again. So, graphene, circuit 1, arithmetic circuit, battery 1, heat pipe, sulfuric acid, helium. So yeah, certainly not cheap. Certainly not cheap. Stupid biometrics. On that we agree. I think I will use the boxed recipe for this, though I am curious if... Let's see. Okay, so you're used in those things. So you're used in the reactor, the next lab, boxes of processor 3s, boxes of modules. Okay, so those are things, these two I'd be making with bots anyway. Same with you and you. Boxes of science might just be how you have to make that recipe. The only one that's a little weird, maybe then, is boxes of blue circuits, but hey, I might make blue circuits in boxes, who cares? I'll probably leave red circuits in the box, unless there's a lot of things I can do in here. No, okay, that's pretty much the same thing. So small storage chest, scout drone 2, yeah, okay. So no reason not to just keep them in a box. UK, we use common sense when crossing roads. I mean, I do think there's something to be said for a good crosswalk, somewhere that's clearly indicated, hey, this is a crossing area. Pay more attention than usual for pedestrians. I think that is sensible, but I think it is perhaps not so sensible to make it a crime to cross the street where there is no marking. Okay. So one thing at a time. So saline water should be on the top. That is correct. That means methane will be coming out the side. I have no item output, so can I vertical flip you? Oh, well that does move the saline though. Huh. And you do have 3 item inputs. Maybe I can do your item inputs on the bottom. You are kind of jammed up in here, so doing requests on top would be impossible anyway. So let's say I do your item inputs on the bottom, and just a little break from form. So that's going to be for sugar. I guess I can go ahead and request that. It is boxed sugar, because regular sugar doesn't exist in the logistics network. Methane, I do have to get out this way somewhere. Methane's right here. It makes it a little weird, but whatever. That's just how the pipe extents worked out. As long as there are no cars moving, blocking the way, you can cross no matter if there's a crossing or not. According to American law, I last jaywalked this evening. I mean, let me tell you, as someone who used to live in a metropolitan area, I think I've mentioned before, so I don't know why I'm being coy here. I did used to live in Chicago, and if you only ever cross the road at marked spots, you would be walking very, very far out of your way sometimes. Other times, if you only... like, sometimes that's true. And then there are other places in Chicago where if you try to cross the road anywhere where the road isn't marked, you will just die. Like, there's no way you're crossing, like, a 12-lane highway or something without some sort of crossing. It's just not happening. Okay, so this is where I need the protocells to be. I can't help but notice there's nothing in this pipe, which doesn't make me super happy. Am I maybe misremembering what I need protocells for? I do need protocells to kick off the first bacteria recipe, but then once I have a couple of bacteria, I don't need it anymore. Okay. The progenitor recipes need it, grass progenitor needs it, free progenitor, like that's all fine. I don't really care about that. I'm just trying to get the bacteria running. Let's see, I do have connection to methane right now. It does look like I might be pumping methane down, just strictly down. And since I'm going to be producing methane, that is an issue. Yes, I am. Okay, so let's grab this and put you there. And I guess that means anywhere else that there's a methane pump, I'll have to do the same thing. Like right there. And here again. I don't need this many pumps now that I'm on the higher tier pipe, but, you know, they're already in place. What you gonna do? Okay, so here is methane. Hold on. So going down, so I actually want you this way. Then I'm sure there's going to be at least one more. Yes, there is. And what are you doing here? Why would I have done this? I don't really know. Well, you get to be the one normal one. Have fun. Whatever. I had the blueprint on me, I might as well use it. Okay, you are requesting trucks. Might go ahead and increase you a little bit, since the sugar is really far away. Oh yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. Saline water, let's just run a pipe that way. cellulose, sugar, mineral dust. What do I need the most of? By far, it seems to be cellulose. Then sugar, then mineral dust. The problem with that is I have boxed sugar. I guess I can just immediately unbox it out of the thing. That's not really an issue. Let's continue undergrounding you guys away. Okay, so you can come in this way then. And then mineral dust. Where'd I leave mineral dust? You were definitely supposed to be up here. Where'd you go? Mineral dust is here. I might just re-request mineral dust rather than trying to run it down this horrible mess. Yeah, that seems just so much more reasonable. Well, let's do that. Then I also need a boxer for you. Let's see, you do produce more bacteria than your inputs consist of, so I don't remember exactly how much bacteria I needed. This should be fine. Let's see. Let's do that, and then have you come out this way. There we go. The bacteria output itself, It would make more sense if I did it on the side, even though that makes it take up just slightly more room. Like, I can just bring you out to here. And of course, that is input. Output will need to be connected as well. So I guess it didn't matter all that much. Though, maybe what I could do... let me just rethink this for a second. I could, of course, do this. And then have a small pump here. So that you only continue if this area is full. And then that way it kind of chains as I go down. And make you, like, overflow, maybe? And then just reduce the percentage. You need trucks. Let's give you trucks. Okay, and then I still have room to put one inserter here. Just one, though. Huh. I could have brought cellulose along the top. Maybe that's not an unreasonable idea. Like, right along this way. In fact, do I need cellulose for anything after this point? It does look like I probably do. Yeah, it does look like I probably need to bring it along. I'm not that concerned about it. I can just request it if I need it again. I don't think I need it for a while. If I'm looking at these properly, I need it for fertilizer, which I need for grass, which I think is next on the list. But I don't need it for science. And if I don't need it for this science pack immediately right here, then I think I'm getting a little cluttered in here, and let's start weaning things out a little bit. So, okay. We can have inserter here. Let's just do it in the corner. And then that means you can be up here. And then I only need one inserter. Okay, so then flip you around. I do have to change that pump and the belt. So let's be a little more cautious, I guess. Okay. Get rid of you. Excuse me, let me take a sip of water. Ooh, throat's just a little scratchy today, I guess. Okay, let's figure out how I want to get the methane out, because while that's great and all, that only actually works for you, and that's not a great connection anyway. So I wasn't all that thrilled with you to begin with. So let's pull you down this way. I also just realized my bacteria connection on the inside doesn't work. So let's see what I can do about that. The reason being, if I try and tile this, there's no way to get an underground in here or anything. Does it work better somehow if I mirror you? Nope. No, that wouldn't make any difference, because that's exactly what I would get if I just did this copy over this way. Wouldn't make any difference. Okay, I think I just have to break this and do this a little bit lower. Or the belt would just have to be out of the way. One or the other. Actually, I think I kind of like this setup here. I just have to move the belt. There we go. That way I can just put the inserter here without worrying about it. There we go. And you just have to drop 2 tiles away. No, you know, not a travesty. I think we'll survive. And then you can go in opposite corners. There we go. Just something like that. Like if I try to tile this, how does this come out? Yeah, okay. I think that's good. I think that's good. 2400 a second. I'm sure I'm not going to hit that limit on bacteria. I think we'll be fine. Saline water is connected and cool. Let's go ahead and move you back. Make a slightly better connection, even if only slightly. Methane does have to come down this way somewhere. Don't really mind all that much. Connect you in, and then you can connect there. And then you can probably just be a pipe. I don't see why not. And let's see how that does. I think that works pretty okay. Let's go ahead and get this belt extended and inserters placed. And then the same for this side down here. Yeah, just making sure everything does look right. So, into you. into you, and then into you. And I'll have to change a little bit, yes, but not that much. Like, pretty much just that right there, and then you don't have to underground anymore. I think that might be it. That might just work. I do need the methane pipe along the bottom. So let's not forget that. And other than that, I think that's a-okay. Let's see, you are methane left. So let's grab methane right here. And then just continue this a couple tiles this way. We're already out of building range, but oh well. I'm gonna continue until I either hit train tracks or map view. And there's train tracks. Okay. So now I need to extend build range that way. Let's just continue this along. And there we go. Oh yeah, did I ever, how are you doing? 247, okay. I wanted to continue rails down this way towards this next calcite mine, which does mean I need to include radars every so often down this way. So let's keep that going. We don't need calcite desperately right now, but I do want to be making progress towards the next source of it, you know? So you have no algae, but that's correct. You shouldn't have algae. I did kind of expect by the time I got to this point that I would have... I mean, there is algae down here. I did kind of expect that I would have the science pack automated by this point, and I could start the next recipe. And the only reason that's kind of an issue right now is because I seem to be lacking cellulose. I also seem to be lacking sugar. Was I mistaken about the sugar boxes? I kind of thought it was all boxed sugar. Yeah, boxed sugar. Why are you not running? Why is glycerol not running? Because glycerol's full? Okay, how do you have ECH in you? Like, what's going on? This happened earlier, also. Like, ECH is up here. ECH is all the way down here as well. Wait, what? Quest ECH. Ah. Well. That would do it. That would do it. Yep. That would do it. Not even going to talk about it. I must have done that when I was real tired or something, just not paying attention. I knew I needed more ECH, and I guess I put more ECH in here. So let's just go down the line and clear the ECH out. That's so much ECH. At least it didn't contaminate this fluid depot. It had a little bit of glycerol left in it. Otherwise, it would have been kind of a weird feedback loop thing going on. Well, I wonder how long glycerol's been dead. Oh well. There we go. So glycerol is up and running again. Very cool. You can see how quickly we're running through supplies now that everything is running, because all of this had been sitting idle. Also, you don't seem to be alternated properly. Same with you. Okay, well, there's some glycerol coming in, I guess. Filling up the tank quickly enough. Where was sugar? I have no idea. I should probably put a sign on sugar, being that it's one of the more important products that I seem to be making. There you are. So sugar. I can't put... That's true. I'll have to do a logistics sign read on you. And the logistics reads aren't as good. I like it when it can be circuit connected and it's more local and everything. This just reads everything in the logistics system, which I mean is fine, I guess. It's just not as good. I do wish I could set settings on you while you were a ghost. That would be quite nice. I suspect you might not be able to do that, to set settings on them when they're a ghost, because it might just display anyway, like its display text and everything, and then there's no incentive to actually craft the holographic signs. You could just place the ghosts around and then, you know, I just wish there's a way to preset them. So, logistics count, sugar, and sugar. There we go. Yep, okay. Oh, cool. You should get sugar soon, and that'll allow you to start using this recipe. There's no cellulose on the belt, which is a little weird. I guess I will connect this just for the time being. There's a ton of cellulose in the logistics system, but oh well. Okay, so both of these are being addressed. Now I just need the actual bacteria. So to kickstart that, I will do a little temporary recipe down this way. You must be made in a nano. Let's grab a nanofab. And yeah, bacteria 1, protocell, amino acid, fatty acid. Huh. I also don't have any of the amino acids or anything down here. The fatty acid, amino acid. Okay. I can barely make that work. And the other one is right next to it. Okay. There we go. So that should be all 3 of the liquids that I need. Then I need bacteria genome, and you also want sugar. Okay. You know what? Whatever, sure. Can I get this to work? So, 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. I think it'll do. Bacteria genome. I can just place that with bots. You produce 1 bacteria. I think one of these guys needs... how much? 6. Okay. And also, I guess importantly, because of the way that I've done this, I actually need to get the bacteria into the back, which I'm not a fan of. Yeah, let's just replace all of these one-directional things with regular pipe, and we'll just have a single output overflow at the end. That makes way more sense than whatever not... Wow, my throat is just not happy with me today. But I was trying to say whatever nonsense I was doing back there. So overflow that way, and then extra can go this way. What I will probably do, though, is make sure to disconnect after this point right here. The reason being, I'd have to do like 300 recipes of this, since it produces 1 bacteria at a time, in order to get all of these filled until one of them randomly ticks over to 6 bacteria and starts producing. And that just doesn't sound like a fun time. Protocell, amino acid, fatty acid. Okay. So this one's the protocell. Let's get that connected. Amino acid is this one, so you can come in right here. And then fatty acid goes up there. There we go. Oh, and don't forget to connect your corner. You're also gonna make graphite. Sure. You can just go into a purple chest. Don't really care right now. Again, I don't really intend on running very many recipes of this. So let's make sure you're actually plugged in, and you do seem to be. Might be fighting the algae progenitor for protocells. They are running. Very, very slowly they are running. Mostly because I think we'd run out of sugar. Okay, so we do have sugar coming in now. They are running. They are running. What's wrong with you? You don't have anything. You don't have output on the back? Somehow? Yeah, you don't have output, and you don't have inserters. There we go. Okay, I mean, sure, fine, good. All of the sugar machines do seem to be running, which is all I can really ask for. I just hope we actually get enough sugar to send some down where I would like it to be, because I think at the moment we're kind of just refilling buffers. I could temporarily just increase your priority, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we're nearly there. This area has refilled with sugar. See, that's biochemistry. Nucleotides. Okay, both you just waiting on amino acids. Which was waiting on glycerol. Okay, so makes sense why that was gone. And one more swing. Okay, so that should be 50, so someone should have been sent out to come and pick you up. I can only hope. It wasn't you, though. Even though you have the higher priority. What if I just crank you to 100? Also, if I really want to brute force this, I guess what I could do, let's set you back to normal. And I can just come in here, look for sugar, and just brute force this. So let's just get a little bit of sugar in here. Just a smidge. Yep, it does look like that's showing up, because it's only showing 24 missing, which means 26 are being delivered. And now it's dropped to 20, 16, so yeah. They are bringing it in. Yep, there they are. You got this, guys. You can do it. Okay, you just need fatty acids and protocells. That's not right. Whoops. There we go. I was wondering how we were missing that one since the pipe was full. Protocells, though, that one's probably just legitimately a concern, so once again, let me see if there's anything I can do. You are running. You are running, okay. Let's do this, get these lined up with the same guys down below. Possible. I put you at the same height? Yes, I did. Okay. Not that this is gonna make like a crazy massive difference, but I mean, it's gonna make some difference, surely. Because right now they are a little slow. I could also just try expanding you. You're water to start with, so I want someone who ends with water, so something like that. So anytime I do this, if I had perhaps carefully crafted some sort of ratio up above for exactly that much production, well, that ratio is kind of gone now. But at the same time, oh well. I need more, so I built more. And I will continue to do so as the need arises. Yeah, just waiting on the protocells. Okay. Literally zero. Like, it is connected. I did make sure. It's just going into here first. They should all have equal priority is the problem. So if something's stealing priority, then that's going to be a little difficult to get around. I might just disconnect the algae progenitors for a minute. I just hope I remember to re-enable them once I'm done here. Each one of these recipes only produces 2 protocells, and you only need 2, and you'll be done. That is all that we're waiting on. Then we do need a couple recipes of this, to be fair. How long is this recipe? 100 seconds. Okay. I might go ahead and make a couple more of these machines. Yeah, even if I do have to work out how exactly I'm going to do that. There. Even if it's just a temporary little setup, just something like that is fine. Good enough. And then, of course, you need to come across, and you need to come across. You output together. Oh, cool. You don't need to run enough times to benefit from productivity, so I can give you speed mods. However, you need productivity. You definitely need productivity. Didn't miss anyone else. Okay, just making sure. Product's finished, 0, yeah. So I should have time to get the prod mods in first. But if not, oh well, I missed a, oh no, this isn't even going to make a craft. This is 1/6 of a craft, keep in mind. Yeah, like, not even close. So how much per craft do you need? You need 2 protocells, 2 amino acids. Don't know where all the amino acids are going right now, but you are at least running at the moment. You have enough for 2 more crafts, and you also have 2 more crafts of protocell. So I think I will go ahead and deconstruct this line because I shouldn't need it. Let's see. They're not counting the other things. That's 2, 4, and then 5 and 6. Well, it is trying to split them though, so actually I do need a little more. Doesn't matter, the pipe would just fill up with whatever is in there while I was doing this mental conversation with myself. The amino acids are a little weirder. Let's go see what they're up to. Yep, just no glycerol. We do have trucks of glycerol coming. I guess I can go ahead and increase that to 8 since that's the max. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well increase you as well. Just didn't figure I'd need to since glycerol's literally right there. And I request it literally right here. So I think the trucks got lost. I'm not sure where they're going. Yeah, I'm not sure where they've gone. It just says they're busy. Maybe there's technically glycerol somewhere else as well? Nope. Nope, that's it. That is the only place. We have a glycerol provider here, and we request glycerol here. That is it. I kind of want to just follow it back and see if it takes some insane route. No? Okay, it just came straight back. Could not tell you. Yeah, no idea. Okay. Well, amino acids should be running now. Yes, they are. All of their supplies are provided. Let's see. Do I have bacteria yet? Nope. So I don't have amino acids. I also don't have sugar. Like, just throwing that out there too. So let's also give you a few bacteria genomes. Just have fun. Now all you're missing is sugar. You do have your amino acids now. You also do. Okay. So just waiting on sugar. Could I possibly do the same thing again? Because apparently the logistics system, or the logistics drones, does not feel like providing them to me right now. So let me just brute force it a tad. Okay, it doesn't show sugar is missing, so it should be on the way. You are able to get steam and everything, so it's not like you're built wrong or something somehow. I just don't know why it's not bringing it into you, but whatever, I guess that's fine. Oh, you don't have a inserter. Have fun. Oh, we apparently did start filling up this pump, I guess, because there's only 1 in here and 0.9 in here. Unless that's just a rounding, you know, floating point rounding errors. So let's see. So you're about to go. Already finished twice. You haven't finished at all, but you're running. You're running, so that's going to be 3 and then 4 right here. And then each of you has 2 more, so that's another 4, so that's 8. I need another 4 recipes after that to guarantee that at least one of these runs, because it does seem to be splitting them 50-50. But yeah, after this is done, what do? I think I can move on to making the science pack. There's lots of scary recipes in here. But that's the one I'm looking for, microbiology. So you take algae progenitor, algae, and bacteria. You're just made in a medium assembler. Okay. Let's get it going. So, 2, 3, below the robo part. Try and place you around the same distance as you. Looks good. And then who knows how many I'm gonna need. Let's start with that many. Okay, you take 90 seconds, but you do have crafting speed of 4. With all the productivity I'm about to shove into you, that might change. Okay, so you are on overflow, so you will not output until this pipe is filled with bacteria. That is cool. Then send you down. You go in. And then you just need the algae and algae progenitor. Oop, transport drones crashed. Yay! Well, hopefully I didn't lose too much. Not the first time that's happened, so I'm not too terribly surprised. It's the readers attached to the depots. Occasionally those crash, I believe, when the depot is fully emptied. I'm not certain, but I believe that is the case. If only I knew which depot it was, I would maybe try and go do something about it. If it does crash again, let me go ahead and save here. Just in case it does crash at exactly the same moment there. And otherwise, I will just rebuild what I had before, I guess. So let's grab some medium assemblers. You can come up with one, that's fine. Let's set your recipe. And then we gotta get a pipe down to you. There we are. Run you across. Throw some modules into you. And then get a few more you down this way. And I think quite a few, actually. Okay, so algae and algae progenitor. I'll bring one in from the top. Let's say that's the algae progenitor, because I believe that's the only thing I need you for, so I can just end that line. Yeah, like the agricultural drone, I can just make that with bots or something, that's fine. Yeah, so I can just end your belt into science. There we go. And then you can come down this way. Be an input here. And then we'll have the science output down this way. So I'll have my output inserters there, and input inserters here. There we are. And then we'll just copy that down the whole stretch. Let me just do that for simplicity's sake, that way I can copy and paste it a little easier. And then of course you do still need input on the top as well. There we go. Oh, good. Okay, so I have to figure out which one of you is crashing now. Do I get any hints? Update circuit reader, that's what I know. Update depots, yep. Nothing in terms of what item you are or anything. Entity is not a logistic storage container. Yep, okay. I guess I have to go hunt. That's kind of what I figured. Alright. So let's go with a special deconstruction planer. And I'm going to do this one at a time. So I don't believe I have any of you. So let me check. I know it makes the game unhappy, but there we go. Okay. I have no idea how the game's capable of doing that to begin with. So smooth. Just doesn't even make sense. Alright. This one I might have one or two of. I have 6 of somewhere. Okay. There's one in here. Okay, there you are. You are probably the one who's crashing, because usually it's when something is emptied. So let me go ahead and just clear this Get rid of you. And then you just have to go back to being a logistics read, unfortunately. There we are. And okay. Now you go away as well. I'd bet that's probably the one that it was. Let me go ahead and save in case I'm wrong. And I will continue looking for some of the other ones, of course. Oh, I can tell you're right here. Where are you? There you are. Okay. You're probably fine. You're probably not the one. Okay, so there's two right here. You're probably not it. You're probably not it. Like, if they've been fine for tens of hours, I'm not worried about deleting them immediately. I am using you to give me this alert. Do I really care about this alert? I don't really think I do. Also, none of you have power. Didn't even notice before. That's why it's always a good idea to watch your new builds. Also, none of you have your second row of input. Then we can get rid of that. There we go. Okay. Well, that should be better at least. Yeah, you have power now. We just waiting on the bottom. Anyway, I think I would have already crashed by now, so I'm pretty sure it was that hydroxide one that was crashing. So let's just get back to what we're doing, though. If I'm wrong, I suppose I will save one more time, just to be extra special safe. So for the third time, how about we build the new science? What a novel idea, huh? About this level. Oh, actually, it can come up a good bit. Maybe I don't want to be that high. There we go. Let's go with this level. Once again, bring you down and connect you in. So progenitor goes on top. The regular algae goes on bottom, and outputs go down here. Okay. Should be fine. I still don't know why they're not bringing boxed sugar in. Am I, like, did I choose the wrong item or something? Request sugar box. Right. Request sugar box. Exactly the same. But it just won't bring it down here. Like, there is enough for a delivery of sugar, it's just not this depot that's getting it. And even if I bump your priority, I don't think that affects anything. Best I can do is more sugar assemblers, I guess. Like, they are technically running now that glycerol is better, but soon that'll just mean making more glycerol. Not that glycerol is even keeping up, mind you. Looks like hydrochloric is the bottleneck right now. We do have hydrochloric, I think we're just not delivering it fast enough. so maybe I'll add a couple more. And then it'll yell at me when those are unset, so maybe I will go ahead and tell them what recipe to be. There we go. And again, once those get placed, it'll yell at me a little bit, and that'll be my reminder to go and deal with it. So, input, output, and drop 2. First, drop 2. Now I can grab you, flip you, place you, and alternate you. So that is a good tile, I believe. That is both of your things you do not have modules. Let's get modules into you. And then just start placing you along the way. And yep, there's my indication that I have no drones in one of the request depots. Let's pull you down and in. You just underground again this way. If I say please, I forgot to tell the game please. And then science will just come out this way. Okay. So let's get 8 trucks into you. 8 into you, and 8 into you. And who knows, maybe I'll be able to pull in enough hydrochloric acid to keep all of these running steady. Wouldn't it be nice? Not that I don't have enough hydrochloric, it's just always seems to be something up there. Missing sugar, missing bacteria genome. Yep, we're only halfway. Let's give you another 4. Sure, you have 4. And then I guess I'll just request more sugar. I'm sure this will start working at some point. Okay, ironically, it's the end that's getting the lion's share of everything right now. I do need 100 algae for science pack, so I wonder if I have algae in the system as well. I don't think I do, because it would have gone into the storage chests. Where am I? There we go. I would think it would have wound up in here if I did. I can try, but I doubt it. Well, okay. Some came from over here. I forgot about you. Okay. I did set that up intentionally, now that I think about it, for exactly this scenario. So let's see. Let's just request some algae into here. That'll get a little more on the go. Maybe even just a tad more. I mean, they are at least running, at least the first couple. That is true. I actually have no idea how many of these down here that I'm going to need. So what if I go ahead and go with the assumption a lot, as is the case on all of the others, and just go ahead and start placing what I'm going to need. That way it's already built and ready for me, and I won't have to wait. let's see. It does look like I'm not getting very many of the algae progenitors down here anymore. Algae genome needs climatology science, which seems to be mysteriously empty. Climate science is indeed empty because we have no wastewater. I am pulling all the wastewater away, that is true. I don't actually remember which system you are connected to. Okay, so that's for sludge, that's fine. You take wastewater away, and I don't want you to do that anymore. You're not actually connected to anything over here. Let me get a wastewater connection down this way, wherever you happen to be. Let's see. I could just break this for a start. Just get rid of all of this. Is saline water, like, only supplied by this thing? No, you get a supply of saline water from over there. Just had to double check. There we go. Okay, so that's all disconnected now. Now I can deconstruct this part. You are still necessary, you're still good. You just make wastewater. And that I want to send down into this area. I have to remember to go back and connect that corner in just a second. There we are. Okay. And wherever I send wastewater, up this way, up this way. Oh, nope, nope. Tank right here. Okay. Make sure your overflow, but like 30%. That way, I definitely always have enough for climatology. Which should be getting connected right now, hopefully. Right now, hopefully. Right now, hopefully. Oh, nope, fake me out. Come on, guys, you got this. There we go, okay. Okay, very cool. Let's see. You are completely full also. Alright, well, climatology should be running again now. I just have to actually find it. Yeah, there we go. And being that I need so much climatology science compared to the others, I might even go ahead and extend you one more. Or at least as close as I can to doing that. Okay. And then I can put you there. And then we'll have to underground if I want to continue on the other side of this next roboport. That should be a good bit more extra production. Okay, how is this area doing? Still haven't quite gotten enough algae, though it does look like progenitor algae is starting to build up. What about regular algae? Missing algae spores. And we didn't quite refill the chest. Let's do that, but I'd be a little concerned to do any more than that. Might also do this. So, bacteria. Still not running. Still not running. Okay, you just need sugar. Let's just get a little more sugar in here. Still not sure why you're not getting sugar deliveries. Like, you're prioritized the most you can possibly be. Sugar is running at least. Let's just make a little more. Oh, let's not go too crazy here. Oh yeah, I also should be repeating you based on your pump pattern. Not that you really need the pumps anymore. Those don't really do anything anymore. What if I take you out? There we go. And then I'll just copy and paste this from here on. That's wastewater on the side, which is the same as you. If I can just do that a couple times until we hit map extent. So let's go ahead and extend this out. I have a radar right here. What do you mean that's edge of vision? It's literally right there. I mean, okay. Sure. Let's put you there. How's power coming along? Does look like we're still missing a lot of the solar panels and the Stirling engines, but at least the general shape of it is coming together. Like, these areas are mostly finished. It's hard to tell which parts are new and which parts aren't at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure this is all new in here, and I think some of this is new in here, but yeah, we're getting to the point where it's a little hard to tell what was and wasn't always there. Okay, bacteria. Can I please just focus you down? If I have any sugar in the system, please just come to my rescue right now. It would be so cool. Okay. We've got another one running. That'll get me to 5.5. And if you start running, that'll get me to 6. At least for one of them. For the other one, it'll be 5.9. Okay, there we go. We have it running. Finally, finally, finally. With that, I now remember what the problem was with the progenitors, I think. Let me follow the protocell pipe back up and just reconnect them. That would probably help. I can now also get rid of this protocell pipe down the side here. It's no longer necessary. Come on, you can do it. I can't believe this is with 3 speed modules in you. That's just insane. Okay. Speaking of speed, each one of these does 0.02 science per second, which means I would need 50 machines. How many I got? I've already got 20. So I think I can manage that. There's 40. Then let's grab 10 on the end. There we go. So that'll be 50. And that should do at least one science a second. Assuming I can actually keep you supplied, which, looking at the state of the belt right now, is quite an if. I love the big arc of bots. The bot swarms are just awesome. I love bot swarms. Okay, how are you doing? You did kind of refill. Let's get a little more going, I guess. Did I get any more progenitors running? Yes, the progenitors are running again. Just very, very slowly, but they are running. Oh yeah, bacteria need sugar. Can't really keep manually requesting sugar forever for these guys. Like, priority is maxed out. There is nothing more I can do there. Thank you, radar. Okay, so we can just continue expanding this way, I guess. And once again, I can't believe that is an entire radar right there. That's its entire span. What do you start with? Wastewater. So let's do the same over this direction. There's oxygen and the wastewater. Yep, that'll do it. Okay, can't help but notice you're still highlighting both pipes when I mouse over just one of you. Ah, you're also connected on that side. Okay. How did I break this so bad? How did I do this? I guess I missed an underground on my copy and paste. And when I went to change out the pumps, I also moved something incorrectly. Okay. Okay. Now, we come to this line and clear it. We'll have to come all the way down this way and start clearing oxygen out of the wastewater lines, because there's going to be like 1,000 of them. Because they're broken up into little segments by the pumps. Which is part of why I wasn't originally such a huge fan of them. Not that I suspected I would be mixing fluids incorrectly, but more just that it kind of breaks everything up into weird spaces. Okay. And there's still somehow more. Let me just go to the front. There we are. And just clear that. Kinda hoped that would just do it, but unfortunately it didn't. that seems to be doing it though. That should be drawing all of the oxygen out. Yeah, let's clear everything out of the pipes. And it is quite a lot, apparently. I hope they're not still connected somewhere and I'm just avoiding oxygen needlessly. Though it is starting to feel like it. Okay, you are wastewater up until here. And there we go. Okay, I was literally one click away, as always seems the case, you know? You have oxygen in you, don't you? Yep. That's what I thought. Red pump. Same over here. There you go. You once again have oxygen in you. Let's just clear you. Well, I will cut and paste you so that the bots will pick you up and then replace you correctly. Let's see. Same down here. There you go. Same with you. And fortunately, you already have wastewater in you, otherwise that would have been awful. Okay, let's check for pumps. Yep, you're red, so you have oxygen in you. You're red, so you have oxygen in you. Okay, I think I might finally be out of the woods. Does look like it. Okay. I love trying to fix something and then just absolutely breaking everything. That's always fun. Okay, well, let's go down to the end and see if everything's running or if something has jammed. Well, you're still oxygen, first of all. There we go. Need more of those. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get rid of those weird little reachy things where the pump used to be. Okay. I think we are officially all clear. Bots are only just now coming up to build that, but I guess they've been making incremental progress. They have to build one, then the next, then the next, so it does take them some time to make their way down the line. And that said, let's go ahead and continue expanding that line, since we can. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. I don't suspect we'll be able to support that many sugar machines anyway, so why continue working on it? You know, might as well go work on one of their ingredients instead, like glycerol. Because we always need more glycerol, which needs hydrochloric acid. All of these are completely busy bringing in hydrochloric acid. How do I make hydrochloric acid again? So you need water and hydrogen chloride. Okay, so it's not going to be better to just make water on site and bring in hydrogen chloride or something. It's hardly any different. And where would the water even come from? Yep, just hydrochloric acid. That's the only thing you're missing. Why is there 13,000 hydrochloric acid in here? I mean, the number is going down, but like, I should be pumping all of that out. Why is that not the case? I guess it doesn't matter too terribly much. It's not like it's building up in here, it's staying at relatively the same number, so... Eh. Just more hydrochloric acid, okay. I mean, we just need more trucks. We need more trucks, I can bring in more trucks. I might start doing trucks along the bottom here instead, though. Well, your hydrochloric acid is on the top. That does make it a little trickier to do that. So I guess I'll just continue the same way it is. And there we go. And then make all of you hydrochloric acid. And hydrochloric acid, I believe, is still 100. Yes, we are making hydrochloric acid much faster than we can consume it. At this point, it would probably be worth it to just run a pipe of hydrochloric acid up here. Like, this is a little silly. I just keep adding trucks on the assumption that eventually it will have to be enough, and it just keeps not being enough. So let's see what I can do. Let's make you a pump 2 at least. Put you there. And then start running you along. So, glycerol right up there, okay. Make sure I didn't break anything. Nope, okay. Okay, so right here. Yep, that is correct. And I think I could probably make that connection. I'm gonna wait for the bots to actually build all of this first and tell me if I have like horrible pipe extent issues or anything first. I might actually go ahead and just pump to right there just for a fresh start. No drone and depot. Oh yeah, these 4 up here. They were kind of the straw that broke the camel's back there, I think. Let's go ahead and deconstruct them. They're just silly. Okay, I am just waiting on bots to place this. The pump and this underground. And then once that's in place, I'm going to deconstruct this, and that should then connect to here. Okay, there we go. And you are connected. Everything did immediately kick to life, but the tank isn't even really dipping. Okay, it's dipping a little. It's dipping a little. Okay, well that's going to be wildly better than what I've been doing so far. Well, let's go ahead and get rid of like most of those. That was silly. And then I'll do the same up here at glycerol. Since we have a pipe coming in, I don't mind having trucks come up here. I no longer want this up here, though. Definitely don't want to be buffering up on this end. I wouldn't even mind a buffer down on this end. I might even put a buffer down on this end. What if I do this? So you're still broken, so you won't come in here. That's fine. Break all that, so I can figure out how I want to do this. Yeah, you can't stay. That's just gotta go. We break all that, and let's go ahead and just break these two. If I need more, I can always just put them back eventually. Okay, ECH seems to be the limit now, but that is weird because I have ECH. You are pump limited. Well, let's get rid of you. And if we're doing that, let's get rid of you as well. And probably the same over here. These are tier 4 pipes. I don't really need those pumps anyway. Might take a second before we can notice that. Gotta get the bots done here to actually make them, of course. Let's see, what could I do? I have a pump right here, so all of this is specifically for glycerol. It is being set aside for you. Okay, so what if I break this? Put you there. And then somewhere, maybe in here. Maybe in here would make sense. I can do some tanks. Yeah, let's see what I can do. What is this area? Okay, this area is kind of mine. So I can build down here. So let me get rid of this weirdness. And then that can just be hydrochloric acid right there. This straight away. But that is going to interfere with pipe extents. So I will have to do a little pump separation device. It's like there and there. So you are top up, you are overflow. Have to make you underground. Okay, and there we go. That'll give me a little buffer tank of hydrochloric acid, and maybe I'll do a smaller buffer of ECH. ECH is more difficult to make, a little more expensive, but still worth it, I think. Since I bring the ECH in over here, I might just throw a little buffer tank right at level with the other buffer tank. Right there. So once again, I'll have to do a little pump separation. So something like that. So overflow and top up. So top up, keep this at least 40% full. Copy you, and let's put you over on that top up as well. Okay. Okay, that should be pretty much everything. Really not happy with this now. Like, I'm using this as an excuse to throw a tank in, but this weird little gap now is weird. The weird gap is weird. Who would have thought? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna grab you. I think that's all cool. And let's just push you over this way. Just close that gap. Once all has been deconstructed, I'll actually be able to see where I can build in here. And I guess I can leave that for now. Oh yeah, copy and pasting these things is always a little weird. Let me just break you and replace you. So you're going to be sodium hydroxide, and then I'll request the trucks in once you actually get here. Sorry, logistics bots, I didn't mean to have you pull like 3,000 sodium hydroxide out of the system. My bad. Didn't realize there was quite that much left in there. There's just no good way to really disable those. Once they're on, they're on. And if you want to move them, that means you're dumping everything into the system. There you go. Don't know why that has extra little loops of pipe, but it's been fixed now. There we go. It can be a little lumpy. It's just to mark the place where the next chemical plant would go. Also, you guys can all be upgraded. And that means not only will you be faster, you can take another module. I guess I can do the same down here. Not that I go through all that many explosives, but I might as well. Let's see, what are you yelling about? You're yelling about this tank. That does make sense. So, since that's your output, what if I just put you right there? Okay, we do now have a full buffer of hydrochloric acid over here. I never really intended to upgrade you. Oh, when I swooped over everything to upgrade it. Okay. Well, you're pump 3s now, whatever. I guess that's fine. Still waiting on that to get placed, but yeah, we should be worlds better at this point. Oh yeah, I guess, give you your trucks back. There you go. If I say it, I've got to actually remember to do it. That's one of the tricky parts. Gotta actually remember to do it. Does look like these are struggling to keep us full of ECH as well. Where is ECH? ECH is made right down here. I could, in theory, do exactly the same thing I just did for hydrochloric acid. Just run ECH directly up. Kinda thought the drones would be able to handle it, but maybe not. You, huh? I already requested drones into you. And there we go, we've got one of the the text for just larger chests done that I don't really care about. Okay, we do have the path to Robots 3 unlocked. So let's go ahead and queue that along with Construction Bots 3. And why not you? What am I missing? Personal Storage 2, okay. And then I can do Logistics Bots 3. Let's come back to this guy. How have you been doing? Not so well, it seems. You still have not gotten a shipment of sugar. I mean, that is what I've been working on, don't get me wrong. At least I've been attempting to work on that. You have no power. Well, okay, only the last, like, 3 of you. Which, like, fair enough. There we go. I guess I'll continue this road. If I have a road that far, I might as well keep it going. If anything, if I ever need to run over this way, having a road that way makes it a lot easier to get up there. Just much faster. Is there anything I can do about this? Yes, I could put speed beacons down. That would also help nucleotides if I could get them to overlap. Let's see, is that something that I can do? I'm going to be somewhat cautious because I have radars in some of these places, but I guess I can just move the radars. It's not that big of a deal. So let's just do what I've done before and have them hug next to the substation and the roboport. Of course, I'm not going to do them all one by one because we'd be here all day. I'm just going to do a couple and then grab a stamp. There we are. And that is a radar that's going to have to move. So before I lose map coverage, radar, let's just put you on that side. That radar is out of the way. And there we go. Okay. We're past the edge. Suppose I might as well keep this going a little longer too. There we are. Yep, you're all covered. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. That's about the best I can do for sugar. If I need more sugar than that, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Go ahead and get another one for glycerol. And I think if I need... Yeah, you know what? Why would I do that? Let's just run a pipe. I've been a little too silly with the drones, I think. And I think it's starting to cause me issues. So let's be proactive here. Where can I get a pump out of you? Good question. I guess right here works. Let's throw you on there. Okay. And I'm actually going to leave another space because I'm sure ECH is going to wind up taking this space, so glycerol can take this square. That said, if I do intend on bringing you up, this corner might need to change at some point. Where am I even going? I'm going down the sugar, so not even very far. I'm like pretty much already there. Oh yeah, glycerol, my turn-in is right here. So let's just... Oh, wait. That is methanol. Glycerol's actually up here. So let's break some of that. This can go away now. So can I have my special upgrader back? Thank you. And then back to sugar. Because I just broke it, actually. Okay, so this one is glycerol. Right here. Let me see... Yeah, I definitely don't have enough pipe for that. The black pipe, at least. I can go out to here, though, and it looks like everything's sectioned off with pumps and everything, so I can at least give it a start. Anyway, if this is you, which it does look like, yes, you are glycerol right there. Glycerol, methanol, you look so similar. Okay, there you go. Wait, didn't I leave a space? I didn't. That's for hydrochloric acid. Oh well. You can just go on the outside then. I don't really mind. I tried to be kind. Let's see, it does look like I have all the pipes. They're just taking their time placing them. Also, I'm still missing so many Stirling engines. Let me make sure there's nothing that's, like, a concern. Because I'm very surprised I haven't made those by now. It's been, like, 7 hours-ish? Oh yeah, Stirlings are made down here, so Stirling 2 is just missing Stirling 1, which is reasonable, being how many Stirling 1s I'm placing. Stirling 1 isn't running because we have no compressed nitrogen. Because compressed residual gas has built up. That is a problem. That is a problem. What do I do about that? Okay, I have a little bit of room right here. Let's grab some turbines. Oh yeah, I guess I have to clear all of these things to make them go away. Electrolyzer 3 is actually kind of useful. Why would I ever want to turn rutile into mineral dust? Why would I ever do that? Oh yeah, the new circuits. I do have to make the new circuits soon. Bacterial culture. Don't know what that's necessarily useful for. At this point, I'm just clearing the exclamation marks. There we are. There we are, okay. And yeah, there you go. So the whole point, turbine. Where are turbines? There you are. So I want open turbines. Let's go with open 3s because they're faster. Not that I necessarily need that much speed, but it just means I'll take up less space here. And space is kind of a premium right now. This is the best way I know of to avoid compressed gases. Okay, let's move you down one level. That way I can still get exhaust ones on the back. And I want at least 4 exhausts. And I guess this whole final row can be exhausted over here. Maybe I'll actually split it. So... Nope, nope. Okay, so do this, and then do this. There we go. And then I can just throw a pump here that's set to overflow. And that'll get rid of the excess. Okay. Compressed residual gas, right here. So let's run you up. So that won't quite work. It could, though, if I put you there instead. There we go. So now you overflow into these, and if these aren't running for, you know, power reasons, then you'll overflow again into the exhaust ones, and it'll just get rid of you. I think that's fair enough. I did usually want to stop when I, you know, backed up on compressed gas, but I do need compressed nitrogen also. That is true. And how much are these really taking? Yeah, you're like 600 kilowatts each. In the grand scheme of things, that's basically free. And yeah, Stirling engines probably have not run literally once today. That's probably the very first Stirling engines that I've made today. So we are relying some on the open exhaust, but they do seem to be taking care of it. Yeah, it does seem to be okay. It might have even been... Yeah, that might have even just been like a backlog, like everything was so overstuffed that now that everything's settled, we can rely on just the standard turbines. Okay. Well, with that mystery solved, still gonna take an eternity to make that many Stirling engines, but at least we've actually started making them now. Don't even know that red belt. Why are you taking just like a billion red belt this way? $280. Why is there so much red belt on the way? Oh, I've overfilled the chest. I have too many things reserved. I wonder, do I have the small buffer chest 2? Like, is that a thing that I have? I do that, will you just upgrade? Doesn't look like it, okay. That might be something I actually want to make then. Pretty sure I have empty room anyway. Yeah, up here. So, let's go. Small buffer chest, 2. And you stack the 30. I think 30 of you is more than enough. I might even not do that many. Let's do like 10. I don't think I need that many. You are used in small cargo pod 2s, though. Which I have not yet unlocked. So, okay, I guess you get the stack to like 60 then. Because that's used in construction bots. Or logistics bots, rather. You are gonna need small storage chests too. I would have figured I was making those, but I guess not. So let's come and make those over here. You need red processors. I guess I really wasn't making you. Okay. Well, I guess that's fine. Well, what if I moved this? Okay, so purple inserter and blue inserter. And then removed you from here and trash unrequested. Does that give me enough room? I don't actually know. So 4 for each of you. So combined, that would be 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So down to here. That leaves me 8 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, with the inserters, that'd be enough. Maybe, maybe since I didn't have trash unrequested on, maybe there was like this with the red belts here. Maybe it had overflowed into a different stack and there were like 3 just chilling in there. That would make sense. In which case, I do not need to upgrade you anymore. Well, you're getting another delivery of sugar. I bet we aren't down here. Nope, not a 1. Still nothing. I think it just entirely ignores the priority setting. See, all of the sugars are running though. Which is great, because we used to be constrained on glycerol, and this is like twice as many sugar assemblers as we were running before. So the fact that they're all running is actually very surprising. Glycerol is barely keeping up. Like, the tank says 0%. Mostly seems to be sodium hydroxide at the moment. Yeah, okay, let's bump everyone up to 16 then. We just can't seem to keep them, keep it in stock. 12 was working for the longest time. That's the only reason I'm not making a bigger bump, but I might bump that up to like 20 or something. Yeah, you're complaining for some reason. Who knows? Chlorine low is hilarious. I have no idea how that's even possible. And low batteries. Or capacitors, maybe? You are batteries, okay. Wait, where is the actual low battery? There you are. So that's because we have no aluminum sheet, which is concerning. So that might just be because I've kicked off all this crafting up here. So things are actually finally moving. Let's see. All of the aluminum machines... Nope, nope, you're missing caustic solution. Yeah, caustic is slacking. Why would caustic be slacking? Chlorine is full up here. Huh. I have plenty of tanks to pull chlorine out of. It's just the same fluid issues I've been having everywhere. The logistics drones worked really, really well for fluid management until they just suddenly really didn't. What's mostly killing it is the fact that I can only have 7 trucks pulling fluid to a depot at a time. I don't know why you can set a maximum of 50, but it maxes out at 7. That just doesn't make any sense to me. I think I don't know, I think there's something wrong there. Speaking of something wrong, now that I have those issues sorted out, that should be coming together. Let me actually look at the solar panels, the heat collectors, because those shouldn't have been affected by the compressed nitrogen issue. You are just running, and you take aluminum sheets, so I think I was probably correct. We're probably just extremely starved on aluminum products because we're crafting a lot of stuff, which, you know, is fair enough. Okay, let's just go ahead and request more sugar boxes in here. Because without sugar, even if we have a self-sustaining loop in here, we cannot get it to run. I don't believe I need this anymore, though. So let's go ahead and deconstruct you. I just realized I built science underneath you. Well, I guess that's fine. I just built you underneath the substation. Yeah, that's not an issue. That's not anything weird. There we are. Just cleaning all of that up. I guess I'll go ahead and get a supply depot in place down here. For the eventuality of actually getting science. So the problem is, I need these guys to run. But I also need to get the next level to start running. And that's a little scary. So I think what I'll do is kind of similar to what I did over here. Let me find a small pump. I'm going to put you here, and you are overflow, but I'm going to change your overflow amount shortly. And then I'm going to break this pipe and just kind of work my way down. It's going to take a very long time to fill this pipe at about 1 bacteria per second, even when you are running. And you're only running when you actually have sugar, which is never unless I'm manually requesting sugar into you. We did back up on the belt though, which is quite nice. Okay, someone want to come build this? Okay, you're still all the way up there. I mean, that's fine. We're just waiting on the bacteria to build up. In the meantime, it can just be slowly filling up the pipes. Okay, there you are. So let's change you to like 10%. That way we don't steal from these guys. We definitely allow them to have their share of the seed bacteria. But then, as it fills up, it will flow this way before it flows this way, and eventually, once these guys are able to function by themselves, then we can connect it all into one big pipe. I might lower you to 5% and hope it doesn't break, because 5% would only be 20, and we're actually pretty close to 20. And considering the numbers that we're working with here, I think 20 would be more than enough. Also, probably lower you to like 25 or something. Because otherwise we have this massive backlog in this pipe back here that's doing no one any good. Does seem to be mostly running though, which is nice. Okay, is there anything I can do to help you out? Nope, just request more sugar, I think. That's best I can do. You'll keep running, you'll keep filling up this pipe, eventually it will flow out. We are technically over 20, so this pump should be capable of being active. I guess we do have over 5 rather than greater than or equal to 5. So we'll only trigger at 24. And being that power is still a bit of an issue as we continue building out the new power area, that takes a little longer than the estimated value when you hover over. Fortunately, with my accidental connection from front and back on this pattern, this was meant to be the front and this was meant to be the back, but as it happens, these solar panels actually connect into the heat tanks, and we get connections like this, where these solar panels are actually all, at the moment, storing thermal tank in here, which is then coming out into here. I just think that's funny. Like, right now, this Stirling engine is connected to all this, to this heat tank, and down here to these Stirling engines, which is just kind of funny. See, any of these ever get placed? Literally only ones not connected to anything. Fantastic. Yep, literally only ones that I don't care about. Okay. Oh, cool. Well, let's see. How are you doing? I don't know why I keep checking the science like something's gonna change over here. I really need to be checking the bacteria instead. Okay, these two have kicked on. We do have progress. And so, as soon as they kick on, I'm going to copy this down here, and one more, and then one more. And I will eventually get rid of those, and I will have to get rid of those because that actually restricts the flow of bacteria to being only one directional, when we actually need it to be flowing this way. I just want to very carefully ramp up how much bacteria that we are producing, so that I don't accidentally starve anything. Okay, and then I can queue logistics bots. There we go. Really didn't expect this to take quite as long as it did, but after only 8.5 hours, I have nearly finished the science I thought I finished last stream. It is all coming together, though. Okay, here come the construction bots with the pumps. There we go. And just in time, this pipe has 22.4, so probably the next operation or the one after it will allow it to start flowing out. And of course, keep in mind, we're not relying strictly on these two to then provide for these two. Now we have 4 running, so all of them will flow down. And we will continue that kind of cascading effect the whole way down. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'll put another one right there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I think we'll call it good there. We'll have plenty of bacteria production by the time we get down to that last pump anyway. The last one shouldn't take very long at all. See, all of these guys do have algae progenitor and algae in them, even though the belts look pretty bare. Actually, these last couple do not have algae, so maybe I will go ahead and do a couple more of these algae cycles. Though I want to be a little more careful, because it looks like when I do the big cycles, it's not able to store enough in here to replenish itself. Let's do just like 3 of those. Okay, we are now supplying the 3rd row of machines. You don't have saline water because I messed up copy and pasting you somehow. Yep, the whole way down. It looks like I will have to fix that. So let's do this, and just grab you. Hold on. So it's bacteria on the left. There we go. Do I care to get rid of you? Nah, have fun. Okay. And then we have one more friend joining us on the end, apparently. Oh, it looks like you are missing pipes regardless, and over here too. So maybe that's for the best. Okay, we do have the first 1, 2, 3, 4. So we do have the first 8 machines running now. Which means, of course, with every machine that kicks on, it's just a little faster to get the next pair running. Let's make sure... Yep, you just ran out of sugar, so I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. Let's go ahead and start removing some of these earlier pumps for the ones that are already running. That way I don't have to hunt all of them down later, and only 1 or 2. Power is still kind of an issue. Mostly electrolyzers, funny enough. Electrolyzers are, from the beginning of the game to the end, it seems going to be the most power-hungry thing in the base. I thought for a while it was going to wind up being my roboports, as it often is. But nope, they have eclipsed my roboports or even more than the nanofabricators. Even though I have, like, 3 times more nanofabricators than electrolyzers. They're just that power hungry. Not quite yet, I guess. Any moment now, they will tip over and start filling into these guys. Let's keep you filled up with sugar. If this keeps up, I might have to just bring you in with bots and kind of forget the logistics drones for the sugar transportation. It's just not quite working for whatever reason. In fact, what if I just go ahead and do that and set you here? So, sugar box, 50. Yep, seems cool. To avoid being completely unfair, I will go ahead and do the same for the sugar request up here. So I will make you drop 1 tile further away, so that these guys getting sugar from here do have priority. And only if they're slacking will you pull sugar from the bot chest. Hopefully they get here in time. Let me actually just refresh that real quick. We are going through sugar faster now, which is a good sign. It means more of the bacteria machines are running, but it also means demand on sugar is definitely a lot higher than it once was. So I believe there's a much cheaper recipe for sugar coming up pretty soon. Cellulose, hydrochloric acid, and caustic solution. That is quite a lot cheaper than what I'm doing right now. And also combine nucleotides and bacteria into sugar. That kind of just seems like uncrafting. Like, am I insane there? That seems like I'm just taking the things I made out of those ingredients and unmaking them. Sodium sulfate. Tree sulfuric acid makes wood chips, tree seed, rubber, sugar. I'm sure I probably consume sugar to produce trees, so that doesn't really seem like a benefit either, so it's probably mostly limited to sugar 2. But even then, sugar 2 is definitely an upgrade. Okay, so everything does seem to be cruising along pretty well. On the way, 49. Okay. It does seem like they're doing their best. Okay. So, how are the bacteria machines themselves? We're missing cellulose now. That's because I don't have algae running. Let's try that again. That'll give me a little bit of cellulose from the crushers. Kind of forgot that was even a consideration as we get more and more bacteria in here, that there's there's other inputs other than sugar. Okay, so cellulose is coming in. I might go ahead and prioritize output this way, because I don't really know what I'm even going to do with this for a long time. Maybe nothing. Yeah, that was a good call, because it looks like we're building up bacteria down here, but the bacteria don't have cellulose. Yeah, we're almost down a little more than halfway, I'd say, which is pretty good, because again, we get ramping progress, so the more that come online, the faster the rest of it goes. Make sure I get a little more of that going, because we need a little more cellulose. Though we are beginning to... yeah, we did empty that chest of algae. So let me make sure I capture all the algae possible. Come on, bots, you've got a builder's chest like literally right up here with the parts in it. You just gotta fly them down. There you go. That way I shouldn't miss any. There, give everyone the best chance. I don't really care at the moment about sending algae down, I just want to make sure I keep my algae buffer full so that I can continue running this process. I really don't want to have to wind up making more algae from the algae progenitor recipe. That would not be fun at this point. Yeah, okay, so it is going well enough. Yeah, we are sending all of our sugar down here, it looks like. Let's see, do I have any more pumps in place? Yes, I do. So now that these are all running, let's go ahead and replace you. Then I do have another one up here. And another one right here that can be replaced. I think that might be the last one. Yes, it is. So the very last pump is in progress. So let's see, where is this? Okay. You've already run through that whole backlog, and okay, that did definitely improve the algae retention at least, so I don't have to be quite so worried about running through my supply. I do definitely need that cellulose, and I do not want to be relying on the sugar cellulose recipe, wherever that was. This one up here, sugar and solvent. That's just not my friend. I might go ahead and deconstruct you. I think now that I've got just a better recipe, just objectively, I can go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, so that reaches there. So that is a full length, and then you just connect into there. Okay. Then solvent, I just don't need anymore. I think I can get rid of that entirely. Sugar still comes down somewhere. Yeah, you're needed for protocells. But I can at least do that. Okay. And where does that get me? Actual sugar. Since there is now actual sugar in the logistics system, what if I grabbed a blue chest here? And maybe here and here. Why would I do two? That makes no sense. Let's just grab actual sugar, not the box stuff, and then throw it in the boxes. Oh yeah, the bots are hungry. I'll have to find something else to throw in this area at some point, I guess, but I did not want that to continue any further. It was eating my valuable sugar, and that just couldn't stand. Speaking of which, though, I do definitely need to make sure the algae recipe continues, and it does look like we're picking up the last little scraps of it there. Okay, we are now missing the sugar. We do have sugar on the way. Let me go ahead and increase the buffer of sugar, because apparently we go through it really fast. Also, I did a no-no here. This area does not have voiding for wastewater, for if wastewater is not being picked up. I guess I'll put it like right in here. I could put it on the other side. It would just require me to get it out somehow. I guess that's not too bad. And then we'll want a pump. And make sure you are overflow. And let's get some outfalls in here. 3 is certainly fine. Each one of you is 40, so yeah, it would take 10 of you to be 1 outfall 2. So this is way more than enough. So how's Bacteria doing? We need more cellulose down towards the back. But the back does seem to be... The back is running. Okay, we're running all the way to the back. There we go. We can get rid of any lingering pumps. And we have Bacteria running. There we go. So as soon as we raise this above 20%, that would be 80. Maybe I'll do 10, because that's still a big buffer. That 10 would be 40. So as soon as you go above 40 in the pipe, then we'll output into here, and that will begin making microbiology science. Guess I should have a requester up at the labs. There we are. So you're going to be microbiology. I assume... No, we don't actually request that. I'll wait until this gets placed and I can put a truck in it and everything, and then I'll start working through these, though I guess that doesn't make any sense. Let's just go microbio, and I guess I'll just go down the line. Like, why wouldn't I? That way I don't have to do this again later on. There we are. And let's get a truck in. Maybe you would be the first science that needs 2 trucks, because you have to go pretty far, and I believe these only stacked at 20. Maybe I'll give you like 6 trucks. I'll give you like 4. Okay, well, the labs are all set up and ready and waiting. All that I actually need is the bacteria, which now just needs cellulose. So for just a little longer, I will continue this weird little temporary setup with the algae, or I'd keep just manually requesting it into the chest 2 feet away. I guess what I could do is read contents and enable disable. So you must have more than 600 algae in order to be enabled. Then I can request replace this with a requester chest instead. Then that would basically do the same thing I'm doing now, manually, but just automated. Which, you know, it's Factorio. That's usually the intention. Yeah, most of these have stopped because we have no cellulose. I anticipate that probably becoming the opposite problem before too terribly long, where we will likely have an abundance of cellulose and nothing to do with it, but for the time being, cellulose is definitely the thing that I'm most held back by. Well, cellulose or sugar, but sugar seems to be holding up well enough, if only just barely. Okay, so you're empty now. Let's get rid of you. I don't think I have one of the big supply chests, but I will at least attempt. Looks like it's... Oh, it is getting placed. Okay. Well, fair enough. You're going to request... What even is this? Algae. You're going to request algae. There we go. So you are on now because you have 1,000 out of 600. Cool, if you dip to 600, then you stop. In fact, I can probably lower this amount. Since I don't need to be so careful anymore, since I'm not doing it manually. We also haven't even filled up all the machines with algae somehow. Like, only the first couple have enough algae in them. And we're out of cellulose. Let's see. Okay, they did get displaced and it is working, so there we go. I might, just to be kind here, go ahead and give them a charge pad or 2. And how are we looking? We're at 26. It's hardly moved. Hardly even moved. Let's see. Science also hardly moving. Like, we are making science. It's just everything's so expensive at this point that everything is taking a long time. I guess while I'm waiting on that, I could attempt to increase the number of science assemblers that I have, but like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, also, is calcite like completely dead? How much? 159k. Yeah, I definitely need to be pushing this way. I keep forgetting. Let's just continue on a little farther. Does this happen to just overlap? Really hard to tell. But I think it does. Yeah, I think it does. So maybe I can just do that to get another radar down this way. Let's see. You're here. Then right after that blue dot is where the other one is. No, that's not gonna happen. Okay. I wanted to try and keep going, but that seems really hard, so let's not do that. One radar at a time. Slowly but surely. Oh, they're unhappy. Oh, they're getting teased. Oh, sorry guys. Just the way it's gotta be right now. This effluent is up to 34,000, which I could make wastewater from if I truly desired. Let's see. You don't have power. That's hilarious. Let's get you power. And let's also get some holographic signs over this way. So one for you and one for you. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I think my number of machines up here is enough to supply like one of these guys. And we don't have enough wastewater to supply you to begin with. It does look like that's mostly a truck issue, so let me see what I can do about it. Connect all those together. And then each of you, 8 trucks, full stack. 8 trucks, full stack. 8 full. 8 full. Let's make sure I'm not missing any. Okay. 8 and full stack. And the last one, 8 and full stack. And if I did miss one, then it won't get trucks and it will continue yelling at me and I'll notice eventually. Let's see, 153. That might not be enough dumping for saline water. Like it seems to be keeping up somehow. 20. So that would be 3,000. Yeah, you only do 400 apiece. 3,000 would be... that would be over 7 of these, right? What is an outfall 3? Brings you up to 1,000. Okay. Let's just upgrade you. Easier than trying to replace more. They still haven't brought all the truck for you, huh? Oh, there goes the line. I knew it was coming. The glorious line of trucks. Of course, once they deliver all the trucks, you still need fuel, but, you know, we will get there. And geothermal 3 is finished. Oh, and there was a little lull for a second, but here comes the next wave. And right as you finish up, I bet we start seeing the first of the power for these guys show up. Okay. And any steam? Oh yeah, there's steam. He's a little confused, but he's got the spirit. Right in. And right in. Okay. So that should bring in a little more wastewater to this area. We'll see what happens. Okay. Well, at least this is working without me having to manually keep requesting stuff into the chest. Bacteria is running. At least the first couple are. Yeah, there's not a lot of cellulose coming in, but there is some. How much is in here? 31. That's still not a lot. How much do you need for a full recipe? You need 6. Like, I want at least 3 times that, but that would still be 18 in the pipe. I could decrease this. But that seems dangerous. Like, why would I do that? What if I didn't do that? Because I'm not sure how specific the pumps are. And you know, if they kick on, I don't want it to throw out like 1,000 at a time or something, you know? That would be an unpleasant surprise. We'll change you to that. That's as far as I will budge. I could also get beacons down here, I suppose. So, speed isn't my issue. My issue is input. Yeah, these guys just don't have input. Which, once again, is an issue of algae. See, we're up to 32.8. No, I could put modules in these guys. I wonder if I can prod mod you. That'll make you slower. Let's give you 2 speed. There we go. Oh, and you even already have a beacon down here, so you were already sped up a little bit. You do at least seem to be running constantly. Come on, bots, you got this. I believe in you. Nope, nothing. Oh, there they are. I just had to zoom out further. They were still a little further away than I thought they would be. And they have to stop and charge. But let's see if that helps anything at all. Okay, you're no longer able to output, which is a great sign. Let's just upgrade the inserters. See, we're now sitting just below 10 items a second. So, comfortably on a red belt, that's no issue. Yeah, we have plenty more algae machines if we can manage to get more algae pulp, whatever this stuff is. Algae spores. Okay, we got one, just not the other. Sure, why not? That's fine. One of the construction bots is busy, I guess. He took this job and then went on vacation. Well, at least we got the modules in. That's all I really cared about. You're taking like 3 times longer than this guy did, though. Yeah, it's about time. Okay, there we go. So that brings us to just over 3 cellulose per second, which is just over 10, 11 of these machines. Yeah, I have a few more than 11. I have 50 exactly, actually. Let's see. Okay, we are now up to 35, so we're almost there. Almost there. I kind of thought the last half would be the quickest half, not the one that I waited on the most. But we are nearly there, it seems. It's 35.8 still. Okay, so it is not a fast process. I do have this area to go work on, though. So I can continue extending the rail out this way. Run immediately into the edge of radar vision again. I swear the radars were nerfed or something. The range of the radar feels way smaller than it used to, but maybe that's just because we're building so big at this point. Let's go radar to radar. Why not? I guess because I manually placed you, whatever. Have fun. Let's see, are you able to fully output? Yes, you are. Just wanted to check. That does mean this is full output of the system that I have at the moment, including both crushers with modules and a beacon. We are slowly feeding more algae down into this area, which is good because apparently we still have many of the science machines that need more algae. Haven't even filled the buffers. Haven't even started crafting yet. Yeah, I don't know how I can say it's... Okay, I was gonna say I don't know how I can say it's 1 algae per second, but I guess technically it then does take half an algae a second to keep it running, so... Actually, the profit is 0.44 algae per second, and that is with 10% productivity, so... Yeah, we are running up until this point here, and then we're out of cellulose. So that's the best the current setup can do, it seems. Sugar, fortunately, it seems like we are keeping up, finally. I mean, that's nice. We've got a couple deliveries into here. Maybe it was the cellulose that was eating all the sugar unnecessarily. You know, the old cellulose setup that made cellulose from sugar and solvent. There we go. Messing around? Me? No, never. What do you mean? 39.2. Okay, we should be making like a 0.4 a second or something on average, so this should go a little faster now. That can't be right. Yeah, you show 0.4 a second. But that's going nowhere near that quickly. Like, what are you on about, actually? That doesn't make any sense at all. A single machine should be going way faster than what this shows. Anyway, we're about to hit 40, and with it, the pump will kick on for the first time. And there we go. We doused a little bit of bacteria into the assemblers. They need 200. They need 200. I kind of forgot about that. I was so excited for them to kick on and finally spill out into here. I was thinking, I don't know, maybe they'll need like 2. No, they need 200. Okay. Well, on like a serious note then, I think what I will do is the same way that I had these turn, like, staircase themselves on, I think I will grab a small pump, and after these first two, I'm gonna put you here and put you as an overflow, and as soon as this actually gets placed, I'll reduce you to like 10% or something, but still, I do want to, be realistic here and try to only fill these first two. Even then, I probably should also do this. Because I don't anticipate having enough bacteria to run even one machine for quite a while. Oh yeah, I forgot it's going to take 30 years for one of the construction bots to come down here and place this. I think that might be our hero right there. I guess while that's going, I'll come over this way and see how progress is going. Okay, well enough. We're mostly just waiting for this to get placed itself. Which it looks like someone's on the way with. Even if I can't see them. Nope, maybe not. Maybe I hallucinated. It looks like blue to me. Hey, microbiology created. Let's go. I guess that's the recipe started and not the pack itself being finished. Because this has a 90-second crafting time, and I knew that hadn't happened. Anyway. Pull you back to like 10%. And then the same over here. Okay, that went so fast, though. Why did that go so fast and it took so long to build up in here? Maybe just because the plate's that long? I guess. I guess there must be some sort of weird, like, dividing quantities along pipe length kind of stuff going on. Like, the pipe itself is one big tank. I just kind of thought Factorio didn't do fluids that way anymore. But all the same, it does seem to be running. We're just missing algae progenitors now. Which need protocells. Which are running, okay. What? You're missing fatty acids. That's because, yeah, you legitimately just don't have any. I forgot to bring the blueprint down, I guess. There we go. Might as well continue a few more because I'm sure I'll forget again. So let's just keep that going down. So I'm sure I will need more of these. Yep, okay. Well, I believe that's the second science pack. Yeah, products finished 2, so this is actually the third science pack, it looks like. Which means the bots are already carrying it away to the bio labs. Just one of them. Who knows which one? Okay, I actually didn't... Oh, there you are. On the way, 1. Okay, so they're only bringing the first one. Maybe that is the second one being made, not the third one. Oh, nope, there we go. We got a couple in here. So if one's on the way here... Okay, I guess it was delivered, but anyway, we've got one in here and one in there. Okay, well, we finally do have that taken care of. That was a lot more of a process than I anticipated. You may be able to tell from the title of the stream, I did kind of think I was going to get the fish today. And I'm no longer feeling like I'm going to get the fish today. That no longer seems all that likely. Yeah, that's actually after worms. And after grass. I only need 4 science packs to make progress next, and then 5 of the next one, and then I work on worms. Okay. You know what? You just watch. In like 3 weeks, I'm gonna reuse the name of this stream. If you're listening here, then you've got the inside scoop. The name of this stream is sure to change after today, for the VOD and everything. And I will be reusing the name of this when I actually get the fish, because I thought that's what today had in store for me, and it looks like the game had other things in mind. I think I will go ahead and queue you and move you up this way. I did want to get to tier 3 bots today also, though after doing that much work on microbiology science, I just want to get one. I just need to get one in. Also, where is the next sugar recipe? How far away is that? I have to do grass first, which also takes biochemistry too. I guess I should start looking at grass. So you take algae genome. That's weird. You also take geology research. Oh, it's not that weird. Okay, the other algae genome also took the bacteria genome, so I guess that makes sense. Grass genome also takes bacteria, which is awesome. Just like forever, or is there a better recipe eventually? No. Oh, grass genome 2. How far away are you? Okay, you're quite far away. So yeah, it looks like this is just the intended recipe, grass genome 1, which means it will be a constant sink on bacteria. Also, 12 nucleotides, that ain't, that's nothing to shake a stick at either. I guess I'll be expanding that area. It does mean I need to increase the amount of algae genome that I create, which then in turn increases the amount of bacteria genome that I make. Let's see. Tree genome. Maybe I don't, though. Like, I was thinking it would be used in science in a similar way that the algae genome is. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that bad. Grass progenitor 2. Okay, all the progenitors are going to take a genome. That just makes sense. And then you are used in botany science. Okay. I mean, okay. That's, that is how it is. You also take a box of cellulose per second. Okay. Okay, what do I do with grass progenitors? Okay, what do I use then? Okay, so landfill brown specifically, a grass progenitor, fresh water, air, makes 2 grass. Okay, so 1 progenitor becomes 2 grass. Also some oxygen to vent and some effluent. Okay, is there another grass recipe? Grass seed fertilizer. Okay, so that's your main grass recipe in the same way that the other algae recipe is your main algae recipe. Okay. Okay. And then I need grass and botany. So the progenitor and grass. So it's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Okay. So it takes the progenitor, it takes the grass, and then like a byproduct from algae, basically. And I do say from algae because I noticed that the grass recipe does not seem to make cellulose, though where is the grass harvesting? Because that is important. Where's the grass seed? Okay, you do make cellulose. Okay. That does make me feel a little better. Botany 1 is right after nitrogen chemistry. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll go ahead and start planning that out then. So, grass progenitor is needed for science, so I do need you to run forever. That's in a nanofab. Let's just start setting it up. So I'm leaving a little bit of room because I'm sure I'm going to need to request something into here, and if not, I'm still not going to have enough room for another recipe below me, so I might as well be kind to future me. So I can't actually set your recipe yet. But it does take sugar, cellulose. It is the grass genome that I need. So you need geology research. You need algae genome, nucleotides, and bacteria. So I can ship in the geology research and the nucleotides. The bacteria and the algae genome I'll just have to get down here somehow. And I mean, who says I can't ship in the algae genome, actually? It only stacks to 5. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, okay. Nucleotides might even be around here somewhere. I've got everything but nucleotide. I do provide you over here. You are completely empty, though. Not that you aren't running, you're just not very fast. You need amino acids. Let me see if that's actually true. Or if I just, like, broke a pipe or something somewhere. Let's see. So you're running, but amino acids is empty. Okay, so you're empty because amino is empty. And we just need more amino acids. I can do that. Why are you an efficiency module? How strange. I guess I was having power issues at the time, not too terribly different from earlier today. And yeah, as soon as I did start the actual crafting of the dynamos, or the Stirling engines, what do you know, the power issues start slowly evaporating. Crazy. So anyway, amino acids. I think I will come down here and swap out your efficiency for speed. Just copy that. And yeah, okay. Just making sure it's actually taking. That'll also help fatty acids down below, though fatty acids is like the one part of this whole process that's actually working properly. There we go. And then I guess I will just copy you a couple more times. Also, don't really want to have to deal with these pumps, so what if I just upgrade all your pipes? At least out to, like, here. Go have fun. Well, okay, I should have all of those pipes. It does look like the heating panels are slowly getting placed as well. We've nearly made our way through all of those. All of the Tier 2 Stirling engines have been placed, which does mean, actually, that this area must be finished then. Yeah, look at it go. So it is running non-stop. We aren't able to store literally any heat, but that just means it's doing its job exactly as intended. Yep, the Tier 2 dynamos, or I keep calling them dynamos, the Tier 2 Stirling engines are definitely putting in some work. Of course, we do have some over here as well. Not like they're all over here at the volcanic area, but, you know, it's a decent few. I wonder exactly how many. 153 out of... Okay, 153 out of 369, so less than half, but, you know, it's some. Okay, so I can't put your recipe in yet, but I can go ahead and get your requesters ready. In fact, let me just get some road up here. So, you and you. And can I put a road here? It does look like it. I don't need that much road. There we go. It's just so that way I can put your requests over here in a line. And I keep forgetting what you actually want, so I have to keep coming back and double checking. So geology, nucleotides, algae genome. Geology, nucleotides, and algae genome. There we go. Maybe I do want to move you down a few places. Like, as long as I can output, it's fine. So, 1, 2. That should be more than enough. And let's see. Science and algae genome. Yeah, that's it. It is 6 science to 1 grass genome. So I'll put that on the inside belt, and then algae genome can go on the other belt, I guess. That is a little silly, giving a whole belt to geology science. Yeah, you can share. That's fine. And in that case, let's flip you around and set you to algae genome. Okay, and then let's give you some trucks. So you can have like 5. You don't have to go very far. You can have like 2. You also don't have to go very far. Have like 4. There we are. And I did purposely leave an extra space in case I did want another belt. Just in case. So you can output there, and then you're going to output on the back. There we go. And then you are going to output an item, so I guess I will go ahead and plan that this way. Don't you have like 3 gases that you interact with? No, that's something else. You do take in bacteria, nucleotides, and put out wastewater though, so I do have to be a little more careful with my placement. Yeah. So let's pick those up and make sure they are 1 space apart. I'm sure I will need at least that much to deal with your inputs and outputs. There. That'll give me a little bit of room once we get things on the road. I guess I do also need to go up and put Algae into a request depot. So let's go see what I can do. Algae genome, right here. Well, I have this supply depot just completely packed full of cellulose. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, and at the same time, let's see. I think I'll put you basically in exactly the same spot. I'm going to underground the sugar here instead of you. And then I'm going to split you off this way. And I think a blue inserter is probably a little more than you need right there, but you know, we're living adventurously. We can dream. See, so that's making decent enough progress. That's got 1 minute left. After you is the grass progenitor. And I believe that recipe does stay the same. There is a grass progenitor too, but that's not for a long time, if I look at the science here. So I will be sticking to grass progenitor 1 for quite a while, and that's going to take protocells, which is a problem because I haven't brought them down in forever. Amino acids, fatty acids. I guess I should probably just run protocells and amino acids down here. Might as well start with fatty acids, I guess. Yeah, just wherever, get down there. What are you? So you're amino acids. Definitely need you as well. Let's see if I can't run you at least together. Make you a little neater. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. Let's go ahead and move these back. Let's break that. Because I'm also going to have something on this line eventually. And that just barely fits. You'll love to see a perfect fit. It's always great. Let's break this. And there's a few more down here, it looks like. There we are, though. And then that'll be something, who knows? That can probably be this guy right here, the protocell. Yeah, I think I even already had you kind of configured this way at one point in time. Let's redo you over here. And then you're already mostly piped in that way. Yeah, there we go. And one more. Okay. Actually, really don't like where those pipes wound up. So let's break that. And I'm gonna move you. There we are. Okay. So that should give me everything that I need. And then I have a request for nucleotides down here, so I didn't bother bringing them in. No protocell. Protocell's running. It's just real slow. Okay. Well, let's see what I can do about that. So you end with your water intake. So let's find one with a water intake on left. And that's why I put those pipes up top. I knew I was going to be needing them sooner rather than later. I have a few places where I have a belt gap. So let's make sure I address that. And also, looks like I don't even have enough of these. So let's continue the line down. Yeah, we'll just keep going for a little bit. Might as well keep going until the tracks. And if I'm going to do that, I'll do the same with the building. Let's see. Water on left. Right there, perfect. Okay. All the pipes are connected. All cool, all cool. Let's go ahead and get this continued down. Because otherwise we won't have any power. And I guess I should have copied this. There we go. So of course that's gonna eat more amino acids than I'm actually producing, so let's go look at amino acids. You can also be extended, and it does look like you're running, so let's get amino acids. I'm gonna do the same thing that I've done a time or two. I'm gonna get rid of these pumps, just don't need them anymore. And it makes it much easier to copy and paste you. Also, you are the one that perfectly fits in the substation. I love you, you're awesome. Okay. Watch me do this, and then it turns out I've just forgotten like one pipe or connection or something somewhere. Okay. And then just grab. Well, that's like double almost what I have, so let's see if I'm actually even able to run that first. I'm willing to bet I will run out of glycerol before that happens. Yeah, glycerol's literally still empty. No hydrochloric acid. Okay. Well, we now have a pipe. So that does mean we just don't have hydrochloric acid. We don't have chlorine. We don't have saline water? How does that even work? Did I expand you at some point and then not add enough saline water? You have 90. There's 30 of you. Are you a 1 to 3? Or, you know, you got what I mean. 240. So 3 times 80 would be 240. So yeah, you should be. So why are you still lacking? Huh. How strange. Yeah, these are running. I'm a fool. I am a fool. That is 240 inputs, 168 output. It's ironic because I can tell that is exactly what I did when I built this as well. Okay, so 78, 168. So that's roughly a 1 to 2 then. And if I have 90 of these, then I need about 45 of these, which means another 15. How much is this? That's 2,500 input. That's enough for about 10. Just making sure I didn't do anything weird, like this break right here, for example. There's really not any reason not to just connect you. There's also not any reason to. Let's see. Let's just go for another 20. Make sure that connection is valid. Does look good. Okay, I am missing an underground right at the end there, but that's fine. Connect you. And then for another 20, I need 2 more rows of 5. So, well, I think I did a copy and paste. No, it definitely doesn't look like it, actually. I did for that one, anyway. Oh, maybe I did? Yeah? But not you. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna be consistent. There we go. So, 1 and 2. That does mean I'm going to be making more wastewater. So I don't know where wastewater handling is done. I should make sure that I have enough. Okay, you're down here. Let's upgrade you. And honestly, let's just upgrade like 2 of you. I think that makes everything easy enough. And then that should be providing us enough saline to keep these electrolyzers running full uptime. We do have to wait for everything to get built, of course. And it does say I'm missing pipes for some reason. Sure, why not? We can be missing pipes if you want. I guess I did just build like 2 big giant stretches of things, so I guess that's actually pretty reasonable. Yes. I guess I get that. I think I will build another chlorine depot over here and see if I can't bring chlorine in just a little faster. Yeah, you would connect down there, so there's no way I can bypass this pump. That pump just has to be there. Why are you guys blinking at me? Oh, you're missing undergrounds. Okay. Could hardly even tell. At least this is working properly. As a chlorine vent, that is. Okay, did everything get placed yet? We're still waiting on pipes. Figures. Well, let's just say it will be fine. And then that'll make everything over here a little faster. And we did just get this over here, so let's see what I can do. Make sure there's no weird requests in here. Set you to 8 and full stack. Effluent is full. Weird. Okay. Let's make sure I clear that out, I guess. Wasn't expecting that to be a problem anytime soon. That's another reason I had to throw a limiter on here, is to make sure that science wouldn't just draw all the bacteria out and consume it and leave nothing for the machines to eat. Okay, and we have made quite a few of this science pack as well, ever since it started. What time is it? It is just after 10 my time, which means I've been streaming for just over 10 hours. So I think I will go ahead and queue up the botany research here, even though I was really trying to get to Robotics 3. Maybe that can happen in the background while I'm building Botany 1. And what are you? Oil? Algae harvest. Okay, that is actually an important one also, so let's get that queued up. You shouldn't take too long. Like, as long as these actually finish, like as long as I have the science packs to finish you, that should go relatively quickly. Also, I should point out that the bioscience does break the science graph. Right now, as far as the game is aware, I'm making 0 progress on science, but as you can see the bar filling up, it is somehow progressing. So the graph and the bar do not agree while you're doing bioscience. No drone and depot. Gonna be one of the chlorine ones, I bet. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Right here. Yes, they just have not brought the drone in for the chlorine for whatever reason. I mean, it'll get here soon enough. How is lithium? I even put some things down here, but then forgot to read them. Or it's not that I forgot necessarily, it's just that they were taking forever to get placed, and I was like, yeah, I'll be back. I'll come see what you've got later. Let's connect you into there. And you into there. And which one are you? You are deuterium. So let's grab your symbol. I might have missed a character in there. No, that looks right. Okay. And read circuit. There you are. Oh, and deuterium. Percent. There you are. And input deuterium, divide by capacity of the tank. So 250,000. But if I then were to multiply that number by 100, we'd really be dividing by 2.5k. There we go. And then I want to output deuterium. Yeah, you should be at 94k. That is well under half. Yeah, that's about a little over a third. That seems accurate. So I just wanted to make sure my math was right. So deuterium, 37%. You down there, and copy you down there, and then just copy the things then. So tritium. Okay, so less than 1 tritium. And tritium. Yep, tritium 0%. Okay. That does hurt a little bit. We do have 1.5k, and tritium is one of those things that you need in very, very small quantities. So I guess that's fine. If I could swap you out for a smaller tank, I probably would. Little late now. Batteries are still low. That's going to be still aluminum, I would assume. Yep, still aluminum sheets, but that's just because we've been making solar panels and other stuff that have been eating all the aluminum for the last 10 hours. Not that it's running wonderfully or anything. Yeah, caustic could be better. Interesting. Why are you suddenly not keeping up? Like, I've even got salt coming in from brine electrolysis down here. You should be doing a-okay. How strange. Maybe I'll start bringing in a little bit of caustic solution, because I think I can do that. And if not, it'll be easy enough to set up. Okay, you're a one-way. So where can I access you that is not a one-way? I guess I could just have a feed line, like right here. I'm separating it with a pump so I don't have to deal with the lowered pipe restrictions. Send you down from over here. And where does that line up? Like, not the worst, not the best. Oh, can't do that there, that's water, but I can move over this way. Okay, let's get some trucks into you. So 8's the most a fluid can take, and you're going to be caustic. Caustic solution, there we go. So let's go see if I even put you in a provider. Let's see. Caustic. No, I don't actually provide caustic anywhere. So let's get a fluid depot. Maybe even 2. And then if you're over, let's see. Most things tend to turn off or whatever around the 100k mark. So I'll do the same over here. So you're gonna overflow just below 50%. So let's say like 40% when you actually get built. Oh, we've got botany. Okay, so I can go and start making the grass recipes now. Well, as soon as the bots allow me to, at least. Yep, we might have to wait a little bit. I do wish I could set the amounts on the ghost. I understand why you can't. Like, it's a miracle this works at all, but it would just be nice. Okay, we got little bits and pieces coming in. There we go, okay. So let's set you to like, I said 40 earlier, let's say like 35. As long as we aren't running low, I'm okay with outputting you, and we'll probably eventually be using you to make sugar, since sugar takes hydrochloric acid and caustic solution anyway. Also, it does look like all of the hydrochloric acid is currently going into making glycerol. Is there anything I can do to help out hydrochloric acid? You're not running. That's one thing. Hydrogen chloride is pretty much empty, okay. Granted, that's hydrogen chloride from plastic, I guess. But yeah, chlorine. There's no chlorine, so there is no hydrogen chloride, so there's no hydrochloric acid. I mean, we are consuming sodium hydroxide as fast as we can make it, so I guess I wouldn't mind making more. How many machines are on the side? 51, because that should be how many it takes to saturate a green belt. And there's 39 over here, so that is a difference of only 11. Yeah, I can add 11 more, whatever. I'm actually adding 12 more for symmetry reasons. Actually, does that work? I didn't grab your inserter. That's the problem. I knew you didn't look right. Okay. I don't think I'm missing anything else. That should all just work. You are going to want power, of course. Let's move that over there. And then that's going to want a little more saline water. Let's see. That gives me 102. So I want like 51 of these. Got exactly 50. That'll do. I think that'll be fine. Still waiting on some pike for some reason. Not very much, but surprised I'm still waiting over there. Don't know if that'll do much for my chlorine demand, but if not, I'll have to find out what I can do. Hydrogen is getting dangerously full. We do have venting down here, though, which is easily holding up. Okay. I can go ahead and upgrade that pump, but I don't think it's necessary since it is keeping up. But yeah, that's the best I can do for hydrochloric acid at the moment. Let's go set up the grass recipes. Oh, and we've got the actual algae recipe now, so where even is that? Temporary, here we are. So I can get rid of the temporary recipe here and start using the real recipe. So let's see. So wastewater in the middle, and then what have I got? Fatty acids on the outside. Okay, well I do have a line of fatty acids down here. Ironically, if I'm going to have production down here, that means I actually need limiting pumps up this way somewhere. Oh, I just bring fatty acids in. Interesting. Okay. It's actually really awkward to get a pump in here. There are the small pumps, of course. Okay, what if I bring you up and over instead? Instead of this, get rid of that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Good enough. And also underground view. And that way I can just throw a pump in here. So top up. We'll keep you like 50%, something like that. I need to add pumps to this list, because I find myself waiting for pumps way too often. There we are. Like, yeah, someone's bringing the pump, but man, it's gonna be half an hour before it ever shows up. Anyway, while I'm waiting for that... Oh, I can't really leave you. That's the problem. I'm missing one pipe. One. It's hard to see a specific construction bot coming. Oh, that might be you. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's keep you, like, 50% full. And there we go. Okay. We're also going to produce these things, which I was aware of, but at the same time, it's like, eesh. Really rather you didn't. Okay. So you do need saline water. How much saline water do you need? 5 a second for each building. And each building is able to process 0.9 algae a second. I have no idea how much algae I actually need to be processing, unfortunately. Down here, I know I need, for each building, 0.26 cellulose a second. And we're going to need more cellulose than that. So, let's see, that's like roughly 12 cellulose a second. Okay, you are exactly 1-to-1. So I would need 50 of you also, which is going to put you way past the train tracks there. But I guess we just have to figure it out. So let's start from here. And just start running you out that way. That does leave me with a belt gap. Guess I can just come a couple back this way. Oh, before I copy and paste any further, these are not connected to anything. So let's make sure those are connected. Glad I noticed that. Okay, and then wastewater I'll deal with eventually. Not exactly a priority this very moment. And let's just extend the belt out this way to make you tile a little nicer. Also, the top is good, yes? Yes, it is. Okay. So left side is fatty acids, that would be right here. And then there's the train tracks, so let's see how far I can go. Looks like right up to there. Alright, how many did that get me? Up 50, what do you know? Okay, exactly 50. I guess I'll take that. I'm sure I will need to continue expanding out this way eventually, but for right now, that seems perfectly fair. That does mean I need 250 saline water per second, which is, I think, a little more than I would be comfortable entrusting to the drones after they've been so strange. So let's see where I can get a little bit of saline water produced. We have saline water literally right here for bacteria. Could not have been better. I gotta be real, I don't even remember if I planned that or not. That might have been on purpose. My usual motto is, it's just like it was on purpose. It certainly wasn't, but it's just like it. And this time, legitimately no idea if it was actually on purpose or not. That is... wrong one. That is the seawater input. Let's at least connect you to the actual saline water. There we go. And of course, now I'm missing more pipe. Why wouldn't I be? So that's your only input though. You only need algae and saline water. And then that's going to start you producing cellulose, algae spore, calcium carbonate, and fatty acids and wastewater. So wastewater I can connect to right down this way. Right there. Again, see, that's a perfect example of what I mean. It's like it was planned. It wasn't, but it sure is like it. Just cleaning up a little bit. That's plenty. There we go. So as soon as the bots feel like placing these pipes, that should be everything that I need. And there we go. Okay, we've got algae harvesting up and running. That should have kicked all of you on. Except maybe these at the very end. Actually weird that these are running and these aren't, but sure, whatever. Cool. I guess. Why not? Let's see, that's going to be just shy of 2 items a second, so I think purples should be able to output all of that. I'm going to watch and make sure. Oh yeah, you're definitely fine. So calcium carbonate, let's make your priority the highest. Oh, I guess I can't do logistics bot. That's because I have a requester for if calcium carbonate accidentally winds up in the logistics system. Then they will bring it over to where it belongs, but that's a little more taxing on the logistics bots than I would like. Right here, you can see. Well, no, that's for the calcite. Well, somewhere in here, I'm sure that I do. Maybe I should have followed him. Hold on. Where was that? Okay, right down here. Oh, I do need to reconnect you now. So let's turn that off. Well, a bunch of algae just wound up in trash somewhere. Oh well. Fine. Sure. Let's go ahead and break you. There we are. So that can go away, that can go away. And you can go up. Also, what are you? You are nothing. Okay. Glad I left that belt there. That was from the old cellulose build. Oh, the old cellulose build was feeding algae progenitors. Okay, you know what that means? I just need to request cellulose. I'll live. I'm sure other things will wind up requesting cellulose as well, so you'll be in good company. I don't need to split you downwards anymore, though. Let's get, like, 10 trucks in for you. Don't know if you'll need that many, but you've got them. So, down, down. Up and up. That'll give you, your cellulose that you need. And let's continue ripping this belt away. Yeah, that's fine, because I do want to split here, that is true. You are no longer able to output. It looks like your belt's saturated somehow. It doesn't look like it because the items are different, but your belt is actually quite saturated. How is that? Just shy of 2 items a second, so it would only take 15 of you, actually. Well, no, a red belt is only 15. It would only take 15 of you to do a blue belt. Okay. I guess we're upgrading to green belt then. Yeah, green belt should be able to handle how many items? 75 a second? So that would be just over 35 machines, which actually still isn't enough because I've got 50 machines. So I guess after 37 machines, I need to make a new belt. So 37 would start right here. So all of this can get picked up. And then new belt right there. Guess it's probably a good idea to go ahead and upgrade you to at least blue. Let's upgrade you to at least blue. I'm sure that far is probably good enough. Okay, so are you actually emptying anymore? It does look like you're still staying full. So granted, we have a lot of buffer to work through, so let's allow the back to work through its buffer, and then see if the front can work through its buffer. Yeah, there you go. And I know you can output fast enough, that was never an issue. It was just a matter of belt speed. So as long as you are able to continuously output, you should be fine. You also have quite a buffer in there because each recipe is only 33. So you only just crossed where a recipe even ends. And you're still able to output, so perfectly fine. I guess I probably should upgrade this to a green belt. Even if I don't actively need it right this moment, it does at least give me some future proofing. Should be fine, okay. Oh yeah, now look how sparse it is, now that the backlog's cleared. This is filling up really fast. What can I do with excess calcium carbonate? I can turn you into mineral dust. I can make beige landfill. Is beige landfill ever used in anything? Nope, you just get boxed up. Oh, well. Carbon sink specifically is you. Oh, and chlorine sink is specifically you. Okay, chlorine sink. Well, okay, the pendulum keeps swinging. Sometimes I need a chlorine sink, and sometimes I just can't get enough chlorine, and right now, I can't get enough chlorine, but I know that's only a matter of time before it just swings back the other direction. So beige landfill wouldn't be an awful thing to produce here. I think I'd produce... You can tell I've been streaming a long time, I can't even speak anymore. But I think what I will do is I will take a priority split here. I will send a priority stream into here to get used, and if we have overflow... let's do this. If we have overflow, then you can underground to the other side, over here. And over here I will produce beige landfill and boxes. And just see how much that takes. Let me see what machines requires that. Okay, and I can't make you in a box. Doesn't look like I have to just make you and then box you. Yeah, the only way to make a boxed one is with boxes of calcium carbonate and boxes of reinforced concrete, and using concrete would kind of avoid the whole point here. So you're made in a crusher. So let's continue that out. Let's grab a crusher. Oh, wherever you are. Might as well use Crusher 3, I guess. Like, as little as actually coming in, like, realistically, if we were thinking about turning you into a powder, basically. I don't need too much more than that. Oh, we do have the grass seed recipe, which is cool. And I can make you into a box for reasons that are likely cool. Who knows? Anyway, beige landfill. So 12 a second. I think you'll need a few more inserters. And you can output 5 a second. Okay. And then, like I said, just for storage compactness, I'm going to put you into a boxer. And then I'm going to put you into a logistics chest. Now, I have no idea if I make the large logistics chest. I guess I will find out, and if I don't, I'll either just handcraft one or use something else. I wonder actually, how big are you? Storage size 30, storage size 100. So yeah, you are much larger than the tier 2 small chest. Which I figured you would be, I just wasn't sure exactly by how much. Oh yeah, you're supposed to be priority, so let's get you prioritized that way. And then once you do fill up, and it does look like you definitely will, we will start making beige landfill out of you. Hoping that's enough storage, but it should be. Like, that's a lot of landfill. That's a lot of landfill. Okay. Also, is anything even requesting calcium carbonate? Like, if I come up this way, calcium carbonate's somewhere in here. Okay, I'm providing calcium carbonate. I'm providing lime. Why is no calcium carbonate coming in? Okay, it is prioritized down this way. Oh, my mine probably finally ran out. Okay, it's not run out completely yet, but it is getting there. I do have a little rail over this way that I was building towards this patch, and it does look like I should probably get on that. Let's not dilly-dally. So, grab you, and keep the line going. And then the same over this way. And that's probably far enough to the west. I can probably turn south after all that gets built. It's just a matter of actually getting all that built. Takes forever. But the point being, if I do have an excess of calcium carbonate, I can just start sending it in here somewhere. It's just a matter of where. Like, how do I squeeze you in? I do have a road right here. Okay, I'm gonna do what I've done with a couple other resources, I think. I'm gonna put a request depot here, and I'm going to make you on Channel 2. Channel 2 I have kind of unofficially dubbed the overflow channel, and any of my resources that need to be overflowed and sent back somewhere else, I've been putting on Channel 2. So I guess while I'm waiting for that to get built, I can go ahead and do this. So left and left, right and right. And then we'll just pick it all up, and into here, you'll need an underground. Fortunately, that does work. So 1, 2, 3. That does kind of put you in the way of those inserters, so you might have to just be one short. That's fine. Actually, just pull you up here and connect in right there. Not too bad at all. So, quest drones, let's do like, I don't know, 16 or something to start with. I think you have to go a pretty long way. And you're going to be calcium carbonate. There you are. Well, you're gone now. Okay, you get to be 20. It's gonna take a while for the drones to get trucks down into you. They have to come from all the way up here somewhere. Oh, nope, that's too high. Well, there's where they come from. So whatever path they happen to be taking, they do have a long journey ahead of them. So let's see. The thing is that when you place a request for any depot, by default it's on channel -1, which means it can access any depot on any channel. So even though I set this to channel 2, if I can even ever find it. There we go. So even though I'm going to set you to 2, anything on channel -1 can still pick up from here. So I'm not limiting it unnecessarily, but I can specifically come over here and make sure you are on channel 2, and now you will only request from the overflow station that is also on channel 2. Of course, if there's any providers on channel -1, we will pick up from them, and there are. So I do have to come over here and set this guy, which is empty, to channel 1. Hopefully I didn't already send all of my calcium carbonate up this way. Looks like the trucks are only just arriving, so it shouldn't be an issue. And yeah, so then as it overflows and comes in, it'll just come up this belt and get priority access to the typical calcium carbonate line. Also, how is this construction going? Slowly. Quite slowly. Looks like they're spending a long time charging out here, so let me go ahead and upgrade these roboports to tier 2. Here, I'll clear that for the time being. And then let's come in here, roboport, upgrade to tier 2. And then just everything down that way gets to be tier 2. And let's get the pipe upgrading back down here. And I guess, since I am on tier 4 pipe, I should probably go ahead and change this out. And then put the blue pipe on my void list. So I never want to keep blue pipe ever again. There we go. So why do I have so many transport drones on me? That doesn't make any sense. And you can have your personal logistics turned back on as well. You were off for a long time. Let's see, so it does look like everything is mostly returned to normal up in this area. Earlier it was quite a sight because all of the gravel was coming out and going into here and then being sent down to be made into landfill. I could not produce enough gravel, which was a first. That was fun. Let's see. Chlorine is hanging around 6%, so hey, at least it's not 0. Likewise on the hydrochloric, at least it's not 0. Okay. How is, the stuff? Did I ever get the grass genome, grass progenitor? Okay, so I need grass genome first. That's what this area was for. So I have a request for nucleotides, but we literally don't have any. So we've literally never gotten nucleotides. That's probably not a good sign. You have no amino acids. We have no ammonia. Okay, we have finally outstripped the capacity of the trucks to supply ammonia up here. Let's just add a couple more. And if that doesn't do it, I'll have to add ammonia production, like tacked on to the right of carbon fiber. Now, you don't consume much ammonia by yourself, but there's just so many of you. And being that we can only send 7 trucks for fluid at a time, for whatever reason, it does make it a little tougher. Ammonia, there you are. Okay, note to self, set the recipe first. It always clears my settings afterwards. So ammonia, and then 8, and then full stack. Ammonia, and then 8, and then full stack. There we go. Might as well, honestly. Let's see, we are almost finished producing all of the new power infrastructure for today, which is great because it only took like 10 hours. Okay, the trucks should just show up and that should be more ammonia, everyone's happy. Where is ammonia production? Let me make sure it's not struggling. Ammonia is completely full up here, so it is running constantly as well. So it's not like we're super comfortable, but we're at least backed up. Hold on. Here's ammonia. Let me do the same thing I've done for all the other places. Let's move you over here. Get a comparator. Flip you around that way. Ammonia. Guess I can go ahead and do this part while I'm waiting. So ammonia, ammonia. Divide by, and how much are you? 30k, so that's going to be divide by 300 if I want it as a integer percentage. You can see it's 99 because it is basically full. And then you will be ammonia percentage. And read circuit signal, ammonia. Ah, it would help if I connected you to the output. There you go, much better, okay. How's this area? It's coming along, I guess. What I should do, I have a little buffer chest somewhere over here that has a bunch of rail pieces in it. It was for when I was originally building down here. Yeah, you. So, let's call you, like, rail build or something. And I'm just gonna copy you, and I'm gonna move you way on down here. And that should help build out the rail network from over in that direction. And I think I will also copy these guys. Because, oh man, trying to build anything out this way, though, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm building production out here. I'm going to build a mine. And I don't need like 600 belts out here or something. That's a little silly. Okay, so back to grass. What do I need for grass? So, first thing that I need is modules. Definitely want those. So you're going to produce wastewater. You're going to want nucleotides. There we go. Connect in, continue the belt. Okay. Then wastewater will do pretty much the same thing, but on the other side. So I do have to be wary of substations. So yeah, you have to be at least that far down. And then just connect in together. Unless... nah, that's silly. Let's do that way different. Let's bring wastewater up this way, and then you can just underground. There we go. So I know there is wastewater around here somewhere. There you are. Okay, we'll have to underground the belt here to make that connect properly, but I don't really mind. That's fine. Inserters can be on the corners, sure. Just like... Okay, you can't go there actually. You have to go on those corners. Well, that's still fine. I mean, that's not a problem. You just have to be there because you need that to go there. And by that, I mean this underground here, so naturally an inserter can't go there. Okay, so what do I still need? I still need bacteria, nucleotides. So nucleotides should be connected, I just don't have any. I do genuinely need the bacteria, and I do need output. The wastewater is connected. Looks like I'll probably be doing opposite side insertion and extraction because I have to have underground room for the bacteria. So something like that. Okay, where's your inserter? You need an inserter. There you go. So offset and offset. Okay. And then that does actually need to be connected to bacteria, so let's go ahead and drag that down and just connect you in. And let's see how that tiles. I don't want the underground, okay. Good to know, so let's start with just that part and tile that down a couple. Let's see, that's going to produce 0.02 per second. So I do think I want to get a large beacon in here. There you go. And just kind of carry that down for a little while. I'm sure I'm going to need at least that many, so let's go ahead and get them in place, you know? So the beacon will give me 20%? 20%, yes. So then you'll only be down by 25%. Wait, what? You run for 30 seconds. You produce 1 grass genome. So you should be like 0.03 a second. It says 0.02 because you're slowed down so much. That's fine. But how many am I actually gonna produce? Like, I kind of have to just wait for the beacon to get placed, I guess? And then the module afterwards, because that's just how bots work. Well, if I just assume it's going to be 0.03, then I would still need 33 of these. Let's say 34 to get 1 per second. How many have I got? I've got 8. So that's going to be another 28. So let's start from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this will bring me to 14. 20. 26. 32, I think. Let me stop and get count. 32, yes. So if I wanted 34, even then it wasn't entirely sure if I actually wanted 34, then there we go. That will at least give me 34, and if I need more, I can just continue expanding. Okay, still have no nucleotides. They are running, at least the first couple. You have no amino acids. Amino acids are running. Amino acids are running. Okay, we just need more amino acids. Think I can manage that? Amino acids is actually the nice one that tiles perfectly with the roboports and everything, so I can just grab the whole thing and just start tiling you out. Just kind of as far as I want. We did run off map coverage there, so let's go ahead and get a radar and pop you in there. Waiting on landfill, it seems. Okay. So, how's this area doing? I keep checking it like like I expect something to be different. I know that I need more amino acids, that's why I'm building more. I'm just impatient, I guess. I would like for it to already be done. 40 million sandstone. That is quite a bit of sandstone. Granted, I still have 34 million sandstone over in my quote-unquote original patch. Not my, like, starter patch, but the first patch I came down to grab. You're down to 107k. Not a whole lot. Go ahead and clean you up a smidge. They are bringing the parts. It's just taking a little time. Okay. Radar, once it gets placed, then we can continue building. Maybe that would be a wise thing to include in here. Let's get a couple radars. Maybe not 20, but, you know, a few. And how can I force nucleotides down into the grass? Because I would really like to make grass, but at the same time I think I am just about ready to start wrapping up tonight. I've got Robotics 3 on the go. It's got 10 minutes left, and I'm willing to bet by the time those 10 minutes are up, that will be my, my big victory for the day. So I am just trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to encourage things to go a little faster. Doesn't really seem like it, though. I have at least finally gotten back onto land, so every time I build, I don't have to landfill the entire thing, which just makes it take twice as long. Like, look at these guys all just waiting for landfill to show up. How is my power network doing at this point? Fantastic. Okay. So at least the power upgrade did certainly do the trick. I pretty much doubled my power capacity. I do have these little broken areas that I guess I should get to, but we are still placing some of the solar panels, some of the Stirling engines, not Stirling turbines. So I'll wait until that's all been finished before I worry about cleaning up the interior bits there. I guess I can go clean up the temporary algae sign and put a more permanent algae sign in place. In fact, can I not just change you to be algae? And then logistics count algae? Right? Yeah, that seems fine. Go ahead and take the limit off of you. Just in case anything actually needs that for some reason, but, you know, we'll see. Actually, does anything need algae? I know fertilizer does. Fish do. Okay. So once I get down to fish, I will need algae. And probably a lot of it. Just trying to think if I should try and keep that belt going down, because this would be the time to decide. And I guess I probably should. We have grass to go, and then trees, and then fish. So it is a bit of a ways off. Oh, sorry, that's the progenitor line. Maybe I won't then. Maybe I will... Let's see, algae is this line. So maybe I'll put a supply over this way instead. You have no reason to be underground anymore. Wait for that big old wave to pass. And then do that. The reason being, then I can just throw a splitter right there. Send you in. Now I will output prioritize this direction, since we aren't even keeping up with demand. Come on guys, you got this. Why is there a pipeline issue? Okay, I've just genuinely hit a pipeline issue. That is the very first time that I have ever hit a pipeline issue on the black pipes. I mean, okay, that's just what it is. So let's see, let's just copy you and go get you in place somewhere. Probably like right here is fine. Yeah, that's just fine. If anything, I might want to go a little farther. Let's see how that does. Well, until that gets replaced. I guess I won't necessarily get to tell, but it should be fine. I think. 190, 440, that'd be 530, 630. Yeah, that'll be just within bounds, actually, which is pretty much perfect. That's pretty much ideal. Unless one of the other ones is going to be angry, in which case it's not quite so ideal. Then I just have to move it back like one roboport. Well, they'll let me know, I guess, if it's not good. Science has died. Awesome. Looks like it's electrical's fault. They're missing capacitors. Likely aluminum sheet. Let's go find capacitors. Probably in the aluminum area. There you are. Yes, so capacitors are missing aluminum sheets. Why would that be, though? I mean, I do have aluminum sheets. Why are you not logistics connected? How strange. Well, anyway, what can I do about that? So, you're just not getting aluminum sheet for some reason. I guess they're all being taken by someone else. More aluminum would obviously fix that issue. How can I force this area to produce more aluminum? Are you even running? You're not even running well. This thing that I set up forever ago just doesn't have power. That's a little frustrating. that stings a little bit. I thought that was going to help aluminum, not a lot, but you know, some degree. Like, look at this. This can't even really output. I guess I could go ahead and upgrade you to pressure 3s. And that'll allow you to get more modules and to be faster. But yeah, aluminum itself is what's backing up in here. And I don't have a flotation 3. One exists, I just... Oh, maybe I do. I have the research for it at least. Let me see if I can just upgrade you. Okay, it kind of looks like I might just be able to upgrade you. Also, all the Sterlings have been placed. We're down to just 13 solar panels. Very nice. We're going to solve the aluminum problem by just having crafted all the things that consume aluminum. Oh yeah, okay, I just have flotation 3s. Never mind. I did not think I had flotation 3s. I guess I've set them up at some point. How about the next tier of furnace? Do I have furnace 3s? I actually do think I have furnace 3s. I am definitely going to want to upgrade inserters, though. Let's do that. And this way as well. Actually, can I just... Mostly I can, because I can't upgrade the pipes. The pipes are already max level. I don't want to do the power poles or things like that. Okay, let's see if that helps at all. Blue inserter for your inputs actually may be a little ambitious. You're still only 1.7 input per second. I guess I can upgrade these beacons out this way. Beacons that don't reach you. I bet a large beacon would reach you. Oh yeah, they would. Okay, I can put you here. Why not? Oh, there's literally a large beacon right there. Well, let's make sure you have a better module in you then. And let's go ahead and move this guy down. Where do you intersect? I can't actually see the line from you. Yeah, I can't see it at all. You're right on that inserter right there. So I think I should be able to go, like, right here. Seems like it. Seems like it. Guess we'll see if that helps anything at all. Oh, these don't even reach you. That is small beacon 2. Distribution area. Does it say distribution area? No, it just says distribution efficiency. Yeah, okay, you all cover the same area. Aw, that's annoying. Oh well. I thought I might have been able to beacon the other half as well. But I guess I get to beacon just half of my setup. I'll have to make do. I guess potentially I could throw something like down here, just for the very bottom side. And something like right here. Actually, that does hit the furnaces, though the furnaces are already beaconed. Does make a big difference. It goes from 2.4 to, or 175 to 2.4. So maybe I will get rid of the small beacons, because large beacons and small beacons interfere with each other. So as long as I don't go past the edge of that machine, I'm fine. Easier said than done. Let's go right there. We'll see if you cause interference or not. The ones in the middle there are probably fine. Move you over that way. And get a large beacon down here. Would it be even remotely possible to get one right here? Not really. Not really. Also, that would entirely depend on if your range overlaps or not, which I think I'd have to be like up here, and then I certainly overlap with you, so that's the best arrangement that I can get. Okay, you can go there. Let's go look at the rails. And that should be fine. Let's grab a T-piece. I'd rather be on this side so I don't have to landfill for eternity and a half. Which does mean maybe one more straight piece. So right there. And then you can go right there. Okay, that has to go. Just looking at these signals because they do always get a little weird. The blueprint's not very good. I just kind of jammed it together. It's not very good. For example, the power poles don't overlap here, so when I place it, I have to overwrite the power pole, which then means I have to move that one tile down. It's awesome. I love it, but I also can't be bothered to change it. Let's get a radar down this way. And then that will allow me to finally get this calcite patch. Also, I don't know if you noticed just how much faster that construction was now that I have the buffer chest, but now that they only have to go back and forth this way, this is coming together way faster. I do want to go ahead and upgrade these roboports though, since they are charging for an eternity this way. I'll go ahead and upgrade these as well. Okay, so did I ever get any of the grass? Literally no. Robotics has picked up again. Okay, it now says it has 5 minutes left. So I guess now that the crafting's done, science can resume unimpeded. I still don't have a backlog of you of any sort. Make sure you are all logistics connected again. Geology science, of all things, needs calcium carbonate. Let's just increase the number of drones you get, because you're probably going way, way, way far away to the chemistry area to get your calcium carbonate now, since it has the highest priority, so that doesn't make much sense. Also, make sure you're full stack. Full stack on all of you. Don't know how you managed to not be full stacked, but yeah, let's make sure that you are. Okay, it does look like we might just actually be out of calcite, so I am legitimately waiting for this. And while we're waiting, geology science will continue to dwindle. Like, we have a shipment of calcium carbonate coming in. And I hope that is enough to hold me over for a little while. Looks like it should be fine, though. How much is in here? Literally 0. Good. Awesome. Exactly what you'd hope to see. I don't know why it says 343 in the logistics system. I guess there's some somewhere. Must be in storage or something. Because it's not in here. And it's not in here. Okay, so that was my grand delivery of calcium carbonate. It's already running, and it's already in this machine, and it's making like 3 science packs, I think. What are you guys doing? Oh, you're bringing in landfill. Curious how no one is coming down to build this area. You are in construction range. Oh, I bet you're not in the chest. Yep, I just don't have tier 2 roboports in the chest. There. So it is probably getting built, it just means someone had to go way back to main base and then way back over here to build it. Amino acids, man, what's going on? How can you still be completely empty? Look how many of you that I have. That is like a silly amount of amino acids. Is there really no better way to make you? Nucleotides and bacteria. I still feel like that's an uncrafting recipe. Not that I have access to it anyway. Yeah, there's not really any better way to get you other than this recipe, which is way at the end of the tech tree. So this is just what I have to do. Wonder if I get a nanofab 2 anytime soon. Okay, I can literally research you, so let's go ahead and throw you on the queue. Let's see, I do have next tier of construction and logistics bots set up. What do you take? You take the botany science. You also take botany science. I don't have botany science yet, so I won't queue you. Might as well throw that on the list, and breaking, I guess. That'll at least give me progression. So these guys are running. When do I get the next tier of speed module? I literally already do. I bet I don't make you. Let's go set that up, I guess. Or find out that I already do. One or the other. Could be either. Who knows? Okay, so I don't make you. That is what I thought. I would have been a little embarrassed if I had been using like the 1 dots when I was already making the 2 dots. I need to upgrade this, so let's leave you all as parameters. So, upgrade you, and upgrade your modules. So, small mall, new blueprint, change you out to the better one. Let's see, no tiles, don't want that, definitely don't want that. Parameterized. Looks like I have to set something. Hold on. Yeah, you're set to 0. Okay. Let's set you to 10. You to 1. You to 2. And you to 3. Now I can come back and right back where I started. Update the blueprint. Parameterize. So, parameter formula. I want stack size of parameter 0, so p0 underscore s. And then times 2. Then I'm going to do the same for all of these other stack size variables. They're going to be p1 underscore s times 2, and so on down the way. That's not right. Let's make sure we don't mess it up. Okay, that should be good. And then the times 5 is for the ingredients, and I think that's acceptable. Might go ahead and just make you default to 10 though. And there we go. So replace you. Let's get the new module. So, oh, I just got a new tier module, actually. I guess I only just finished you. Yeah, you take haste 3, which I only just unlocked. Let's do that, and then I'll do another one over this way for the new tier of pure productivity. And then probably do another couple of these, and one of you. There we go. Okay, so that should begin soon making modules. Nope, I need heat pipe 3 and processor 2, so that's not happening tonight. In fact, I think I might go ahead and call it a night. My goal was to get the robotics research, which we just did. We are currently working on the next tier of construction bots, and after that we'll go for the next tier of logistics bots, but more than anything, my goal had been to get the tier 3 robot research done, and I did. I still have to do the individual robots, but you know, I did Robotics 3, and that was a goal for tonight. Uh, Fish was also a goal for tonight, and that one didn't happen. that one that one didn't happen so much, but I think the reasons are pretty understandable. Especially being that we're still at 0%. I don't understand. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. So I think next time we're going to probably try and fast track and upgrade to Nanofabricators 2 to double the speed of all these guys, get more modules in all of them, and upgrade the modules in them. And in fact, maybe I'll go ahead and mark that just so I don't forget. Let's just go down the whole line this way. I don't dare try and do this with the productivity modules yet because, man, that would make them slow. That would make them so much slower. But yeah, that's it for me tonight. So thank you everyone for coming out. Any tips and tricks, always welcome. I think this has been a pretty productive day, though most of it was spent waiting, trying to get down to calcite and building up power. Speaking of, maybe I will go ahead and finish up the little power issues that were up here with the blueprint. Since we were building outside of map range, go ahead and get those built, and maybe I will go ahead and throw down the miners, at least, on the calcite patch. Let's just do this, paint over it. There we go, very cool, very awesome. Upgrade to at least red belt. And there we go. I'll save the station and everything for next time. And is there anything else I need to do before I go? I don't think so. So, as I was saying, this is going to be it for me. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you in the next one. And as always, don't forget to save. If you forget to save, you're gonna be sad. Even I don't know why I say that every time, but you know what? We're too far in for me to ever stop now, so. See you later.